This handsome guy who looks like a CEO is our protagonist, Dekulin von Grahen Euclin. If you had to describe him, you'd use words like super handsome, cold, incredibly cool, wealthy, domineering, contemptuous of both nobility and commoners. Praised as a magic prodigy in childhood and now holding the position of senior professor at the Magic Academy, ordinary people would surely think he has an exceptionally bright future. But no, what awaits him in the future is only the path to death. Because he is a villain in the school, an infamous evil figure and one of the mid-bosses in a game. To save himself, Dekulin must change the storyline. If you want to know the full details of the story, please give me a like and subscribe to the channel, then come back to watch. The story begins with a scene of pouring rain. At that moment, Dekulin was leaning against a wall, while a white-haired girl drove her sword deep into his chest. Her eyes were empty, like a cold-blooded assassin with no emotion at all. She gently twisted the sword in her hand, widening the wound. This made Dekulin unable to help but cough up a mouthful of blood. Yet it seemed Dekulin did not feel any pain at all. He stared at his opponent and thought, if she wants to kill me, she is still that beautiful and heartless. As he thought that, he raised his hand and gently touched that impassive face. Then his hand fell limply to his side. The last thing he said in his heart was, "You damned bitch." At the same time, a notification suddenly appeared on the screen. Cancel engagement. Request Dekulin's death. Congratulations, you have completed the phase. Looking at Dekulin's death on the computer screen, a young man clenched his hands in excitement. Finally, the bug is fixed. This damn bug took decades of iterations to fix. At last, I fixed the bug that kept happening in the cancel engagement storyline. My name is Kim Woojin. I'm a game programmer. About to escape this endless overtime grind, Woojin said as he stretched tiredly. To explain this, we need to mention a handheld game developer called REW. In the trash heap of Korea's handheld game industry, they suddenly rose to prominence. Since their founding, they've only released top-tier games. As a result, the company became famous worldwide. And the game I'm testing and fixing is REW's newest AAA title, a game worth as much as the entire company. In other words, one game will either raise us to the top or drag us down into the abyss. The main draw of this game is its difficulty and the storylines that change based on player decisions. Therefore, even as a single-player game, it has an extremely complex plot centered on named characters generated by artificial intelligence. This fresh approach helped us attract global attention. Moreover, there are many professions to choose from. Some are rare, for example, knight, mage, adventurer, demon, monster hunter, noble, and even monarch. Players can become anyone they want in the game, meaning if the game gains the recognition it deserves, we'll be swimming in money. But big rewards come with risks. If the company fails, it will collapse. While we're here, let me explain why I've been working overtime for months on end. It's all because of this bastard, Dekulin von Grahen Euclin. Profession, senior professor. Energy level 3357. He's the focal character in Dekulin's death sequence, the sequence I finally got through without errors. Dekulin von Grahen Euclin, an infamous villain and one of the game's mid-bosses. Because he's a major antagonist linked to countless roles, there are a ton of bugs that need fixing. But today, I finally managed to kill him without any trouble. This time his death was being cut down by his fiancée. But now it's over. Even so, he caused a mountain of problems throughout the sequence. Woojin thought as he laced his fingers together and stretched to loosen his muscles. Then, at that moment, a girl's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Woojin, how's the testing going? Hearing his name, Woojin turned his eyes back and quickly recognized who the young woman was. This is Yu Ara, my lead programmer and also my ex-girlfriend. We were together for 7 years, and every moment was full of joy. In truth, she was workaholic while I was lazy. But what drove her to improve was finding work for me and pushing me to do better, to do more. But in the end, we broke up. I couldn't change, no matter how hard Ara tried. It's been 6 months since we split. I heard she already has someone new by her side. Unaware of these thoughts in Woojin's heart, Ara spoke up. Congratulations. I heard you were struggling with a bug. I'm glad you got through it. In response, Woojin exhaled and said with a hint of sarcasm, looks like you and your new person are doing well, huh? Woojin's remark startled Ara a bit, but then she gently admitted rumors spread fast in this company. Yeah, I think it's going well. For Woojin, his eyes remained glued to the computer screen, though he felt slightly annoyed hearing Ara say that. Well, I wish you two a long and happy marriage, Woojin said once more, and as if used to the protagonist's personality, Ara forced a smile and replied, don't dwell on it, focus on work. After saying that, she remembered something and reminded Woojin, oh, by the way, the scriptwriter said they want to change the setting and have us alter some character archetypes. Hearing this, Woojin felt like slapping the scriptwriter. What, again? They change it every day. The lead complained before he changed the subject to Dekulin. Speaking of that character, is he really a mid-boss? Players can kill him early if they're lucky. In response, Ara had to nod in agreement. That's the game's hook. The deeper Dekilling goes into the story, the stronger he becomes. Each player makes different choices which increase the difficulty along the way. Did you know this character was modeled after you? When they were shaping him, didn't you realize you both have that cheesy, fake look? Ara said with amused laughter while Woojin retorted, but how many times have you actually met the scriptwriter? That's why every time I play I kill him first. Ara chuckled, revealing this, which made Woojin glance aside and ask coldly, what do you mean by that? Well, their personalities are similar. Ara shrugged, while Woojin widened his eyes in thought. Really? I'm like the guy whose final line is, you damned bitch. Putting the jokes aside, Ara's tone turned serious as she asked Woojin's opinion. Anyway, don't worry so much. What do you think about the demo? In response, Woojin candidly shared his thoughts. The game itself is fun, but I'm worried the company's survival depends on it. Hearing this, Ara shook her head a little. You don't need to worry about that. The gameplay trailer has excited people all over the world. It certainly won't fail. Back in Woojin's view, he looked down and noticed something. He warned, hey, is that your boyfriend standing down there? See him? The one leaning against the car. Hearing that, Ara also looked out the window, where a blonde guy was standing. Then she scolded him a little. You're so late. Before she could finish, our protagonist urged, what are you still doing standing there? Don't make him wait any longer, go to him. Hearing that, Ara fell silent for 2 seconds before answering, you're right. Alright, I'll go, good job today, Woojin, yes bye. Woojin replied, but he didn't even bother to turn around. After his ex left the office, Woojin went back to his work. Sai back to checking Dekilling. But is that scriptwriter serious? Is he supposed to be me? He has 6 attributes. A prodigy and a mediocre mage at the same time. When he was young, Dekilling was praised as a genius and hailed as a magical prodigy. But in reality, he's much more mediocre than that. So the mix of his pride and arrogance created the worst possible personality in a person. At this point, can we even call him a person anymore? They say the deeper he goes into the story, the stronger he becomes, but overall he's surrounded by people who despise him, without exception. What else can I add to his personality? Something unobtrusive. After all, I'm his inspiration. As he spoke, Woojin typed and clicked like a machine, and soon a trait called empathy appeared on the screen. Let's see, this trait is empathy. Will this give him sympathy or pity? Fine, do it. At least people should feel more for him than for me. Since I'm at it, go all the way. This one's good. I like this. That one too. Add this as well. Thus, Woojin began adding a total of 5 new traits to Dekilling, including empathy, wealthy magnate, golden touch, good perception, sturdy physique. At a glance, these are clearly excellent traits. After finishing, even Woojin felt a bit embarrassed for adding so many good attributes to a character modeled on himself. Oh no, I accidentally added too many good things. On reflection, I shouldn't have done that. I should restore him to his original state before anything happens. Return you to normal, Woojin muttered and quickly typed on the keyboard. But at that moment, a message suddenly arrived, making him jump. Holy crap, what a scare, who's texting at this hour? He glanced at the message and became even more shocked. Wait, is this the scriptwriter? Woojin hurriedly messaged back, ah yes, what do you want changed in the archetype? Tell me and I'll fix it right away. The scriptwriter replied, no, I'm just here to watch. This message puzzled Woojin, unsure what the other meant, so he wrote, wait, what do you mean? You mean to review the bugs together? To this question, the scriptwriter sent an even stranger message. Haha, no. Look out the window. Intrigued, Woojin looked toward the window and wondered, the window, what's there to see? That was what he thought. However, the instant he looked out, his face froze. Above, black clouds had gathered, lightning flashing within them. Most strikingly, there was a large hollow in the center of the cloud, like a deep hole. This made Woojin's eyes widen as he asked, what is that? Why is there a hole in the sky? Then, from inside that hole, a massive bolt of lightning shot down, as if it meant to split the ground in two. Woojin's vision shifted. Countless chaotic images flooded his mind, leaving him to wonder what's happening. Hey, where is this? Who is this? A voice spoke up. Remember this, always stay vigilant. Dekilling is not to be underestimated. He may be down now, but he can rise again at any moment. He's simply rebalancing the scale of his talent. After all, he's still a contemptible villain. Cut to a lavish room where a loud call rang out inside. Get up, wake up, snap out of it, Dekilling. The irritated voice made the young man lying in bed suddenly open his eyes. The speaker was a black-haired girl looking at the youth with a face that seemed ready to eat him alive. How long do you plan to lie there? Can you even call yourself human? Not answering her reproach, the young man rubbed his face and sighed heavily. Ah, so that's it. It's been a few days since I possessed this body. But it still feels like a dream, Woojin murmured in a voice only he could hear. Meanwhile, seeing Woojin ignore her, the black-haired girl's lips clenched. Then she shouted, how long will you lose yourself over a woman? Do you want to disgrace our family name? I've left the documents here. If you don't want to be fired from the professorship you cherish, get up and work. With that, she stormed out of the room in annoyance. On the other side, Woojin was still piecing everything together in his mind. A week ago, the night sky suddenly flashed, and I woke up in an unfamiliar place. Inside a strange body. I could say I'm inside the world of the game I'm developing. The familiar scenery only reinforced my suspicions. Moreover, I'm in the body of someone who cannot escape death, regardless of how this world's plot unfolds. The worst character of all, I've become the villain, Destined. Pausing the story for a moment, I want to standardize how I refer to the protagonist. His real name is Kim Woojin, and the in-game character he inhabits is Destined, so I'll use Destined. Back in the story, Destined carefully gathered the documents the black-haired girl had thrown to the floor and neatly stacked them. Meanwhile, he lay dazed on the bed, rubbing his face and thinking over everything. A week has passed since I arrived here. At first, I thought it was all a dream. But as days passed, the feeling of being a living entity forced me to accept that this is reality. After dying like that, am I experiencing some kind of afterlife? But one thing I'm sure of, I am the antagonist of the game in development, Destined von Grahen-Uklein. Destined is the mid-boss in the game whom players must face regardless of which route they choose. He is the enemy of parents and lovers of numerous characters and the source of various events. I've become such a villain. The biggest problem is, I don't know which stage of the game I have appeared in. The only thing I know is the total mana I have, but I don't know how to use it. I can't defend myself in this state. I'm not joking. In all the characters, including Destined, I tested game routes over 1,000 times during development. And Destined survived in only one scenario. He truly is a villain created solely to fulfill his role as a mid-boss. Thinking of that, Destined glanced at the stack of documents beside him. These were the papers the girl had left. They contained basic knowledge of magic and mana-related theory. Next, information about the black-haired girl quickly popped into Destined's mind. Her name was Uriel von Dellen-Uklein. The papers she left while he was asleep belonged to Destined's half-sister, and she acted as the family's de facto lord in his stead. Also, she did not have a good relationship with Destined. The woman Uriel mentioned is probably Yuli. It seems there's something going on between Destined and Yuli. If I recall, she mentioned a professor position. There's a lecture today. I should go. Since I've never taught a class in my previous life, I need to gather any information I can, and most importantly, these lines keep appearing. At that moment, a system screen appeared before Destined. Main survival goal, become a necessary character for the game. Side quest, teach at the academy. Reward, shop money plus 0.5. Reluctant or not, Destined had to drag his tired body out of bed. As he moved, he muttered encouragement to himself. Whether for it or for Yuli, I must act. She was one of the factors that caused Destined's death. And the shop money is fairly important too. So how should I give this lecture? Naturally, I'm nervous, but I'll manage. After all, this body has a special skill, understanding. Understanding, an innate skill that grants the user the ability to comprehend everything. It can be activated by consuming mana. Before becoming Destined, I added this skill to him, hoping he would become more empathetic. This is an innate special skill that appears in the latter half of the game, so it surely has some hidden uses. A lavish bathing clothes, but I can wear them far more naturally than I expected. It's as if I've always lived as Destined. At first I thought these outfits were too ostentatious. Now they feel elegant and oddly comfortable. This must be the influence of Destined's trait, dignity. Everything seems to be telling me, this is your body. Honestly, I can't bring myself to act against the decorum this body expects. Things that Kim Woojin once found uncomfortable now feel utterly natural. Even attending my first lecture just to gather information seems perfectly ordinary. I am an outstanding and noble aristocrat. At the thought, Destined started sweating uncontrollably. He reminded himself once, what the hell, Kim Woojin? A healthy Korean young man, supposedly tall, educated, and handsome. Borrowing someone's last words before parting, a lazy and boring jerk. That's the real me, right? I won't forget myself, no slacking off. Scene transition. Destined silently reminded himself again, then strode outside. Waiting, there was a driver and a very luxurious car. Seeing Destined appear, the driver bowed at a 90-degree angle to greet him. Seeing that, Destined coldly and swiftly stepped into the car. In his head, he couldn't help but exclaim, damn, this expensive car. I don't think I rode such a pricey car in my previous life. Damn it. It reminded me of that time. So annoying. Destined gritted his teeth, thinking of Ara's new boyfriend waiting for her downstairs at the company. Then, when Destined glanced to the side, he noticed a brown-haired teenage boy whose hair partially obscured his eyes. Curious, Destined wondered inwardly, who is this kid? Beside him, the boy, startled to see Destined looking his way, quickly greeted him. Professor, good morning, he said as he handed a stack of papers to the protagonist. This prompted Destined to quickly use his wits and deduce the boy's identity. He seemed to be Destined's secretary or assistant. Probably. With that thought, Destined reached out to take the papers and asked, are you a mage? Destined's unexpected question made the brown-haired boy exclaim in surprise, what, huh? You've been teaching me for nearly 3 years. Ah no, I was only joking, Destined said, shaking his head. After that, while heading to the school, the protagonist checked the stack of papers. These materials, I thought they were lecture notes, but they turned out to be lines I only need to read. The lecture content had been prepared from start to finish. I mean, no way would this incompetent, arrogant Dekulin prepare a lecture himself. This kid must have done it for him. Thinking that, Dekulin felt slightly flustered and said, "Well done." However, the moment Dekulin spoke those words, the student startled and cried out, "What?" Dekulin didn't say much and simply instructed, "Rest until we arrive." "Yes, understood," the student replied quickly, while the driver was also taken aback. What did the young master just praise someone? He wondered to himself. Back with Dekulin, his face tightened and he was breaking out in a sweat. What kind of irrational personality is this? My stomach clenched just from one compliment, so this is Dekulin's nature. I sensed it before leaving the mansion, but it feels like my mind is being influenced by Dekulin's personality. The protagonist murmured inwardly, and shortly after, the sleek black car stopped, accompanied by the driver's reminder, "We're here, young master." From the back, Dekulin said little and quickly opened the door to step outside. Before him stretched an expansive architectural complex with towering buildings. Inside the school grounds, countless students moved about, a scene that left Dekulin overwhelmed. So this is where Dekulin works, the Royal Academy. The lecture hall to go to is Rodeo Hall. Time passed quickly. Cut to Rodeo Lecture Hall. At this moment, the hall was packed with students. They chatted excitedly. "Finally, I can attend Senior Professor Dekulin's lecture." Hearing that, someone else wondered, "Is he the genius who analyzes incantations?" Replying, someone more informed added, "Not only that, I heard he's a prodigy." Before the students could discuss further, a voice rang out. A figure appeared in the room and called for attention. "Everyone, pay attention." All the students fell silent immediately. "I am Dekulin von Grahen Euclin. I have been assigned this lecture as a senior professor of the Mage Tower." With a cold, aristocratic demeanor, Dekulin calmly said, "Then, let us begin." His handsome presence began to stir the female students. "Wow, he's so handsome and smart too, so cool." In another corner of the hall, a girl hearing these words clenched the paper on her desk. It trembled with excitement. "Cool, haha. At last we've finally met." Her eyes filled with hatred. "That damned Dekulin, my father's enemy," she said, staring at the protagonist with a sharp gaze. Returning to the thoughts of this mysterious girl, memories of the past began to surface in her mind. 3 years ago, my father committed suicide. After years devoted to researching scriptural exegesis, he took his own life from the shock of having his thesis stolen. The person who stole my father's thesis was lauded by the public as a genius of exegesis. Yes, I'm talking about that bastard Dekulin. But I couldn't do anything. After my father died, I lost everything. Once a noble, I not only lost my family, but also our lands and all the assets we own. In the end, I had nowhere to go. It was then that I swore to myself, I will avenge that scumbag. After that day, I worked tirelessly day and night until I was finally accepted into the Royal Academy, where Dekulin teaches. I know something the other students don't. His scriptural exegesis ability is just a facade. All the glory was stolen from my father. After ruining my family, how can he be so composed about it? The person who should be standing there is my father. I want to expose his lies and kill him immediately. But now, if I want to overthrow him, I need to prepare much more for a perfect revenge plan. The young woman thought this and trembled with rage. Still, she tried to calm herself, unaware that while she was consumed by those emotions, our protagonist was calmly introducing himself to the students in the class. "Attention, everyone, I will begin the lecture. Let me introduce myself. I am a senior professor at the Magic Tower. A mage of the monarch rank, one who can command the elements. I have been appointed as your special lecturer." Mages are divided into 11 ranks, with monarch being 4th from the top. By the time you came here, I'm sure you already know this. But magic is mainly divided into 3 attributes and 9 schools. As for attributes, origin, the foundation of magic; element, the composition of matter; material, the intermediary substance that conducts mana. As for classification, summoning, spirit, destruction, support, control, endurance, enchantment, harmony, and finally specialization. That's why a mage must blah blah. Back to Dekulin's perspective. While lecturing the students, he thought to himself, "Things are going more smoothly than I expected. Not only is this my first lecture, but I'm also teaching magical theory, a subject I'm not familiar with. Even though I'm just reading from a prepared script, it seems I grasp the entire content thoroughly. The dignity and overbearing traits draw every gaze to me, while the elite trait helps me not feel awkward under such attention. Instead of feeling pressured, it becomes natural." Dekulin's traits truly make him a suitable lecturer. With that thought, Dekulin refocused on his lecture. He explained, "Mana has different uses depending on the body part that stores it. Typically, mages store mana in the brain, the place best suited for visualizing incantations. Sword fighters, on the other hand, store mana in the heart, the organ that pumps blood throughout the body. And finally, the Danshin is the most suitable place for storing mana for everyone because it has a strong link between internal force and external power. What I mean is simple. Effort is important, but if talent isn't enough, careful selection and focus are also essential. Saying this, even Dekulin reminded himself, truly apt advice for Dekulin. In reality, Dekulin is not an overly talented figure, although he currently has 3,375 mana points. There is someone else with a name who starts with over 30,000 mana. The one who should heed this advice most is him. It's ridiculous. Anyway, this is just a per-written lecture. Thinking that he moved to end the lesson, this concludes today's lecture. One last thing at that, the protagonist's voice suddenly faltered. He hesitated inwardly. I'm wavering over this line, do I have to read it? If I were the real Dekulin, I wouldn't read it. Thinking so, Dekulin wanted to be himself, not be influenced by the game's body personality. So he asked the students any questions. Hearing this, the students exchanged glances and shrugged. It seemed no one had any questions, which relieved Dekulin a little. Good, it seems no one has questions, he murmured and prepared to end the lecture. But just then, a gray-haired girl suddenly stood up and shouted, Professor Dekulin, a strange spell was discovered in the mage's dormitory last night. Some say it was the work of a demon. As a genius of scriptural exegesis, what do you think about this? In response, Dekulin glanced at her and asked, are you really affiliated with the Mage Tower? Across from him, the gray-haired girl was startled, not fully understanding Dekulin's question. Excuse me, but why do you ask that? Dekulin then explained, if you truly are from the Mage Tower, you should have identified yourself first. I will not answer questions from a rude child like you. Dekulin's reply made the strange girl widen her eyes. However, our protagonist seemed indifferent and immediately turned toward the door he had come through. He thought, sorry. But there's no other way. I just realized how much mana using the knowledge trait consumes. Just understanding this lecture script already cost 1,300 mana. Who knows how much mana an unfamiliar spell would take. Inside the lecture hall, those around who saw the girl being scolded by Dekulin whispered and laughed to each other. Hee, she tried to get attention but failed. The mocking remarks seemed to make her angrier. Then, as if not ready to give up, she continued. Wait. The mages refused to explain it, saying it was just a rumor, but I believe you, Professor, can identify this spell. I officially request an explanation of this spell. After speaking, she immediately used the mana within her body, creating a crooked green magic circle that hovered in the classroom. And the moment he glanced at it, Dekulin's mana dropped, leaving him with only 360 points. Above, the gray-haired girl continued. Some apprentice mages stayed in the dorm to analyze it, but there has been no progress. If you could give us a hint. Before she could finish, Dekulin interrupted. This is barrier magic. No need to give you a hint. This is a barrier spell belonging to the enchantment school. Someone tried to trap you inside it, that's all. Saying that, Dekulin coldly left the room, leaving the gray-haired girl still stunned. For completing his teaching duty, Dekulin also received 0.5 shop points from the system. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to the Mage Academy dining hall. At this time, the gray-haired girl was still angrily recalling Dekulin's earlier lecture. What an annoying man. I wanted to expose his fraudulent exegetical skill with an unknown spell. But instead he called me rude just because I forgot to give my name. I thought I would die of embarrassment. But he must have been surprised trying to deflect the situation. He labeled it enchantment magic. Enchantment magic is very complex, so it usually requires an intermediary object. How could it be enchantment magic without an intermediary? What I showed him was an exact copy of the unnamed standard magic that was drawn on the dormitory's main door last night. Although people were initially quite confused, it became research material for the newcomers. I know he's lying, she muttered. Then from the back, a red-haired friend came rushing over and called out, Epheren, Epheren. The magic formation from last night, it clarified. When we restructured the incantation into a barrier, I was truly amazed. We were too afraid of the professor to ask anything, but you're so brave. At this, Epheren's face turned stunned. Oh, wait, you mean, that really was barrier magic? To confirm, the red-haired girl smiled and nodded. Yes, Professor Dekulin is truly amazing, right? How did he know it was enchantment magic without an intermediary object? Thank you, Epheren will submit a report about this. We'll definitely put your name down then. Thanks, Epheren replied awkwardly. Even then, she still couldn't accept that Dekulin had really guessed the magic correctly. Impossible, that can't be, it must have been a lucky guess. In the end, I only increased his reputation. Thinking that, she took a paper out of her bag. Understanding Elemental Magic, Advanced Class, 5 credits, Lecturer, Dekulin von Grahen Uklein. Looking at the paper, Epheren pressed her lips together. She thought, a lecture taught by Dekulin this semester. They say if you know your enemy and yourself, you will never lose. I'll have to steel myself if I face that bastard every day. Just wait, Dekulin, I'll expose you soon. Epheren told herself this, and a blazing anger began to burn inside her. Back with Dekulin, although he had left the classroom, he couldn't help feeling nervous inside. That was a close call. The moment I glanced at that magic, my understanding trait accidentally activated, and merely looking at the magic circle with its interwoven lines was enough to drain all my mana. I still don't know what kind of magic it is. Even if I had twice my current mana, I couldn't comprehend its rules. but at least nothing bad happened. As Dekulin was thinking this, a voice called out ahead, "Long time no see." The voice caught Dekulin's attention and he quickly realized who it was. White hair and bright eyes, a person he'd seen many times on his computer screen. Yuli von Dea Freyden, she is Dekulin's fiancée and a notable figure who will reach the pinnacle of the knight profession. Unexpected to meet her here. Up ahead, Yuli greeted him. "How have you been lately?" Dekulin answered with a cold expression. "I'm not sure, let's say I'm fine." For some reason, Dekulin's reply seemed to anger Yuli. Her brows knit as she questioned, "You're fine, even though you broke the promise we just made a week ago." Back to Dekulin's perspective, he had no idea what promise she meant. What promise? I don't know what she's talking about. Better to avoid it. Thinking that to avoid more trouble with such a dangerous person, Dekulin stepped past coldly. "I don't remember now." Before the protagonist could finish, the knight stepped in front of Dekulin and said coldly, "Are you planning to run away?" As before, Dekulin felt that Yuli was determined not to let him go, so he had to stop and speak. "It seems I forgot because of the fever I had. Could you remind me what we promised each other?" At Dekulin's question, images from the previous week began to surface in Yuli's mind. Back then, she had told Dekulin, "Promise me. If you are honest with yourself and admit your pride and arrogance, I'll marry you, even if the world collapses." Thinking that her trust had been betrayed, veins stood out on Yuli's face. She gritted her teeth and said to the man before her, "It seems I was wrong to trust you. You can go now." Hearing that, Dekulin glanced back at his fiancée for a moment, then walked away immediately. "Well, I'm off then." Meanwhile, behind him, Yuli's teeth were clenched so hard they made noise. She recalled her betrothal to Dekulin. "My engagement to Dekulin was for advantage. Dekulin is a talented mage, and I'm a capable knight. The union of the two of us would certainly be good for politics and lineage," Yuli's brother had said. Because both the Uklein and Freyden houses had royal blood, no one objected to the marriage. Even Yuli accepted it at the time. "It's fine, for the family's sake. Even if I don't love him, I'll accept it." That was what Yuli thought then. However, the two families soon realized a truth. Dekulin's talent never actually existed. Perhaps he didn't want to admit it, but he deceived everyone by claiming to be a prodigy in magical analysis and became a professor. But what must happen eventually did. Over time, many began to doubt whether Dekulin's talent was real. Magic prodigy, the youngest senior professor in the history of the Mage Tower, Dekulin made no progress since the exam 3 years ago. After several incidents, he no longer flaunted his achievements. Still, despite discovering this, the Uklein and Freyden families tried to hide the truth. Perhaps they don't want to become gossip fodder. They don't want their flaws exposed. "But I cannot let this pass. I can accept a loveless marriage, but I cannot forgive deceit. That is my honor as a knight." That's all. He agreed to it as well. But now, he doesn't even remember that promise. Yuli whispered. Her hand began to clench so tightly it trembled. "The Royal Academy, the Mage Tower Hall. The Royal Academy is the game's top academy, and the magic department is the leading faculty. You can think of it like the College of Medicine at Seoul National University, and the Mage Tower Hall is the affiliated hospital." As he looked around, even Dekulin had to nod in admiration. "It looks nice. A large campus and carefully tended gardens. It reminded me of one of the universities in America. How many nights did the game designers spend to create this atmosphere? I could have enjoyed it more if I were in a different body to experience this campus." At that moment, someone suddenly came rushing toward the protagonist. Dekulin immediately sensed it. His face darkened, and he reflexively swung his elbow back, hitting the person who had rushed up and scattering the documents he was carrying. The one who had run up was none other than Dekulin's assistant. "I'm sorry, I'm in a hurry to meet the professor over here." Dekulin also recognized his identity. "So this is that kid from before? I thought it was an ambush," he murmured, then asked, "Oh, are you Zaro?" "No, I'm Alan," the assistant replied, which made the atmosphere between them a bit awkward. A few seconds later, Dekulin hesitated and continued, "I must have been mistaken." "Ah, yes," Alan answered, also wondering who Zaro was. Next, the scene shifted to Dekulin's office. He was examining the documents Alan had brought and asked, "So this is why you rushed to see me?" Alan nodded and explained, "Yes, Professor. This is the list of sponsors for this year's newcomer mages." His words made Dekulin quickly grasp the issue. This mage tower is equivalent to a research institute in the real world, so money is essential for developing magic. Professors in the tower sponsor newcomer mages they deem worthwhile. Then, while reviewing the candidates' information, Dekulin suddenly noticed one entry glowing. "This name is glowing. I think it's because of Dekulin's traits. He possesses the wealthy magnate trait rare, described as a born tycoon and outstanding financier with unmatched intuition for valuable things. The more information provided, the more accurate your intuition becomes. The keen vision trait rare describes the ability to perceive visually. Mana points and similar elemental attributes are mainly used to link with other traits rather than used alone." Back in Dekulin's perspective, he quickly inferred, with this phenomenon, it's certainly the combination of wealthy magnate and keen vision. I think the factor behind this name will bring wealth. There are a few like that, but she is the brightest glowing. At that moment, standing before Dekulin was the gray-haired girl, Eferen. Oh, this is a familiar face too. Eferen Luna, that's a well-known name in the game. According to the developer who designed her, Dekulin had taken her father away. However, why does Efren Luna have no sponsors at all? Dekulin asked without thinking. To this, his assistant Alan scratched his head and explained awkwardly, Efren Luna, I think people are afraid. Without letting him say more, Dekulin nodded. I understand. After saying that, he thought to himself, it seems people are wary of what she'll do if they sponsor her. Let's see, she has enough talent to enter the Mage Tower without the Academy. However, this Eferen Luna is Dekulin's enemy. No, rather, Dekulin is her enemy. If I let things play out exactly as in the game, I'll end up the same, dead. A system notification appeared. Skill, villain's fate, description, everyone wishes for his death. However, those things that don't kill him will make him stronger. In the game, Dekulin dies in many ways. Stabbed through the heart, stabbed in the head, poisoned in wine, blown up no matter the method. The fact of his death does not change. If I want to live, I must make a different choice. A choice the original Dekulin wouldn't make. With that thought, after about 2 seconds of deliberation, Dekulin began to sign the paper, then handed it to his assistant Alan. Alan, submit these and borrow a few books. I plan to write some things before going home. Ah yes, goodbye, Professor. Alan replied and hurried off to borrow books. After seeing him leave his office, Dekulin fell into thought again. I need a lot of money to survive. Money can be used to avoid many deaths. Investing in a mage is one way to make money. However, that's still not enough. There are countless names in this world that hate me. They will kill me whenever they get the chance. To survive, what I really need is an escape. I need to become stronger. However, Dekulin's talent is only average. In this situation, I won't be able to properly handle the threats that lie ahead. I can't survive the countless deaths still waiting in front of me. Although I have one thing in my favor, my traits. Dekulin can't control all 4 elements as he boasted, but he certainly has potential in manipulating earth and fire, combined with his talent for spell manipulation. And from combining earth and fire to form metal, Dekulin developed a special trait called the Midas Hand. Midas Hand, unique rank, consumes the user's mana to unlock a target's potential. Therefore, Dekulin's talent for controlling metal allows him to manipulate swords to hover using energy. Thus, his metal manipulation lets him control energy-suspended blades. However, this is certainly not common in this world. What I lack in raw power can be compensated by manipulating the properties of metal. But to do all that, first I must learn how to control it. I have to learn how to manipulate objects. Let's give it a try. No sooner thought than done. Dekulin placed his hand on the basic manipulation magic manual before him. At the same time, he activated his understanding trait to learn faster. Immediately, a violent surge of energy flowed from his body and formed an extremely complex magic circle in the air. Then a storm of information began pouring directly into Dekulin's head, making sweat stream continuously down his face. The content and incantations of the mental chant flooded into his mind, but very quickly the process ended. To test what he just learned, Dekulin glanced at the pen beside him and tried to focus. Sure enough, shortly after, he was able to make the pen hover in midair. For this result, our protagonist was fairly satisfied. Now I've memorized the basic mental chant and no longer need the incantation to cast it. Seeing something I've only seen in the game realized like this. Even if it's just basic, if the result after first learning the skill is this good, once I learn the advanced remote manipulation skill, I'll reach nearly the level of power I want. But now what should I do next? Could I inscribe magic arrays all over my body? In this world, the larger a magic array is, the more powerful it is. Then, if I understand my body fully with the understanding trait, not just the brain but the heart too, I could enhance object control by engraving arrays across my whole body. Of course, there's a chance my body could be overloaded or suffer side effects. But this body has a trait called Iron Man, giving its owner top-tier physical ability and innate bodily potential, allowing me to withstand those side effects. This is something that can only happen to me in this world. My remaining mana is currently 800, which should be enough to try a bit. With that thought, Dekulin began experimenting directly on his body. The book in his hands burst into a fierce light, and then countless strange characters began flowing inside Dekulin's body. Instantly, Dekulin felt a terrifying pain wash over him. An incomparable agony, as if all the bones in his body were shattering, and every muscle was being torn apart. However, Dekulin did not flinch. He would not utter even a groan, for that was the refined composure a noble must maintain. Time passed quickly, the process finally completed, and Dekulin's remaining mana was down to a single point. His whole body trembled from the pain. I feel utterly exhausted. I failed because I ran out of mana. But I gained something. Now I have a magic array on my shoulder. At this rate, it'll take about 2 weeks to engrave them across my entire body. Time moved on. 1 month after Dekulin's lecture, today was the first day of class. Scene cuts to the Mage Tower, where the students had gathered and were closely watching the wooden board bearing Dekulin's notice above. I, Professor Deculing, want to test your abilities. Bring me any results from this area that you study. This place is brimming with elements suitable for your experiments. After reading it, the students were startled, turning to one another and whispering, "This is different from what the seniors told us. Are all his classes like this?" Think about it, he's just asking us to self-study using the guideboard. So we have to do something with the elements. Is that why we're here? Where's Professor Deculing? The group asked anxiously. Elsewhere, Eferen frowned in irritation, blaming Deculing inwardly. What an irresponsible man. Telling us to self-study on the first day, what kind of bastard is he? No sooner had she finished speaking than a blonde girl came up from behind and bumped into her. The girl hurried on without offering any apology. This annoyed Eferen and she was about to snap at her. However, when she saw the blonde girl's face, Eferen fell silent as she recognized who the girl was. It was Sylvia von Finale. Opposite her, Sylvia tilted her head slightly at Eferen, but then turned and walked away. Eferen's face went blank as she wondered. She doesn't recognize me. Time passed quickly. At that moment, Eferen was building a small castle like a child playing with sand using her magic. Still, Sylvia's earlier snub left her puzzled. What happened? If I'm not mistaken, that girl must be a member of the Alade family. 10 years ago, the Alade family, fearing my father's and my potential, surrounded our mansion with their soldiers and threatened my family. So why doesn't she remember me? As she considered this before she could find an answer, her little castle suddenly began to collapse from a strong gust. What's going on? It feels like mana is being sucked away somewhere. Eferen frowned and looked around. Sure enough, Sylvia was using her magic to construct a huge castle. Eferen's small castle was being drawn toward it by Sylvia's magic influence. This made Eferen furious and she demanded, "Hey, what are you doing? Do you realize you're taking all the things I gathered? Hey, are you listening to me?" Eferen shouted, but the other remained silent and said nothing. This made the gray-haired girl so angry she trembled. What the hell is wrong with this kid? Why won't she respond to anything I'm saying? However, Eferen was quick-witted. A normal person, even a stranger, would at least react, but Sylvia didn't respond to any words. Eferen quickly concluded that Sylvia was doing it on purpose. With that thought, she curled her lip and said, "Hey, why are you pretending not to know me, Miss Sylvia?" In front of her, Sylvia's shoulder twitched slightly at the remark. Of course, Eferen noticed it. Just from that, the gray-haired girl could confirm her suspicion that Sylvia definitely recognized her. She continued, "I thought so. There's no way you wouldn't recognize me. After threatening my family and forcing me to give up magic, are you afraid I've come to steal all your attention?" Across from her, Sylvia coldly denied it. "I don't know you." Hearing that, Eferen angrily shouted, "Now you dare look down on me." In response, Sylvia fixed Eferen with a sharp stare. "I don't know you, but I know your father. That arrogant noble, I heard he is dead." The words had barely fallen when Eferen's teeth clenched, her eyes filled with searing fury like a bomb about to explode. And as expected, the students around them began to sense a huge magical fluctuation and turned to look. Look, one male student called out. At that, everyone turned their gaze and discovered Eferen had gathered energy into her fist and lunged straight at Sylvia without a second thought. She shouted, "What did you just say?" "Say it again." In front of her, Sylvia quickly used her mana to form a barrier to protect herself. Eferen's attack struck that shield directly, producing a deafening explosion in the air. The group of onlooking students was pushed back by the pressure. Only when the blast subsided did panicked voices begin to ring out. "What just happened? Is anyone hurt?" Someone asked anxiously. By their gaze, Eferen was now grabbing Sylvia's hair and demanding, "I told you to say it again. How dare you insult my father?" Before the words finished, a student in the crowd sensed a strange magical vibration and shouted in alarm, "What's that? What is that light?" Hearing this, Eferen paused her actions. She looked back and discovered that somehow a spatial rift had appeared behind them, emitting red-black energy. This caused the entire group of freshmen to scream in fear. Even Eferen, who had been so aggressive moments before, broke into a cold sweat at the sight of the rift. "It's a rift. Yes, it's where my mana and Sylvia's mana collided earlier. It's sucking everything nearby in." On the other side, a student who quickly grasped the urgency shouted, "Hey, it's about to explode. Run now." Hearing that, Eferen felt her heart leap. "No, if it detonates, the metal shards will fly like stray bullets and everyone here will die," she thought. However, she had no way to stop the rift. Seconds later, the black hole detonated, releasing an extremely powerful shockwave. The ground around it was torn into pieces. Seeing this, Eferen gritted her teeth and used mana to form a protective barrier for everyone, but then she suddenly felt an unusual silence. "What's happening? Why is it so quiet?" But it stopped, didn't it? Eferen thought as she looked forward. What she saw was the cold, cool figure of Deculing standing there. All the rock fragments thrown outward by the explosion were suspended in midair, unable to move. This made Eferen start in shock and wonder, when did that person get here? And why did the shattered debris stop hanging in midair like that? Unaware of these thoughts among the students, Deculing began to guide all the fragments to converge. They swirled like a flowing stream, radiating brilliant colors that left the students awestruck. The moment they saw Dekulin use psychokinesis, everyone around exclaimed in admiration. Because they were all trainees studying magic, they couldn't help but appreciate the elegance of that spell. It was an enchanting magic whose beauty no one could deny. Returning to Dekulin, after he tossed the entire pile of debris aside like trash, our protagonist grew markedly cold and said to the assembled students, "Attention, today's lesson ends here. Everyone, except those responsible for this incident, leave at once." Seeing Dekulin's icy expression, Efren swallowed nervously. "That's it, I'm done for," she thought. Time passed quickly, scene cuts to the interrogation room. Because the chaos caused by Efren and Sylvia nearly got the whole class into serious trouble, the academy immediately launched an emergency investigation. And as the professor responsible for that lesson, Dekulin was present. Outside the entrance, a portly man saw Dekulin and greeted him with a smile. "Professor Dekulin, you arrived early. As expected, your seriousness sets an example for all mages." This man was Retlan, professor of spirit studies. The man following him was Rilin, professor of support studies. In response, a girl wearing a mage's hat tilted her head and spoke. "Welcome, Professor Retlan, Professor Rilin. Sorry for summoning you without notice. Thank you for coming promptly." This girl was Adeline Segelian, president of the Royal Academy's Mage Tower. Hearing this, the two professors nodded and quickly took their seats. Then a woman entered the room and in a sharp tone demanded, "So who was it who dared lay hands on the allied family's daughter?" To this, the portly old Professor Ritland chuckled. "From what I hear, it was just a lowly brat, not even enrolled in the academy. Truly someone of dubious origin, but I also heard that Professor Dekulin handled what could have been a major disturbance satisfactorily." "I've heard the same. Quite impressive," Professor Rilin chimed in. From Dekulin's perspective and with his abilities, a single glance was enough to read Ritland's true intentions. He was only flattering him outwardly. All the professors here were skilled at swaying outcomes, so the disciplinary meeting's result was essentially predetermined. On one side was Sylvia, daughter of the powerful Alade family, while on the other was a fallen noble, actually a commoner, Efren. It was obvious which side they would take, so I must change the outcome of this disciplinary hearing. Earlier, I could see a deep crimson aura swirling from Efren. Only I could see it because of my sharp sight trait. It indicated the arrival of the villain's fate. If I can't alter the results, my death will draw nearer. Back to the interrogation. After waiting until everyone arrived, a voice announced, "The disciplinary hearing between novice mages Efren and Sylvia will begin now." On this side, the portly Ritlan didn't wait and thundered, "How dare you two brawl within the academy? If not for Professor Dekulin, someone would have been hurt. Why did you two fight?" In response to his question, Efren could only bow her head bitterly and say, "I can't say." "What?" Ritlan furrowed his brow and asked in puzzlement. Meanwhile, Efren looked up toward the professors seated above and thought, "That bastard is watching from somewhere above, so I couldn't say anything. Sylvia had looked down on my father and driven me mad in a cunning way, but I couldn't possibly say that in front of that enemy." Thinking this, Efren's tears continued to fall. She felt as if the whole world were against her. Unaware of these thoughts in Efren's heart, Ritlan saw her crying and not only felt no pity, he shouted even louder, "What are you playing at? Insecurity or what? You should know your social standing compared to Sylvia. And yet you brazenly ignore that fact." Below, Efren only clenched her hands tighter and said nothing. Seeing this, Ritlan immediately turned to Sylvia and urged, "Well, Sylvia, speak up." In reply, Sylvia recounted everything. "In class, I accidentally ruined her work, which led to the dispute." After hearing this, the professors grew angry and muttered among themselves. "What? So Sylvia didn't do it on purpose, and Efren used that as an excuse to cause a scene? How dare some nameless lowborn brat? Can't she control her temper? Chairwoman, we should expel her. We cannot tolerate that attitude and violent behavior." Below, Efren's teeth began to grit at the continuous attacks from the professors. "It's so cold, I have to endure all these crude insults at a simple disciplinary hearing at the academy. All the criticism was aimed at me, and I couldn't give any explanation. No one would stand up to defend me anymore. Everything felt so bleak, Dekulin. It's all because of that name." The more she thought, the more hateful her gaze became. Meanwhile, seeing that everyone had reached a consensus, Chairwoman Adeline announced, "If that's the case, it seems everyone has decided." Professor Dekulin was on the scene, so let's hear his opinion before reaching a conclusion. Hearing this, Dekulin spoke up. "I, Dekulin, ask you in my capacity as a senior tower professor and a member of the disciplinary committee. Do you think you bear no fault in this incident?" Sylvia von Josephine allayed. At these words, both Efren and Sylvia were startled. Then Sylvia naively asked back, "Pardon?" Dekulin's voice rang out again. "Let me ask again. Do you truly believe you are blameless in this matter?" At this, Efren really could not understand what was happening. Not only she, even portly Ritlan was at a loss and stammered, "What are you talking about, Professor Dekulin?" Ignoring him, the protagonist kept her icy stare fixed on Sylvia and addressed everyone in the room. "You certainly could have prevented that incident, but you chose not to. Or is the ability everyone admires in you actually insufficient to do so? Dekilling's blunt words left Sylvia stunned. But then she reacted quickly. She immediately bowed her head and took responsibility. I'm sorry. To be honest, I didn't stop her because I wanted her to get into bigger trouble. Beside her, Efren widened her eyes and thought, what? Why didn't he ask me and instead asked Sylvia? No matter how you look at it, it's my fault. She then cast a suspicious glance upward. Meanwhile, portly Ritland thought the same and protested. But even so, Professor Dekilling, the fault doesn't lie with the defender. The attacker is to blame, isn't she? To this, Dekilling turned to him with a cold look. If you consider the context, the fault lies with me, the one who conducted the class. Professor Ritland, do you want me to take the blame? Of course not, I just thought that would be inappropriate, Ritland replied hesitantly. For Efren, Dekilling's words astonished her even more. He had even rebuked the professor who supported Sylvia. Why did he have to go that far? Could it be to protect me? Efren wondered silently. Then, to dispel the tense atmosphere, Chairwoman Adeline clapped her hands to draw everyone's attention. All right, they're children, they need friction to grow. These kids are only novice mages, so instead of arguing over who is at fault and belittling them, let's let this pass. This time, no one will be disciplined. You both may go home now. The chairwoman's declaration made Efren's hands clench and tremble. Instead of feeling relieved at not being expelled, she felt angry. What? I was completely prepared to be expelled. The Dekilling I know surely wouldn't do this. Then why is this happening? Efren wondered. Scene shifts to the professors. Since the inquiry was over, they drifted out of the room. Meanwhile, portly Professor Ritland took the chance to flatter the protagonist. Just as expected from Professor Dekilling, you have a remarkable way of analyzing things, all for the students. However, before he could finish speaking, Efren below, unable to contain her curiosity, stood up and said, Professor, I have a question. A storm of thoughts filled Efren's mind. If you remember the Luna name, and if you know my father, and if you know that he suffered his whole life before ending it. After saying this, she bowed her head anxiously and thought, but suppose Dekilling still remembers. What if he retracts his judgment to protect himself? Even so, if he doesn't remember my father, wouldn't that be even more heartbreaking? The more she thought, the more anxious Efren became, awaiting Dekilling's reply. But Dekilling did not disappoint her. He answered, You don't need to ask, don't waste your talent on things of the past. Having said that, our protagonist left immediately, leaving the gray-haired girl standing there in a daze. I knew it. Dekilling knows me and my father. If it weren't for that, he would have no reason to help me. Surely Dekilling feels some responsibility and decided to help. So, did he help me out of pity? Thank goodness. It turns out he hasn't forgotten. And if he still remembers me, I'm satisfied with that. At least for now, that's enough. As she thought this, 2 streams of tears rolled down her small face. Then Efren moved to wipe her tears away. Thanks to the change in the girl's mood, Dekilling also overcame the shifting death and received 2 shop coins. Time passed quickly, scene shifts to Sylvia. At this moment, a blond man arrived to pick her up in a convertible. His name was Gilthian von Ludwig Alade, Sylvia's father, a clairvoyant mage and the head of the Alade family. He had heard the whole story and turned to console his daughter. That's, well, you don't need to worry about that child anymore. Efren Luna does have talent, but she missed her chance. Behind him, Sylvia stood dazed, surveying the surroundings and thinking of a memory from the past. 10 years earlier, on the day of the aptitude test to enter the academy, it was the first time Efren and Sylvia met. After the test with the magic orb, the old mage was stunned by the light it emitted. Impossible, both of you have the talent to become archmages. Those around who heard the result whispered among themselves. What? 2 kids from our territory? What's going on? The reason everyone was so surprised was because of the archmage level. The pinnacle of the magical worlds, the immortal, eternal tier. An entity at that level that even the emperor cannot reach. Those who reach that level are called archmages and are etched into the continent's history. However, typically only 3 people can become archmages in an era. Regardless of whether they are mages or specialists in some field, that is an unchanging law among magicians. At that time, aside from Damakin, the first to reach the eternal level in this age, 2 slots remained. However, one of those slots was virtually reserved for Adeline, the tower's chairwoman and the strongest candidate for the archmage position. In other words, Sylvia, the heir of the Alade family, and Efren, the daughter of the Luna family, a branch house, had to compete for the remaining spot. I could tell that without anyone explaining it to me. That day, I learned the real reason the Alade family was oppressing the Luna family was because of me. It was to help me become an archmage instead of Efren. Becoming an archmage is my wish, and my destiny, Sylvia told herself. Yet when she thought of Efren's earlier words, "Are you afraid I'll surpass you?" Sylvia felt a sting of irritation but quickly steadied herself. No, I'm probably just overthinking. Ahead, Uncle Gilthian seemed to sense his daughter's worry and smiled. You don't need to worry about that child. You should be wary of Dekilling. He's not a simple man. He may be struggling now, but he was called a prodigy in his youth. He could rise to the top. No one knows. Sylvia was clear about her father's admonition. I know. Professor Dekulin saw through my trap. At the time, I had clearly caused Eferen's mana to vanish. I set a trap so that when it came into contact with Eferen's mana it would explode. The bigger the explosion, the more trouble she'd be in. But Dekulin immediately saw through my plan, even though I had checked for any signs of observational magic in the area. At that point, he forced me to compromise, instead of saying it was me. I know everything, do as I say, it was a threat, but I still had to accept it. I thought he was just someone slightly above average, but unexpectedly, he's so deep. What kind of person is he, after all? The more she thought, the more the young woman's face broke into a sweat. Her hands trembled with tension. Time passed quickly. A few days later, the scene shifted to Dekulin's mansion. At that moment, our protagonist wore an elegant outfit that emphasized his noble bearing. It seemed Dekulin was preparing to attend a party. Outside the room, a man's voice reminded him, "It's me, Roy. Are you ready?" Dekulin replied he would be out shortly. After that, the driver took Dekulin to the event in his costly car. Inside the car, the protagonist quietly thought about Eferen. I was right to support her. Because of that, I eliminated a volatile element and received shop money. I didn't expect the new mage who asked questions to be Eferen, but she has the highest hostility toward Dekulin. Of course, Sylvia may still resent me no matter what, but I had no other choice if I wanted to save myself. With that in mind, he paused briefly and turned the conversation to today's trip. Social events, I want to avoid them. However, I can't miss the chance to earn more shop money. With that thought, he glanced at the system screen beside him. Side quest, attend the New Year's Blossom event. Reward, shop money plus 0.5. Seeing this quest, Dekulin reminded himself, I need at least 5 shop coins to access the shop. Therefore, I must check whether any notable figures will attend this event. Not long after, the carriage stopped at a grand castle. After Dekulin stepped inside, the 2 servants at the door bowed to him. Welcome, Professor Dekulin, without paying much attention to that as soon as he entered the Great Hall. Dekulin didn't forget his purpose and cast a quick glance around to see if anyone could help him earn more shop coins. They all looked like high nobility. And I also saw many famous people I knew, especially Ihelm, the one I personally designed. Coming here was definitely the right choice, Dekulin murmured inwardly. At the same time, an elderly man at the back quickly noticed Dekulin's arrival and hurried over to greet him. Look who's here. Isn't that Professor Dekulin? My daughter studies in your class. Around them, the other guests heard this and all turned and rushed over like sharks sensing prey. Oh, Professor Dekulin, I've always wanted to meet you. Seeing the crowd swarming toward him, Dekulin really had to retract his earlier thought that coming here was the right choice. Then, before Dekulin could greet the nobles in front of him, a voice caught his attention. Ganesha, I read about your feats in the Continent magazine. Beside him, the elderly man was about to invite Dekulin to dinner, but Dekulin raised a hand to stop him and scanned the room as if searching for someone. I just heard someone say Ganesha. Meeting her, she'll be a major turning point in the plot. This will be the best thing I can do today. But where is she? I heard her name somewhere nearby. I need to seize this chance to meet her. Thinking this, Dekulin scanned all around. At the same time, on the second floor, a girl dressed like a captain was also watching him intently. She was Ganesha, the 5th strongest character at the start of the story. Back to the protagonist's viewpoint. Though it took a moment, he quickly spotted Ganesha's figure. She must be nearby. There she is. The woman with a red ponytail, wearing a faux adventurer's outfit. I need to hurry, Dekulin reminded himself and quickened his pace. However, it seemed fate wanted to block his path. At that moment, some random blonde guy came up and bothered him, preventing him from moving. Professor Dekulin, the one who approached, was the blonde Ihelm. His full name was Ihelm von Girion Rewind, a royal grade mage belonging to the crown. Ihelm slowly walked up to Dekulin and spoke casually as if they were very close friends. Ho ho, impressive. Senior Professor Dekulin still remembers me, what an honor. It's been a long time. How's your research going? It's a bit sudden, but I've heard some rumors. Dekulin frowned and demanded, what are you talking about? Ihelm replied with a pleased look, oh nothing. It's just that your research hasn't progressed in 3 years and some doubt your abilities. If you need help, I'm willing. Back in Dekulin's viewpoint. As the creator of these characters, he immediately guessed why this blonde came to see him. So he's here to provoke me. This guy was Dekulin's rival at school. They had been very close, but after losing the senior professor position to Dekulin, he began to show jealousy. Dekulin would have been somewhat bothered at first, but such provocation meant nothing to him. Actually, Ihelm wasn't entirely wrong. His rumor had some truth. With that thought, Dekulin glanced up to the second floor and realized Ganesha's figure had disappeared. She's gone, Ganesha has vanished. I lost track of her because I had to stand there and listen to this idiot talk. Unaware that Dekulin was furious behind him, Ihelm kept speaking like a machine. If you keep being so arrogant, no one will like you. Back to Dekulin, by now he could no longer hold back his anger. He slowly stepped closer to Ihelm and warned him coldly, hey, Ihelm. Enough babbling, get lost, you bastard. With that, Dekulin walked off, leaving a stunned Ihelm behind. Damn it, I need to find Ganesha quickly before she leaves the party and meets that person. If not, my plan will be ruined, Dekylin muttered inwardly. Time flew by. At this point, the protagonist still hadn't found the powerful woman. Instead, he had to spend time shaking off the crowd that wanted to talk to him. Phew, even after ditching Ihelm, there were still many idiots blocking the way. That's why I hate these parties, Dekylin sighed in annoyance. Then suddenly a familiar voice called from beside him, Professor Dekylin. Hearing the slightly familiar sound, Dekylin looked toward the caller. And to his surprise, the one calling him was Ganesha. In front of him, Ganesha looked at Dekylin with a teasing glint and said, "Did we run into each other by chance, or were you looking for me?" Dekylin didn't answer immediately, still surprised by Ganesha's attitude. He hadn't expected to run into her while fleeing those crazies. More importantly, were Ganesha and Dekylin acquaintances? Thinking that, he forced a smile and replied, "I just got lost." That answer made the red-haired woman laugh outright. "That's funny. I knew you were looking for me. You have something to tell me." "I'm sorry about that mission, but I already returned the mission fee. Can you let it go this time?" Upon hearing this, Dekylin immediately guessed. It seemed Dekylin and Ganesha knew each other through some mission. Unaware of these thoughts in the protagonist's mind, the adventurer continued. "I'm sorry I didn't bring the magically gifted child you mentioned." "No, it's not that I failed to bring them. I grew attached to them, so I couldn't give them to you." She said this with a complicated expression. Meanwhile, our protagonist still didn't understand the full context. "I don't know what she's talking about, but it seems Dekylin has done this many times, trying to make up for his shortcomings with talented children." Turning back to Ganesha, her tone shifted slightly as she asked, "Let me ask you something. How long do you intend to live like this?" Her voice was dripping with sarcasm, and the question made Dekylin thoughtful, bringing back many memories. "How long, huh?" Before I entered Dekylin's body, he listened to the temptations of useless people, destroyed the trust around him, and hurt many people for his own benefit. However, I'm different. With that thought, Dekylin rested his hands on the balcony, gazed into the distance, and said slowly, "From now on, I'll live differently." To Ganesha, her earlier words were meant to mock Dekylin, but she received a completely unexpected reply which made her look at the protagonist in astonishment. "I didn't expect that. I thought you would kill me because I opposed that secret mission and ran away. You worry too much." The male lead waved his hand while inwardly admiring Dekylin's stupidity a bit. He actually seriously tried to kill Ganesha, the current top combatant. He must have wanted to die. I knew nothing about Dekylin originally, but Ganesha is someone who could kill anyone with a single hair. Her attributes are an immortal body and masterful martial arts. She is a warrior who has reached the pinnacle of combat. Because I'm in his body now, Dekylin couldn't send an assassin to kill Ganesha. If he had, he'd probably be lying in a coffin right now. It's a bit different from what I expected, but I still achieved my goal at this networking party. There's no reason to stay any longer. With that thought, Dekylin no longer wanted to linger at social events like this, so he told Ganesha, "I'll be back, so don't worry about anything." On her side, seeing Dekylin leave like that, Ganesha asked curiously, "You're just leaving like that? Is that okay? No assassins or killings planned?" "I don't have time," Dekylin replied coldly. Those words left the red-haired woman momentarily stunned. Back with Dekylin, as he walked, he was thinking about a few things. With the Yuklan family's influence, as Ganesha mentioned, he could use the Adventurers Guild to pressure her. However, doing so would increase the variables around his death. Just as Dekylin considered this, almost as if to reward that decision, the system issued a reminder: villain fate, avoid cause of death, shop coin +1. The notification left Dekylin's face blank. What? Before it was overcome, and now it's avoid. I didn't realize it, but was that conversation also one of the causes of death? I can't be careless here. The more he thought about it, the more Dekylin felt fearful and wanted to leave the party immediately. Avoid a slip of the tongue that leads to a painful end. Cut to another corner of the party where a brown-haired girl complained to her friend, "Hey, how much longer are you going to sit here?" Her name was Rayleigh. She was related to Yuli, an adventurer. In front of her, Yuli sighed. "I didn't want to come here from the start." "Oh, come on, enough. Let's go," Rayleigh urged, yet Yuli remained stubbornly seated. Seeing that, her friend seemed to read something and suddenly asked, "How are things with that person, with Professor Dekylin? I'm a bit worried there are too many rumors." From Yuli's perspective, of course, there were no good memories with the protagonist. So she replied bluntly, "Of course, what's good about him?" Her frank words made Rayleigh a little uneasy. She looked around and warned, "Hey, if you say that out loud." At that moment, footsteps sounded not far away, catching Yuli's attention. She glanced upward and spotted Dekylin, calmly descending the stairs. Dekylin met her gaze. But then, not wanting to be involved with one of the causes of his death, Dekylin turned and left immediately. His reaction surprised the nearby guests, who started whispering, "What? Professor Dekylin is leaving? The guy who loves parties? Wow, he's leaving without even looking at his fiancée once. Maybe he doesn't like her very much. If so, does that mean the earlier rumors were true?" Because Dekylin left the party earlier than usual, rumors started that he had a falling out with Yuli. but there's no way Kim Woojin would have written that. In short, after Dekilin left the party, he completed his New Year flower task and received an additional 0.5 shop coin. Time passed quickly. It had been a week since I attended the New Year's flower party. During that time, besides daily memory training and introductory kinetic mantra practice, I felt my physical strength was lacking. So I began physical training. The main reason was that I nearly died after doing something reckless. Rewinding to a few days earlier, as usual, Dekilin engraved a standard spell onto his body. However, the strain it placed on his body was greater than he expected, almost sending our protagonist to an early grave. If he were an ordinary mage, he probably would have died. Could my endurance be thanks to the Iron Man attribute? After meeting Ganesha the other day, I craved greater power, so I engraved the kinetic mantra, fire control, alongside the object controlling kinetic mantra, ready to augment my metal control techniques. The purpose was to upgrade by implanting a magic core into the kinetic mantra. This method shortens the time needed to learn a spell, but in return, it's extremely dangerous. After realizing the tremendous pressure it put on my body, I decided to train my physique. As a result, I developed a morning routine, thinking that Dekilin finished his training. Whether it was due to the Iron Man trait or not, after only a short period of training, his muscles became sharply defined, like someone who'd trained for years. Phew, time to head to work. Dekilin exhaled softly. Time passed quickly. Cut to Dekilin's office, where his assistant Alan arrived and handed him a document pouch, explaining, "This is a notice just received from the Mage's Tower. The sender is the Tower's Professor Qualification Review Committee." Hearing this, Dekilin's expression changed, and he quickly inspected the letter. The letter read, "We hereby notify you of a hearing scheduled within the next 6 months regarding progress in your ongoing research, Professor Dekilin. Until then, please prepare all related documentation." For Dekilin, such an unexpected inquiry felt difficult to handle. If an audit hearing is held, it means Dekilin's research has been stalled for a long time, even before I entered this body. This is an unfavorable situation for me. In the game, Dekilin was always a bona fide professor. Perhaps the prerequisite of this quest is to retain the professor title. If I lose it, every hope of returning home will vanish. Therefore, I must find something, anything, in Dekilin's lab to save myself. Dekilin was standing at the lab door. However, upon opening the door and stepping inside, the sight before him left him speechless. It was a mess. Papers, books, and furniture were strewn everywhere, a chaotic jumble, and it looked like no one had set foot in here for a long time. If Dekilin truly had been tending this place, the lab would never be this disordered. Thinking that, Dekilin glanced toward a pile of muck not far away. He sensed something about it. That trash heap looked very unusual. Was it hiding something? I don't know whom to blame, but this was clearly an effective way to hinder Dekilin. Fortunately, I had learned the kinetic mantra in time. With that thought, Dekilin began using his telekinesis to retrieve a certain notebook from within the rubbish. Opening the book a crack, Dekilin saw it was a notebook recording research information. It seemed he had encrypted all his results to prevent theft. But it was futile. Thinking so, Dekilin used his understanding trait to scan through all the information. Immediately, a stream of brilliant golden light began to emanate from the notebook. Even Dekilin was awed by it. This radiant golden light, it was blinding. It seemed his research was truly extraordinary, thanks to the prosperity magnet and keen sight. I could perceive this magnificence. However, the research was still incomplete. It was torn and had many gaps. Even the logic in this part was completely flawed. Nevertheless, the work was grand enough to trigger a reaction from the prosperity magnet. Next, he found a pendant tucked inside the notebook. Inside was a photo of little Efren posing with a man, seemingly her father. This child is Efren Luna, right? So that's it. It seems that when he was a researcher for Dekilin, Efren's father desperately tried to hide this. The grudge the Luna clan's mages hold against Dekilin. Clearly, because of Dekilin, Efren endured a tragic life. But don't worry, I'll complete this research using the understanding trait. If I can finish the thesis that way, I'll list that person as a co-author. Of course, I also need my own achievements, so I can't put only your name. In a different development, cut to the cafe on the Academy campus, where Efren and a group of classmates were discussing things. Within the group, an orange-haired girl spoke loudly. "Understand, we commoners have to stick together. There are only 30 of us from commoner backgrounds in this class. If we don't cooperate, we'll suffer sooner or later." "You think so too, right, Efren?" she said, turning to look at Efren, startling her into thought. "I used to be nobility, sigh, whatever, never mind. Don't even talk about fulfilling noble duties. If I don't even have a house or land, what kind of noble am I?" Thinking that, Efren sighed heavily. Unaware of these thoughts in her mind, her orange-haired friend kept reminding her, "Got it, Efren. You absolutely have to be here. You're the representative of the commoners. That's right. You were also a victim of Sylvia." The group all spoke at once and looked at Efren with expectant eyes. This made Efren manage only an awkward chuckle inwardly. Haha, so they think I'm some sort of representative for the common folk. In another corner, a male student stammered, "Actually, if we want to form a club, we need a supervising professor, right? I don't think the professors will like us gathering like this. This reminder made the orange-haired girl rub her chin and admit, that's the biggest obstacle. Maybe we should ask Professor Rillin. She suggested that, but the male student across shook his head and explained, he's known for currying favor with nobles. That fat noble guy. What about Professor Carmel? She asked next, only to be refused immediately. Don't mention that name. The moment that Professor sees commoners, he turns his back and walks away. And of course, Professor de Kulin is out of the question, returning to Ephraim's perspective. Unlike the others who were busy thinking of plans to found the club, her mind was fixed on the pile of food, and she was drooling. They don't like eating that stuff. I hope they don't. She silently prayed inwardly. However, before her wish could come true, the orange-haired friend suddenly slammed the table and proposed, right? Ephraim, go ask Professor de Kulin. You'll ask for us, won't you? Her words made Ephraim's face turn completely pale. While the others seemed to think the suggestion wasn't a bad idea, the male student sitting next to Ephraim said, well, come to think of it, he's fairly impartial. He looks down on everyone, nobles and commoners alike. Across from her, the orange-haired friend continued excitedly, you avoided punishment because of him. Doesn't that mean you already caught his attention? Hearing that, Ephraim began to reply with an embarrassed face, no way, do you really think he's that nice? Saying this, her face kept breaking out in a cold sweat from anxiety. Why did the mood shift so strangely? I don't want anything to do with de Kulin. Thinking that, to avoid the task of asking de Kulin falling on her, Ephraim immediately broke into a run. I really can't do it. Don't say that. Think about it more. Thinking that, to avoid the task of asking de Kulin falling on her, Ephraim immediately broke into a run. I really can't do it. Don't say that. Think about it more. And so the two of them began chasing each other for a while. But just as the orange-haired girl caught Ephraim's arm, her face suddenly went blank. This made Ephraim unable to help but ask in surprise, what's wrong, Julia? Before Julia could answer, a familiar voice rang out behind them. Ephraim, step aside. The voice belonged to no one else but our main character, de Kulin. Seeing de Kulin appear, Ephraim's face stiffened, and she couldn't react. And when she turned around, she realized that at some point her close friend Julia had quietly slipped into the cafe and given her an encouraging look. Good luck, Ephraim. Julia, when did you sneak in? Coward, Ephraim screamed inwardly. On this side, our main character had no time to watch Ephraim and Julia exchange looks, so he left immediately. Seeing that, though somewhat afraid inside, Ephraim still tried to calm herself. She slowly pushed the form forward and said, Professor de Kulin, I want to start a club and I need your signature. I don't mean to bother you, I'm just worried because it seems you don't approve of clubs that include commoners. From de Kulin's perspective, Ephraim's words made him pause for a moment and consider the matter. I don't want to get involved with Ephraim, but she's right. The truth is other professors won't cooperate with me, so instead of wasting time with that deceitful lot, why not give it a try? With that thought, de Kulin reached out to take the form, and quickly signed it, adding, send the details to my office. Here, take it. De Kulin handed the form back to Ephraim. While Ephraim herself still couldn't believe her eyes, he actually signed it. He just agreed, de Kulin. Ephraim spoke as she watched de Kulin's retreating back with suspicion. Meanwhile, Julia hurried over and hugged her tightly to celebrate. Wow, you actually got his signature? I didn't expect that. Ignoring those comments, Ephraim's gaze remained fixed on de Kulin. She truly couldn't understand why he acted that way. Why, like at the disciplinary council, why is he being kind to me? Time passed quickly, cutting to de Kulin's lecture hall. At this point, his lecture had begun. Today's lesson is understanding pure elements. As you know, elements are the foundation of all magic. However, many mages still fail to grasp the difference between classificatory magic and pure elements. Blah blah. Below, Ephraim was still lost in the chaotic thoughts about why de Kulin had suddenly been nice to her. She began to speculate inwardly. Is it guilt or sympathy? He led my father to his death. Even if he's nice to me, it would just feel insincere. If he truly knew he was wrong, he should reveal his true nature and repent. The more she thought, the more Ephraim's hands clenched and trembled. Julia beside her noticed this, and worriedly asked, are you okay, Ephraim? Don't worry about those people, they do nothing but gossip. Julia said, looking irritated to one side, which made Ephraim a bit puzzled. What on earth is she talking about? Following both their gazes, not far away a few noble students were staring at them with looks full of displeasure. This made Ephraim force a smile. Haha, I've become an enemy of the nobles after that incident. Although, I'm a noble too. Thinking that as if used to others' contempt, Ephraim exhaled lightly and turned to say, it's fine, Julia. They always are like that. Focus on the lesson. Having said that, she listened attentively. She had heard rumors that de Kulin's classes were unusual. Unaware of these thoughts in her mind, our de Kulin continued his lecture. The magic circles you've used so far also carry meaning in each stroke. At that, de Kulin immediately used his magic, forming a magic circle above his palm. A small flame rose from it. Then de Kulin continued, this magic can change color by adding 2 strokes to the circle because those 2 strokes determine the flame's color. That's what we'll learn today, the flame line. As he spoke, he used his telekinesis to make the book hover in his hand. Next, two spheres of energy began to converge in Dekyling's left and right hands. One green and one blue. Ephraim's assumptions were wrong. In fact, Dekyling's class wasn't merely for show. As a professor, Kim Woojin recreated concepts beautifully, using magic to explain with deep understanding. This was shocking to the new students in the lecture hall. And the same went for Sylvia, who had lost interest in studying because of her talent. Ignoring the astonished gazes of the students below, Dekyling continued to explain each point carefully. As you know, this magic circle is for summoning water. However, if you combine this with pictorial magic, it becomes like this, saying that he demonstrated it for his students. At that moment, the magic circle had turned a deep purple, and the flame produced by this circle wound and flowed like a river through the air. This left the group of students in the class dumbfounded. It actually turned into a flow. The fire is flowing like water. Across from them, the most astonished person was none other than Sylvia. No way, I didn't expect his class to be this theoretical. Most so-called genius mages use intuition to wield magic, so their theory becomes a mold. If every mage prioritized theory, then all magic would fit the same mold. If you focus too much on theory, you won't have time to practice magic. Trying to understand every spell purely through theory is inefficient and makes training difficult. This is the paradox of magic. To become a high-level mage, you must have good intuition. But high-level mages cannot explain their intuition through theory. For someone whose genius is being doubted, dedicating a lesson to theory like this is impossible. The more Sylvia thought, the more curious she became. Time quickly passed, cutting to the dormitory of the Magic Tower. At this time, Ephraim had just finished Dekyling's class and returned to her room. As she walked, she sighed. Sigh, it's different from the rumors. I've never focused so much in a class like that before. After saying that, her gaze grew slightly annoyed as she looked at the door covered in countless insulting graffiti. However, Ephraim wasn't angry about it, she just found it bothersome. How long are these people going to keep playing this joke? It's been getting worse since I had that run-in with Sylvia. At that, Ephraim paused when she noticed a paper bag shoved into the door crack. Reading what was written on it, confusion appeared on Ephraim's face. A sponsorship certificate. Wow, I almost believed it was real. There's no way this is true. Who would sponsor me when the Alade family and Dekyling both hate me? Actually, it's good news. I can report this and claim the reward. Ephraim gave a wry smile and quickly went to the Magic Administration office to inquire. However, after receiving confirmation from the staff, Ephraim's face went blank. It's real. Ephraim recalled the moment the clerk announced, this isn't a prank, the seal is genuine. At that, she couldn't help shouting, what? Are you kidding me? Just thinking about suddenly having a sum of money come to her made her face blossom with joy. She even doubted whether it was a dream and pinched her cheek to check. This will wake me up, wake up. Then suddenly Ephraim's expression shifted to worry. Wait, has anyone seen me? What if people find out I have 100,000 elni? I should pack up in case something happens. I shouldn't go to the Magic Administration. That clerk had a strange look. Maybe she's coveting my money. Oh no. I should have been more careful, Ephraim shouted. And the moment she stood up, her small head smashed straight into the front of the desk, causing her to clutch her head, trembling in pain. Pausing for a moment, a wave of emotion began to spread through Ephraim's body. Tears welled at the corners of her eyes. I'm not awake yet. Someone noticed my talent. There are still kind people in this world. Keep going, just a little more, Ephraim told herself. In another development, Uriel had just been given some bad news by the butler, prompting her to ask, are you serious? The butler in front of her nodded in confirmation. Yes, he went to the Shatson Jewel auction. He should be there by now. This made Uriel wring her hands in frustration. He lost 10 million elni last year, and now what disaster is he planning this year? If he causes trouble again, I won't forgive him. She shouted, and the scene cut to Luton City, Shatson Jewel. At that moment, Dekyling's carriage had just arrived at the auction house. Of course, Dekyling wasn't the type to waste time on trivialities. He had a purpose for coming here. Finally, I can buy what I want. Using telekinetic force as my primary magic for the first time, I realized I need more metal to compensate for my limited talent. The items I always carry are made of steelwood, but that's only a temporary solution. What I truly need would be available at today's auction. With that thought, Dekyling opened the door and stepped into the waiting room. However, as soon as he entered, he immediately saw an unexpected figure, his fiancée. Yuli was also seated inside. Ah, damn, why is she here? I didn't expect to run into Yuli in a place like this, Dekyling muttered inwardly. At the same time, Yuli noticed his presence. She frowned and took a few steps toward Dekyling with an unhappy expression. Hope you're well. I heard you handed 2 young mages over to the disciplinary council this time. Hearing that, Dekyling calmly replied with a cold expression, that's old news. Is there a problem? Are you going to blame me? Yuli was silent for a few seconds, then continued, they are all newcomers. Do you want to crush their dreams? One day you'll feel remorse. Don't repeat the mistakes of the past. This is my final piece of advice to you. Across from her, Dekyling quietly felt pleased. Final piece of advice, those are Yuli's last words to me. Maybe she's trying to cut ties with me. Fine, I think that's for the best. No matter how beautiful she is, I don't want to marry. There's no need to be tied down in this world by something I've never experienced in real life. Besides, there are too many deadly variables around her, including herself. If I'm careless, I could die at my own wedding. But isn't Yuli the type to attend auctions, so what is she doing here? Dekilin wondered inwardly and asked bluntly, "You came all the way to the auction just to talk to me?" The suspicion in his voice made Yuli start. Then she puffed up like an angry cat and shouted, "Stop deluding yourself. I'm not here looking for you. I'm here for something I need. I told you I'm really here to bid." Seeing her flustered posture, Dekilin raised a hand to reassure her. "Okay, calm down. I understand you the first time you said it." Yuli pouted, still looking annoyed, then turned and left decisively. Meanwhile, Dekilin watched her retreating figure and gave a slight smile. She's really adorable. This is the first time I've seen her like that. Then Dekilin startled. Wait, what was that feeling just now? I was thinking about how dangerous it would be to be near her. Could it be that I'm being influenced by Dekilin's emotions? I've been very careful not to merge my personalities. Something's off. This heart suddenly beats faster when I see her, right? I'm probably overthinking it. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. At the same time, an announcement sounded. Attention all guests of Schatzenjewel, the auction is about to begin. Time passed quickly. Cut to the auction hall. On the stage was a large table with an item covered by a cloth. Then the host signaled the attendant to pull the cloth away, revealing a porcelain vase. Seeing this, the host enthusiastically announced, presenting the first item, the oriental vase. "Behold these graceful curves. This is the work of an Eastern artisan." From Dekilin's perspective, he began to see fierce golden auras radiating from the vase. The light was so brilliant it nearly blinded him. "This is the light I saw when I inspected Yuli's papers. That light is growing stronger." If that's the case above, the host started calling out bidders. Number 993, 700,000. Number 1038, 750,000. Number 1413, 1,500,000. Oh. Bidder 777, 2,500,000. Congratulations to bidder 777 for winning the item. Back into Dekilin's view, thanks to his wealthy magnate status, he could easily recognize the value of the auctioned items and spared no expense to buy them. This vase had never lost its radiance despite the high price, meaning its value could go even higher. I have enough in my account to invest the rest. Dekilin's current balance is 205,238,039 elni. Thus, Dekilin began to acquire a series of items into his inventory. Rulrin's ring was sold to bidder 777 for 3 million. Luxu's puller was sold for 2.1 million to bidder 777. The Ingu necklace was also sold for 4.3 million to bidder 777. This time, bidder 777 won an item for 5.5 million. Around them, other guests watched curiously at how lavishly bidder 777 was spending. Wow, bidder 777 is buying everything. Isn't that Professor Dekilin? Elsewhere, the night Yuli sighed at Dekilin's extravagant spending and scoffed inwardly. That pathetic name. He wants to attract attention even in a place like this. He's so unlike me. Unbelievable. How can someone spend a fortune on a fleeting whim? I don't understand why he doesn't know modesty, but whatever. I just need to win the winter flame. Yuli reminded herself and turned her full attention to the auction. Quickly, the auction neared its end. Now the final item of today's auction was announced. Many wanted it, but it was an almost impossible to find item. It was a stone used to forge countless great swords throughout history. A naturally magical material, the winter flame, snowstone. The host's voice rang out as the covering cloth was pulled aside. Before everyone's eyes lay a bluish mineral outcrop, glittering with light. The moment they saw this item, both of them, Dekilin and Yuli, widened their eyes. Because this was the main reason they had come today. It is one of the 10 rarest metals in the world, commonly used to forge swords and other weapons. True to its name, it is a rare, strange material containing both cold and fire energies. Only items of legendary grade like dragon bone surpass it for sword making. Therefore, snowstone is certainly the best material I can obtain. I must win it, this is what I need, the two of them thought silently. But it wasn't just Dekilin and Yuli. Naturally, many attendees at the auction were also targeting this ultra-rare item. The bids quickly skyrocketed. 10 million, 13 million, 20 million, 25 million, number 1089 bids 30 million, any more, if not, this item will go too. At that moment, Knight Yuli's face lit up with joy because bidder 1089 was her. Great, I'm about to get it, she thought. However, right then, Dekilin cut her off by placing a higher bid. Number 777 bids 31 million. Hearing that figure, her expression went blank. Then she turned angrily to look at Dekilin. Number 777, how many times have I heard that number today? I can't ignore him any longer. Why would you do that, Dekilin? Then the back and forth over money intensified, driving the price even higher. Elsewhere, the other bidders gave up contesting the snowstone. Meanwhile, a man who recognized Dekulin turned to him and said, "You want the snowstone to forge a sword? Surely it's to give to your fiancée, right? But if you wanted to give it as a gift, you could just let her buy it. You must really love your fiancée." That remark made Dekulin's gaze waver slightly. He looked toward Yuli up ahead. Only then did he realize, am I competing with my fiancée? Am I bidding against Yuli? She must be interested in the snowstone too. If I take it, she'll surely hate me, but I need it. It's the first time it's appeared in 3 years. Who knows when there will be a second chance? I might be in danger, but for my item, I must win the snowstone. Then, without surprise, it became clear who would claim the snowstone. Final bid, 42 million elni. The snowstone's owner is bidder 777. Hearing this, the surrounding guests applauded and admired Dekulin's extravagance. How interesting. Professor Dekulin bought it, didn't he? At this price, this is probably the most dramatic auction I've ever seen. Oh, Yuli is going to be so pleased. Professor Dekulin worked hard to get a gift for his beloved, and he has obtained what he wanted. Back in Yuli's perspective, an intense, inexpressible rage welled up inside her. Again, this is exactly like last year. I don't want this. In Yuli's mind appeared the image of Dekulin laying out countless gems and jewels on a table and proudly saying, "I can give you all this, and if you want, I can buy more. I'll do anything for you." For Yuli, that engagement day was the worst day of her life. "This will win your heart, look how grand I am." That was what Yuli saw Dekulin say, flaunting his wealth. She felt only humiliation. "Do you know what I truly wanted from you? So I left there and personally destroyed my engagement ceremony." However, that was not all. After that day, countless rumors appeared. She pretended to be strong but ended up in Dekulin's arms anyway. "I heard she only did it because she got the knight captain position. They say she begged him." At such slanderous talk, Yuli's hand clenched. Needless to say, she knew who had spread the rumor that ruined her reputation. "Does he think I will not take revenge? That man is someone I can never love, no matter how hard I try," Yuli thought as she clenched her hands until they trembled. Then, just as she stood up, preparing to leave the auction in her anger, "Is someone I can never love, no matter how hard I try," Yuli thought as she clenched her hands until they trembled. The protagonist's words made Yuli furious. Her expression darkened. She silently asked, "How long does Dekulin intend to insult me like this? Right now, please forgive me." After saying this, the protagonist turned and left immediately, leaving behind his fiancée standing there stunned. Yuli wasn't sure if she had misheard. What? Why is he apologizing? Because he bought the snowstone? Carrying that question in her heart, Yuli slowly exited the auction room. And just as she stepped outside, someone called out, "Hey, Yuli, get in the carriage." The voice belonged to a beautiful girl. She was the eldest daughter of the Freydin family and Yuli's older sister. Time quickly passed until evening. By then, Dekulin's fancy carriage had escorted him back to his mansion. Inside the carriage, Dekulin was still troubled, thinking about Yuli. It seems Yuli planned to craft a weapon with a snowstone, but I outbid her, so she seems angry. I'm a bit surprised the death variance hasn't arrived yet. After all, how terrible must I be for her to kill me herself? Dekulin quietly asked himself and hurried into the mansion. Seeing his return, the servants all bowed. However, their faces didn't look good. This caught Dekulin's attention and he asked, "Has something happened?" The butler, embarrassed, replied, "Miss Uriel has returned home." Without further words, Dekulin guessed he was about to get scolded by his sister. What will come must come. So he calmly went up to the second floor. There his sister Uriel was waiting. As Dekulin passed, as always, Uriel spoke up. "That's my money. You said you'd keep it for a while. And this is what you do." Hearing this, Dekulin understood why his personal account had so much money. At the same time, he felt a pang of guilt. "I didn't expect she had so much. Have I always been so thoughtless?" He then assured her, "Don't worry, I only bought things that yield profit." In response, Uriel's scream echoed through the mansion. "You treat me like a trash. You think I'm the one to clean up your mess." Dekulin felt a chill. He slowly turned and saw the hatred-filled, teary eyes Uriel fixed on him. Uriel continued listing the hardships she had endured caring for that bastard Dekulin. "Our family's finances are unstable. The workers and I have worked non-stop to hold this house together, yet you squandered that money. How despicable must you be to gamble away the family's funds like that?" Back in Dekulin's view, he began to see a black-red aura emanating from Uriel, sending shivers down his spine. This heralded the approach of his fate death. This made Dekulin's face uneasy. Damn it, has my antagonist fate been triggered? There's a golden gleam within her red aura. The prosperity magnet has also been activated. Its meaning is simple. If I don't survive this, I'll be ruined. But if I do survive, I'll have a pile of money. I know how to handle this now. So to spare his worthless life, Dekulin lowered his voice and tried to reason. "Don't worry, Uriel." Before he could finish, his sister screamed, "Shut up. Do I look worried? Have I worked hard for you just so you'd throw it out the window? You think I wanted that? You know I dropped out of university and can't find a husband because of you, don't you? You didn't have to do that," Dekulin said calmly. But that only made Uriel angrier. Her hands clenched as if she were about to teach her brother a lesson. "What the hell are you saying? You do nothing but burn money. After our parents died, you spent 150 million elni in one day, you. Not letting her finish, our protagonist cut her off with an enticing offer. I'll hand the headship of the family back to you. Those words made Uriel dumbstruck. Forgetting her anger as she blankly asked, what did you just say? In response, Dekulin reiterated, I'll give you the position of family head. Hearing that, Uriel's face flushed. She let out an adorably loud shout and cried, nonsense. Dekulin across from her glanced at her with an appraising look. That's not how a noble, especially a family head, should speak. Don't try to fool me, Uriel said, turning her face aside. Dekulin said he wasn't lying and could swear if Uriel didn't believe him. That immediately startled his sister, and she asked, what, swear? You mean a mage's oath? You'd die if you broke that oath. Are you serious? Yes, Dekulin replied calmly. From Uriel's perspective, she wondered if Dekulin had eaten some spoiled food to say such a thing. But it made no sense. Why would you suddenly say that? Did you hit your head? Dekulin nonchalantly, you don't have to believe me. Hearing this, though amazed, Uriel temporarily believed him. But she still warned Dekulin, if you go back on your word, I'll kill you on the spot. In reply, Dekulin asked, will you leave the house? Of course I will. Someone spent the entire family's money, so I have to do something about it. After saying that, Uriel cheerfully left. As for Dekulin, using his quick thinking, he survived that fate event and gained 2 shop cents. Once he saw Uriel had gone, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, the storm has passed. Thankfully, I'm unharmed. Giving her the position isn't so bad. If I change things one by one like this, I can avoid death. Just as he thought that, a familiar voice suddenly called at the window. Have you really changed? The sudden sound startled Dekulin. He glanced toward the source and saw the person who was speaking was the adventurer Ganesha. An uninvited guest, Dekulin said coldly. Ganesha swung into the room and explained, sorry, I was passing by and dropped in. I was quite surprised to see you like this. In response, Dekulin folded his arms and sighed, why surprised? She's the one who handles things better than I do. Replying to that, Ganesha began to share some troubling news, but Uriel von Granhen Euclin does not carry the Euclin bloodline. This made Dekulin, normally composed, flinch and turn. What is she talking about? I don't recall that in the game. From Dekulin's viewpoint, he began hastily reviewing all the information he knew about Uriel. Uriel was said to be a half-sister. I knew she wasn't Dekulin's biological sister. However, she has no blood ties at all to the Euclin family. I didn't know anything about that. Not sure what Dekulin was thinking, Ganesha asked on, is this really okay? You're the one who asked us to do this, Professor, to determine whether you and your sister are blood-related. We agreed to this, didn't we? Hearing that, Dekulin quickly understood, so that's the context. Thinking that, he shook his head slightly and replied, even so, Uriel is still Uriel. This answer made Ganesha so surprised she broke into a sweat. Wow, you astonish me today. I didn't expect you to say something like that. Not only her, Dekulin himself was surprised at his own words. I'm surprised too. I didn't expect such a scenario to exist. Back in Ganesha's view, she had only intended to drop by and say a few words, so she was preparing to leave. All right, I'll keep your sister's secret. Oh, and one more thing before I go. I heard the 6-headed serpent has started moving. In Dekulin's mind, information about the organization quickly flashed through. The 6-headed serpent. They are the leaders of a notorious criminal organization on this continent. They're so infamous that the bounty on them reaches millions. At the window, the adventurer continued. They're targeting items at the auction house. Even if the auction tries to transport them securely, you should be extra vigilant when an item is delivered to your home. It seems you've been neglecting defensive magic lately, Professor. That's why I could get in so easily. I'm off now. After saying that, Ganesha flashed and immediately vanished from Dekulin's sight. As for Dekulin, our protagonist was left with a headache. He put his hand to his forehead and thought, that's something I don't need to know, knowing it won't change anything. From the start, I wasn't Dekulin anyway. Whether Uriel is my biological sister or not, I'll treat her the same. Uriel will always be Dekulin's sister, so it's better to hide the truth. Scene change. Elsewhere, Ganesha was now recounting the changes in Dekulin's behavior to her teammates. I told you so. Professor Dekulin has changed a lot, like a different person in the same body. He's completely different now. That trash speaking such sweet words is really strange, Ganesha said with some amusement. However, a man opposite shook his head in mockery. Captain, you're just into handsome guys. Whatever he says, you like it. Hearing that, Ganesha immediately bristled and shouted, should I deal with you for being ugly? The teammate scoffed back, my grandma says I'm very handsome. It's just that another handsome guy was standing behind you then, you idiot. Ganesha yelled loudly. The two of them then lunged at each other, brawling, causing Rayleigh beside them to sigh and ask, you really think Dekulin has a good heart? Hearing that, Ganesha temporarily stopped bullying her teammate, straightened her crooked hat and said, anyway, we don't need to monitor Dekulin anymore. I wanted to ask if he's still seeking magic slaves, but probably not. Shall we head back now? Saying that, Ganesha's expression turned serious and she reminded them, hey, what everyone heard today is confidential. Keep this matter secret. After saying that, the 5 of them clasped hands simultaneously. Then, a sphere of light enveloped the group and shot up into the sky. Time passed. The next day, scene shifts to the Magic Academy. Inside his office, Dekulin finally had just enough money to access the shop system. However, he hesitated as he looked at the system screen. Level 1 System Shop. Improve Magic Quality Tier 1. Your character's magic quality will be enhanced. Magic output and effectiveness slightly increase. Price, 10 cents. Staring at the number, our protagonist could only sigh miserably. Finally, I can access the system shop, but I still don't have enough money to buy what I need. This system lets you spend shop cents to enhance your character. You can boost not only your player character but also other notable characters. However, opportunities to use the system shop are very limited. You only have 6 chances before the second half ends. The reason is you can use the shop only once per level, and each time you level up, the cost doubles. I can't recklessly waste this precious opportunity. I constantly train my memory, condition my body, and practice controlling a sword with my mind by integrating them into daily life. But I'm still lacking combat power compared to those notorious criminals. To progress, what I need is to raise my magic quality. I must quickly gather the 4 shop cents I need. Dekulin reminded himself before a knock at the door outside pulled him from his reverie. Dekulin nodded and said, "Come in." Outside, his assistant Alan poked his head in and greeted, "Hello, Professor. Look, I just received this." Alan then grew serious. "I think you should be careful. This was just published in today's Wizard Gazette." Across from him, Dekulin reached out and took the paper. On the front page, a long-haired criminal's photo appeared with a huge headline, "WANTED, LOCKHARK. Witnesses report the murderer of the wizard Lockhart is in the outskirts. Exercise caution when going out." For someone like Dekulin who'd played this storyline thousands of times, he was all too familiar with this character. The killer of Wizard Lockhart, he's the biggest threat to mage players in the early stages of the game, so he's appeared already. Of course, if I were an ordinary mage, he'd be a threat to me, but now I don't need to worry. Maybe this will net me a few shop cents. Hopefully I'll run into him. Thinking that, Dekulin reassured Alan, "Don't worry about the wizard killer. I'm heading to the library. You can head back." Having said that, as if recalling something, Dekulin halted in his tracks. He turned and asked Alan, "Hey, Alan, would you like to become the professor's assistant?" The sudden proposal from the protagonist made Alan's eyes widen like saucers. He shouted, "You want me to be the professor's assistant? But you've always said I'm useless. I'm asking because I see you're serious now." Dekulin shrugged in reply, but honestly, this idea didn't come from nowhere. He'd been reminded before to pick an assistant since every professor has one, only Dekulin hadn't chosen anyone yet. He'd been a senior professor for a few years now. Beside him, Alan stammered as if wanting to explain something. However, our protagonist didn't want to waste time on this and cut him off. "Enough, take this." Saying that, Dekulin produced a bracelet engraved with the Euclid family crest. "Keep working hard." Alan looked at the bracelet in front of him, surprised. By this point, our friend Alan no longer foolishly refused. He hurriedly took the bracelet and bowed in thanks. "Thank you very much, Professor." "A bracelet engraved with the Euclid crest," he said, staring at the bracelet with teary eyes. Seeing Alan so happy he could cry, Dekulin also reflected inwardly, "Alan is excellent at managing documents and running errands. He's very useful. I can't afford to lose him." All those fed up with Dekulin's cruelty couldn't stand it and left, but Alan still handled all these tasks alone. Who knows when he'll leave? Thinking that, Dekulin took out some money and gave it to Alan as a staff benefit, adding, "Take the rest of today off. Use this money to buy dinner." From Alan's perspective, suddenly being given money made him a little uneasy as he said, "Professor, this is too much," paying no attention to Alan's words. Dekulin quickened his pace toward the library, leaving behind his friend Alan, who still stood there dazedly watching his retreating back. Scene shift to the staff library. As he walked, Dekulin thought, "The reason I'm coming to the library is because of Luna's papers. The papers I found in the lab are a treatise on pure elements. However, it has many errors and gaps, so I need to revise it. If I can find any useful magic tomes on manipulation, all the better." With that thought in mind, Dekulin's steps quickened a bit. However, as he passed a bookshelf, his gaze was drawn to a small figure. "Why are you in the staff library?" "New student Sylvia." Opposite him, Sylvia froze when she caught Dekulin's gaze. "To explain this, we must go back about 10 minutes. Sylvia had approached the librarian to request use of this library. The librarian then contacted a certain professor. "Yes, Professor, Sylvia is looking for study materials, but this is a reading room exclusive to senior staff." Responding, the portly Professor Ritland smiled and agreed, "It's fine. No need to forbid the heir of House Alade and this new student. Let her use it freely for her studies." Seeing that, the librarian stopped objecting and nodded to Sylvia. "He says it's okay, Sylvia. Feel free to browse." So Sylvia began wandering through the library, searching for the books she needed. Sylvia's interest is literature and linguistics. She came to the exclusive library to find materials that meet her criteria. The novel she sought was ethanol, but with the disappearance of the fairies, its value rose and ethanol became rare. That is why Sylvia came to the exclusive reading room, a place she rarely visits. And of course, she didn't expect to run into Dekylin here. Dekylin, why is he here? I clearly heard he doesn't go near the library. Sylvia wondered in confusion but quickly explained, I'm here to find materials. Professor Ritlan allowed me. In front of her, Dekylin remained stern, so that means that Professor ignored academy rules and the librarian let you in. If that's the case, they deserve discipline. Dekylin's words left Sylvia flustered and at a loss for what to say. Then, before she could explain further, Dekylin used his telekinetic ability to snatch the book from Sylvia's hands. Let's check it out. This is the Ethanol novel. You broke rules just to find a romance written in Ethanol. Dekylin's voice was teasing, causing Sylvia's face to flush. She hurriedly said, how can you read Ethanol? Wait, that's not the point. I like literature and languages. Then somehow, Dekylin tossed the book back to Sylvia and admonished, I'll let this slide this time. However, if you come here again without proper permission, I'll discipline you. So if your purpose isn't to flaunt your family's influence, have someone else borrow the books for you. Having said that, Dekylin left at once, leaving Sylvia standing dazed. She hugged the book to her chest and thought, did he insult me? I just wanted to learn about fairies through the Ethanol novel. But how could Professor Dekylin possibly read Ethanol? The Ethanol language lacks consistency, making it difficult to read. The more she thought about it, the more puzzled this prodigy became. Scene shifts to some pine forest. An outdoor class is underway for the new students. They chase small beasts one moment, then gather herbs the next. To ensure safety, 3 professors, including Dekylin, are supervising. On one side, the portly Professor Ritlan wiped the sweat from his face with a handkerchief and said, this is their first field experience. They're surprisingly calm. I thought they'd be scared of Black Mountain. Training must stop at nightfall, but I'm proud of them. Dekylin also scanned the area and thought, Black Mountain? It's far from the academy. Black Mountain holds great significance and strict security for the Mage Tower. Its forest serves as a training ground for students and a rich source of magical materials. Therefore, the risk of monster and venomous creature attacks is high. The Mage Tower must strengthen protective barriers and ensure professors on duty patrol the area. Returning to Ritlan, as if remembering something, he scratched his head and asked the protagonist, oh right, Professor Dekylin. The professor assigned to this week's watch hasn't been decided. We need to appoint someone new. Who do you think is suitable? In response, Dekylin volunteered immediately. Let me do it. Hearing this, the fat Ritlan's eyes showed a flash of surprise. But he quickly agreed and didn't forget to praise Dekylin, just as I expected from a professor. The way you lead is a prime example of an academy instructor. Back to Dekylin, he kept a cold face at such flattery. And of course, he wasn't foolish enough to take on heavy work for noble reasons. As he thought this, Dekylin glanced at the mission screen sent to him. Side quest, Shadow of the Mage Tower reward, shop sense +1, additional title reward. Back with Dekylin, he began to feel something tugging at his mind. Something was drawing him over there. That must be why I received the side quest. Something is about to happen on that mountain that could turn this game into a horror at night. Dekylin frowned while the other 2 professors began assembling everyone and announced, everyone start packing up. Goodbye, Professor, a student called. All right, see you later. They nodded in reply. Time passed quickly. 9 hours later, at a cafe near the Mage Tower, the sorceress Epheren, having received her sponsorship funds, decided to treat her friends to parfaits. Seeing the glittering treats, the group exclaimed, wow, they look amazing, too pretty to eat, they must taste great too. Did you really buy these for us, Epheren? Epheren answered with a bright smile. Of course. Dig in, I've got 100,000 coins now. Epheren murmured to herself and the friends stopped being formal. While they ate, her friend Ritlan spoke up. I've submitted the plan to form a club. It should be approved soon. This is our first gathering. Hearing that, the blue-haired boy opposite grew a bit anxious about forming the club. I just hope others won't hesitate too much. Not many signed up, don't worry. As long as we run the club well, people will join, Julia replied confidently. By the way, I heard there's training at Black Mountain today. Epheren, still gazing at her parfait with shining eyes, replied, that's right. 50 volunteers signed up, though there were several accidents. No sooner had she spoken than a massive noise suddenly rang out, startling the group. Did you hear that? You heard it too. Where did it come from? We need to check. Saying that, the young friends hurriedly ran toward the sound's origin. From afar came a frantic voice, save me. Hearing this, Epheren immediately grew anxious and sped up. However, at the same time, Julia seemed to sense something amiss and quickly restrained her. Something's wrong, Epheren, stop, she cried, reaching forward as if to pull Epheren back. However, it was already too late. From Epheren's point of view, when she heard the call, she turned and asked, what did you just say, Julia? No sooner had she spoken than Epheren realized something strange. She was no longer standing on the street. She was in a very unfamiliar forest. Where is this? I was just on the street. Before she could wonder why she was there, the cry for help rang out again. Help me. The sound startled Epheren. Right, someone's calling for help. Where are you? I'm coming. I'm here, the voice replied. Seeing that, Epheren dashed toward the sound. In front of her stood a young woman with long hair obscuring her face. Are you okay? Efren asked anxiously. But at that moment, suddenly the stranger began to spew blood uncontrollably, her agonized cries echoing all around. Seeing this, Efren instantly became on guard. She quickly gathered mana into her fist, thinking, what the hell, is someone attacking? But before the girl could dwell on it, a cold figure appeared in her sight, Dekilin. Sharp shards of wooden steel hovered and whirled around him. Immediately, Efren guessed that Dekilin had attacked the woman and demanded, Professor, did you just attack that woman? How could you strike a civilian? Dekilin only stared at the stranger, then said coldly, open your eyes and look again. That's not human. What? Efren cried in astonishment. When she looked again, everything was as Dekilin said. The strange woman had vanished. In her place stood a humanoid monster. Its skin and eyes were blood-red, white smoke constantly seeped from its mouth, and it looked ferocious. Its appearance made Efren recoil in fear. She hesitated. What is that? Dekilin merely glanced back and said coldly, it seems you've been bewitched. This is caused by demons. Don't interfere and leave. Saying that, Dekilin immediately used his control magic, hurling Efren's small body out of the area. After seeing Efren disappear from view, he coldly turned to observe the demon before him and whispered, now, time to hunt. The red demon roared in fury at losing its prey. Without prompting, Dekilin and the demon lunged at each other at breakneck speed. Attacks were unleashed continuously, colliding brutally in the night. The red demon screamed in rage and charged like a bullet toward Dekilin. As it closed in, it swung an arm lined with razor claws. Dekilin quickly formed a barrier of wooden steel shards across his chest to block the strike, while he himself stepped back to maintain distance and analyze. Gazing at the core on the demon's forehead, Dekilin thought its attribute must be illusion. But due to my resolve and resistance to mental attack, it has no effect on me. My blood is boiling. The Euclin lineage makes me furious. Euclin attribute unique rank. Description: a lineage with superior power in slaying demons. When facing demons or in areas saturated with dark mana, you can purify surrounding mana with your own and use it to augment your strength. When this attribute is pushed to its limit, combat ability rises to a new level, but in return you grow more ferocious and gradually lose control of yourself. The heir of the Euclin lineage is famed for demon hunting since ancient times. Now that blood boils within Dekilin, he will never let the demon before him survive. Rage erupted. Dekilin clenched his fists, his gaze colder than ever. However, the red demon had no idea of the terror awaiting it. Like a frenzied beast, it charged to attack. Die! Dekilin snarled. The sharp wooden steel shards shot forward, slicing through the air. Time passed quickly. Now the demon's huge body lay collapsed in a pool of blood. There was no sign of life left in it. At the same time, Dekilin received a system notification. Side quest, Shadow of the Mage Tower, completed. Shop Sense +1, additional title reward, first demon slain, Euclin attribute unlocked. Dekilin narrowed his eyes, looked at the monster's corpse, and sneered, filthy creature. Even in death it only spews filth. He frowned slightly. There was a hint of concern in him. The appearance of this demon is not normal. This is a sign of the beginning of a game tougher than ever. Time flew on until morning. Cut to the academy infirmary. The genius Efren suddenly woke from her stupor. A nurse beside her spoke up, "You're awake, Luna." Hearing herself called, Efren looked around dazedly and asked, "What happened?" "I was in the forest," and before she could finish, the nurse, anticipating her question, answered, "Yes. It seems you don't remember everything from last night. A demon appeared on Black Mountain. You were struck by its dark magic and lost consciousness. Afterwards you were found and brought to the clinic. Black Mountain has been sealed off due to that demon's appearance, and the Mage Tower is conducting an investigation." Pausing briefly, the nurse continued, "Oh, and Professor Dekilin was the one who saved you." Hearing this, Efren's face soured, murmuring inwardly, "Damn, him again." Thinking that, as if remembering something, she hurriedly asked the nurse, "Wait, what day is it today?" The nurse hesitated briefly, then replied, "Let's see. It's been 36 hours since you were brought here, so today is Wednesday." Back to Efren's perspective. Hearing this, the girl widened her eyes and screamed in panic, "Wait, if today is Wednesday, then I'm late." Next, she bolted out of the infirmary in a flurry and ran to the lecture hall. When she arrived, she was panting like a beast. Huff, huff, I almost missed it. Inside the lecture hall, her friend Julia waved excitedly upon seeing Efren and called, "Efren, over here, are you okay? I went to the clinic to visit you, but you weren't awake then." Efren nodded in reply, "I'm fine now. Actually, I'm at my best since I overslept so much." After speaking, she glanced around and noticed some strange ingredients on the table. She frowned and asked, "But what are these? Is there some announcement about today's class I missed?" Julia looked and shook her head. "I don't know either. They were like this when I got here. There must be some special class today." Not leaving the group in suspense long, Dekilin entered the classroom soon after, accompanied by his assistant Alan. Dekilin's steady voice rang out, "Before we begin today's lesson, I have an announcement. This is Alan. He is my teaching assistant. The class gasped and looked at one another in disbelief. What? I thought Professor Destined preferred to teach alone. Yeah, I heard he's never had an assistant before. But to become a teaching assistant, one must be evaluated and nominated by a professor. There's no way Professor Destined would allow that to happen. Right. So why did Destined bring a mage I've never seen before? However, Destined had no intention of explaining. He announced bluntly, today's lesson will be based on practical experience. Try to solve this exercise within 3 hours. After he spoke, Alan quickly went to each desk and handed everyone a watch. This is your watch and this. Back in Efren's thoughts, Destined's sudden announcement that he had an assistant left her deeply unsettled, making it hard for her to focus on the test. My father's legacy, this bracelet I've always asked myself. When will I become stronger? When will I be able to prove myself? Unconsciously, she looked down at her wrist, a habit she'd kept for a long time. To Destined, who is my father? Why won't he give my father a chance? And why is he doing these good deeds now? Efren shook her head and thought, no, I can't lose focus. I have to finish this exercise. I need to come up with a spell fast. But her mind was still cluttered with too many thoughts. At that moment, the clear voice of the prodigy Sylvia suddenly rang out, drawing the class's attention. 25 minutes 50 seconds. I'm finished. Hearing that, everyone turned to Sylvia in astonishment. Flowers began to bloom before her, radiating a brilliant halo that looked magnificent. What? Not even 30 minutes. Of course, it's Sylvia. Turning to Destined, he stared intently at Sylvia, making the young girl feel a little pressured and break into a sweat. But then Destined simply nodded. Perfect, you may go. Hearing that, Sylvia's eyes lit up with joy. She unconsciously glanced at Efren beside her and noticed she was still struggling with the pile of ingredients. Sylvia exhaled in relief. Efren noticed this too. She gritted her teeth angrily, thinking, damn it, I have to finish this too. As time passed, the other students finished their tests one by one. Destined's voice continued to echo in the classroom. Julia, you may go. Lehin, you may go as well. Potten, you may leave. Kane, you may go. Ehan, you may go. One by one, the students left the class. Over here, Efren still hadn't completed her exercise. Maybe it was Destined's influence, but even after all the students had left and night had fallen, she still hadn't achieved anything. Efren's face went blank as she blamed herself. I'm done for. Please come up with something. She muttered, forcing herself to think. Can't I do better than that damn Sylvia? I'm even the only one who couldn't get anything done all class. Why? Am I really so foolish that I can't finish such a simple exercise? She clenched her fists in anger. Yes, I'm just ignorant. Revenge my ass. I don't even study properly. How can I compete with them? Thinking this, she ground her teeth in frustration, but sitting in the classroom wouldn't solve anything. Finally, Efren slowly stood up, intending to leave. However, at that moment, Destined's cold voice rang out. 5 hours and 47 minutes. How long do you intend to make me wait? Efren's eyes widened in surprise. Destined, he's still here. She was filled with astonishment. Destined looked at her, his tone icy. You failed on a simple exercise and couldn't finish it on time. Even when others finished before you. Even when someone you despise succeeds right in front of you. You must keep a cool, clear head at all times. With such a weak mentality, you'll never reach my level. I'm very disappointed, Efren. I thought you would do better than this. With that, Destined quickly left the room, leaving Efren standing there stunned. No one knew what she was thinking. Time passed. Efren slowly sat back at the desk, recalling Destined's words of disappointment before he left. Her hands curled into fists, trembling uncontrollably with agitation. She clenched her teeth, bit her lip, and ground out, so what? I can do it. Even if someone like him is disappointed in me, I can still do it, no matter the consequences. Efren shouted, then began to focus her magic, determined to finish the exercise at all costs. Back at Destined's position, in fact, he hadn't left. He stood just outside the door, quietly sensing the fluctuations of magic within the room and feeling somewhat reassured. This should be no problem. I've spent over 6 hours on Efren, but it's necessary. I need Efren to be stronger to prepare for events to come. Thanks to the demon's appearance on Black Mountain, Destined knew the main quest was about to begin. When an era of evil runs rampant, figures who follow the light will appear in the main quest. Among them will be a stronger Efren. Right now, she still lacked the mental strength and sensitivity of a mage, but once Efren overcomes this obstacle, she'll progress very quickly. Of course, that power would threaten me, but I won't let that happen. Fate is just a thought for those unwilling to strive. I only trust myself. With Destined's personality, he would hardly allow a newcomer to catch up. As he thought this, he sensed the magical fluctuations inside the room cease. Then the classroom door was flung open with force, and Efren stormed out scowling. She didn't even notice that Destined was standing there. After watching the girl leave, Destined calmly entered the class to check Efren's test results. To his satisfaction, the flowers had bloomed brilliantly. Seeing this, a smile unconsciously appeared on the protagonist's cold face. He whispered, 6 hours, 25 minutes. The exercise is complete. After speaking, he took out a sheet with Efren's picture on it and wrote something down. As he wrote, he murmured, she displayed the innate weakness of an academy student. However, this result is also worthy of competing for the top spot. At the same time, the system announced, "Congratulations, side quest your path completed. Shop cents +1." After finishing, Dekulin dragged his tired body out of the room. However, while he was still walking across the campus, a cheerful voice rang out ahead. "Oh, Professor Dekulin. Haha, long time no see." Hearing the call, Dekulin immediately looked toward the speaker. His face tensed and sweat began to run. "It's Zeit. What is he doing here?" A few facts about the big guy flickered through Dekulin's mind. Zeit von Bruggen Freyden, currently the head of the Freyden family, and also Yuli's older brother. He was also the one who pushed for the engagement between Dekulin and Yuli. But more importantly, his early game combat strength even surpassed Ganesha. In terms of power, he ranks third at this stage, a figure notorious for terrifying combat ability. But why would someone like him come looking for me? Could it be because of Yuli's Snowstone? At that thought, the biological alarm in Dekulin's head started blaring. He swallowed hard but didn't know what to do. Could this situation be a deadly variable? I have no strategy to deal with this monster. Ahead, unaware that the protagonist was internally panicking, Zeit smiled and called out loudly, "Great to run into you. I've heard you and Yuli haven't been getting along lately, so I've been concerned. So I've decided to arrange a dinner this week. Do you have time?" Hearing Zeit's cheerful tone, Dekulin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, he still seems friendly for now. He was about to say something, but before he could open his mouth, Zeit's large hand slapped his shoulder. "Haha, decisive, I like that. I've prepared the dishes you like, so just come. I arranged it, so I'll take care of everything properly. See you then, Professor Dekulin." Zeit's tone sounded more like a command, watching his huge back as he left. Dekulin felt a new worry. He didn't give me a chance to refuse. No, rather, he made it impossible to refuse. Zeit always put his family above all else. Who knows what would happen if I upset his plans? Seems I can't cancel this meeting. Time passed quickly to the next day. Scene shifts to the Freyden household. By then, Yuli had been informed about the meeting with Dekulin. Naturally, she wasn't willing to agree easily. "I don't want to see him. Besides, I'm busy training the cavalry, so I don't have time to meet." At his sister's objection, Zeit's face showed some annoyance. "You're upset because someone stole a snowstone from you, aren't you?" Hearing that, Yuli immediately retorted, "Pout, listen, not a chance." Zeit pressed on. Why would he want a metal useful only for forging weapons? If not for you then. Before the big brother could finish, Yuli shouted, "If he plans to give me a sword, I'll break off the engagement immediately." She said it with a face full of anger. However, Zeit opposite her was equally irate. Blue veins like worms bulged on his neck and face. He even began to emit a terrifying aura and growled, "Yuli, think about it. The other day I told you doing that was very foolish. I'm sure I warned you. In politics, there's no room for personal feelings. And as far as I know, there's probably no man who loves you. Or do you have someone you like?" Across from him, Yuli gritted her teeth and answered, "No." Seeing her slightly resigned expression, Zeit's demeanor softened a bit and he asked, "Are you paying that much attention to Dekulin's past?" Yuli answered immediately, "It has nothing to do with that." "Then why?" Zeit pressed. For that question, she stood silently and said nothing. Seeing this, the head of the Freyden family didn't press further. Instead, he turned to leave but reminded her, "Be sure to arrive on time. If there's a problem, deal with it." Behind him, Yuli stood silent. A mix of anger and helplessness began to swell within her, making her hand clench. Then, as if to vent that rage, she threw herself into frenzied sword training. The sound of blades tearing the air rang out continuously, and the ground around her bore the brunt of her strikes. At that moment, a man in black approached from behind and warned, "Your sword path is chaotic, my lady." The black-haired man was Veron, Yuli's subordinate. Seeing him appear, Yuli calmed a little and replied, "Veron, I'm sorry. I've shown you my dark side." Veron answered with a composed face, "It's nothing, my lady. I still can't believe that wretch suits you to the point the head forced this engagement on you." Turning to Yuli's perspective, not allowing his subordinate to speak further, she immediately cut him off. "Enough. A knight shouldn't slander others behind their backs. Don't dirty your hands for me, I'm fine," Yuli said with emotion, then quickly turned and left. "I'm going home, prepare yourself." "Yes, my lady," Veron replied from behind. Watching the small figure walk away step by step, the subordinate seemed to reach his decision. He thought, "My lady, at last I've found an answer to this suffering. I found a way to prove my loyalty. As her subordinate, this is something only I can do. I will make you happy, my lady." With that thought, he unconsciously tightened his hand on the sword at his hip. His voice carried a hint of murderous intent. In another development, because a demon had appeared on Black Mountain, Elder Birch's council was now holding a meeting. Inside the room, an elderly man spoke. "They say a demon has appeared on Black Mountain. At first, the mages had to use secret arts to contain its malice, but now that the demon has reappeared, we must act immediately. Send letters to the 12 great houses telling them to gather, at Birch's behest." Time quickly passed to the next day. At that time, Dekulin was reviewing the items he had won at auction. Finally, he finished sorting the auctioned goods. "I can use Ruparurin's ring. It will help me regenerate mana faster. This amulet can also store mana. I'll stash the rest in the cellar as Ganesha suggested. No need to worry about theft." However, there remained one problem. The most important item couldn't be used right now. Deculine's gaze fell on the precious snowstone he had painstakingly won at auction. It was currently locked away in a cabinet. I know I can't use this snowstone immediately, but it still won't budge. No matter how much mental energy I channel into it. Is it resisting my mana? In the game it's very valuable. I can only admire it and don't know how to use it. If I melt it down, could I then shape it with mental energy? Thinking this, Deculine suddenly conceived an idea. I can look up its properties in the library. A sword can be tamed through communication. So I must communicate with and understand this stone. With that resolved, he wasted no time and reached out to touch the stone before him. Immediately, the snowstone erupted with a fierce burst of light. Not long after, Deculine reluctantly withdrew his hand. A notification appeared on the screen. Insight plus 0.1%, mana 1357, 3357 plus 300. Looking at the amount of mana he'd spent to tame this stone, Deculine could only shake his head in dismay. Spent 2,000 mana just to increase 0.1%. It'll take me a year to tame it. Can I do any better? Well, I should go outside for a bit. Thinking that, Deculine glanced at the calendar beside him and whispered, "Tonight I have a dinner with Zeit. And there's some event too. Before I possessed this body, the plan was set 3 days before the day I died." Time quickly passed until late afternoon. Cut to the Von Meschel restaurant. This was where the bulky Zeit had arranged the meeting. Deculine was already there. As soon as he appeared, the Freyden head cheerfully said, "Thanks for coming. Yuli left earlier. She's waiting inside." With that, the two quickly stepped into the room, followed by murmurs of admiration from Zeit's guests. "You look stunning dressed like that, Yuli." By everyone's eyes, inside the room, Yuli wore an extremely alluring outfit, very different from the armor she usually wore. Her radiant appearance even caused the cold young Deculine to change expression slightly. He thought to himself, she usually wears armor, but dressed up like this she's unexpectedly beautiful. No wonder Deculine likes her. Beside him, Yuli complained in reply, "Of course, do you know how much effort I put in?" Ignoring that remark, after Zeit sat down, he turned to speak with another person at the party. "You came too?" The woman replied she had come to accompany and care for Yuli. Back to Deculine's perspective, the appearance of the unfamiliar woman at the party made him somewhat uneasy. "I didn't know she would come. I was too focused on Yuli. But I don't want to meet her here, Josephine. Even if she comes as my fiancé's sister, it can't be that simple. She is the person I must be most wary of. She is someone who would do anything to achieve her goals. She's like a lunatic." Josephine is the head of Black Shadow, a covert intelligence organization. She is also very powerful, comparable to Zeit. The only person she truly values is Yuli. So if anyone harms Yuli, she will be furious. I don't know why Josephine hasn't dealt with Deculine yet, but she certainly will. When I first stepped into this room, she emitted a great amount of killing intent toward me. Perhaps it's the fate of the villain. I can clearly sense her murderous intent. This variable will be very dangerous. In the end, I must show respect to Yuli to survive this death. Deculine silently reminded himself. Beside him, the bulky Zeit, unaware his future brother-in-law was sweating nervously, cheerfully said, "Let's get straight to it, Professor Deculine. When do you want to hold the celebration? It's been 3 years since you two got engaged, hasn't it?" Not giving Deculine a chance to answer, Yuli, sitting to one side, fumbled to speak. However, Zeit didn't let her voice her thoughts and raised a hand to stop her. "This is grown-up business." Hearing that, Yuli's gaze sank in sadness. Her lips pressed together tightly, speechless. Returning to Deculine before voicing his thoughts, he glanced over at the dangerous figure, Josephine, for a moment. In the protagonist's view, Josephine tilted her head slightly as if indifferent. Yet her gaze, casual as it seemed, appeared to stare directly at Deculine, making the hairs on his body stand on end. To keep his own skin safe, Deculine began preparing the script he'd rehearsed. "I'll let Yuli handle this. If she doesn't trust this marriage, I'm willing to give it up." Deculine's seemingly considerate words made Yuli so angry she ground her teeth. While the bulky householder Zeit gently chided, "Oh come on, marriage is a major matter. How can you take it so lightly? Haven't you two been apart too long? If so, just rekindle your feelings. Marriage isn't something you can just abandon. The elders of the family won't accept that either." Hearing this, Yuli could no longer hold back. She shouted, "Householder, please let us speak privately, please." Hearing Yuli's tone, Zeit immediately guessed his sister was unsettled. After about 2 seconds thought, he nodded in agreement. "All right, let's go, Josephine." So the two of them stood and left the room. Before exiting, Josephine even waved cheerfully, "Have a nice chat, Tilda." Once the door fully closed, Yuli's cold voice rang out. "What are you planning to do this time? What exactly do you want?" she demanded, glaring at Deculine with eyes full of hatred. At the same time outside, Josephine stood silently in the corridor, secretly eavesdropping on the young couple's conversation inside the room. Back to Deculine, he dared not risk answering the question. Immediately and instead cast a quick glance toward the door. Worry clear in his eyes, she's eavesdropping behind that door. Josephine is listening. She acted as if she had left, but it was surely only to hide her listening device. There's no way she actually left. However, this was also an opportunity. Josephine didn't know she had been discovered. Deculine truly loved Yuli. if he could make her believe that, he could avoid the deadly variable. With that in mind, he switched on his superb acting skills to fool his young wife. He put on an emotional face and said, "Yuli, I'll tell the truth. As you've seen, I can't cancel the engagement as I wish. No, rather, we can't do anything. Everything has gone too far." Hearing that, Yuli clenched her hands and demanded, "So this time, what dirty method will you use to torment me? Before we were engaged, you used your connections to force this marriage. You promised to compensate my family's elder, and do you remember what you said to persuade me? You said fighting is too dangerous. Because of that line, you forced me to give up pursuing the Empire's will, then suggested I take over the captaincy of Haid Kine, the unit managed by the Euclid family. And when I refused, you spread all kinds of rumors about me. What were you trying to do?" As she spoke, tears spilled from Yuli's eyes. She stared at Dekilin, waiting for an answer. But looking at her face now, Dekilin was also silent. He told himself, "I know all of this." He had mistaken obsessive insistence on keeping her close for love, and he sabotaged everything around Yuli so she would have no choice but to stay. Dekilin had done unforgivable things. Therefore, I understand Yuli's resentment better than anyone. Thinking this, Dekilin could say no more except to assert, "I won't do that anymore." "I don't believe you," Yuli shouted, yet the protagonist's next words truly surprised her. "I know I've forced you too much. I realize what I did was wrong, but I didn't do it alone. Her sister and brother went too far as well. If that weren't the case, they would have no reason to oppose canceling the engagement. Simply out of family honor. Besides, shouldn't you leave your family behind to pursue your dream of becoming a guardian? A guardian is a knight unaffiliated with any clan, who protects only the emperor. Yuli, I'm neither honest nor loyal. I'm completely the opposite of your ideal. I'm not right for you. The only thing I can do for you is to maintain our engagement, but not marry you. I truly want you to be free, but given this tangled web of interests, I can't make it happen. You can use my name to protect yourself for as long as you need until you can pursue your dream. I'll wait, and I'll keep our engagement." Across from him, Yuli's anger had vanished. Instead, she looked skeptical and asked, "What are you planning? Why are you suddenly saying all this?" In reply, Dekilin kept his tone steady. "I'm not expecting anything by saying all this. However, if I could wish for one thing, I wish to see your smile once a month." "That's what I want," the protagonist said with a sorrowful expression. Upon hearing this, Yuli's face flushed like a ripe fruit. Her voice stammered, "What? Why would you suddenly want something like that?" Not only her, but even Josephine, eavesdropping outside, was startled and blushed, leaving Zeit beside her somewhat perplexed. Back to Dekilin, he had been lost in thought earlier. To avoid the deadly variable, he had said what she wanted to hear. However, seeing how flustered Yuli became after his words, she looked truly adorable. "I must admit, even the love Dekilin felt for Yuli is now mine." Opposite him, Yuli's face grew even redder. She said in an embarrassed voice, "Are you trying to deceive me with such shameful words?" "Anyway, I don't believe you. I'll never trust your plan." Seeing her reaction, Dekilin couldn't help but laugh out loud, but this only made Yuli more embarrassed. "Why are you laughing? I told you I wouldn't believe it." Outside, witnessing Dekilin's acting, even Josephine was utterly convinced and felt reassured. Although a bit embarrassed, were his feelings genuine? If so, should I watch a little longer? In short, Dekilin avoided another deadly variable and gained 2 more shop coins. Time passed quickly. 3 days later, he was in his fancy car, traveling somewhere. Inside the car, Dekilin scanned the surroundings and thought, 3 days went by so fast. Memorial Day has arrived. This time, the protagonist's destination was a cemetery. After telling the driver to wait outside, Dekilin went into the graveyard alone. Walking, Dekilin's mood was full of emotion. Only footsteps in a graveyard can stir a person's feelings simply because of the atmosphere. Sunlight filtered through the grass and the cracks on the tombstones. My heart melted into this place before my body had the chance to do so. This is the place that holds my memories, not Dekilin's but Kim Woojin's. As he thought that, Dekilin looked toward a particular tombstone. The image of his ex-girlfriend, Yu Ah-ra, began to surface in his mind. Her beautiful smile remained deeply imprinted in Dekilin's memory. To clarify this matter, let's go back to some time in the past. This happened late one night. While Dekilin was taking a short break, his girlfriend suddenly suggested, "I'm going to hide an Easter egg inside." I'm thinking it would be great if we added a little something to Dekilin's backstory. He's the game's big boss, so I think that's enough. I already got permission from the author, she shared excitedly. However, faced with this, Dekilin was slightly bored. He tossed his empty coffee cup into the trash and shook his head in complaint. "That just increases our workload. We've been working through the night. It doesn't directly affect revenue, so don't try to add more work for us, team leader." Hearing that, Aura crossed her arms and advised, "Why not? This is important too. We have to put our hearts into the game." In response came the protagonist's sigh, "You're babbling again. Fine, do whatever you want. You're bringing this up not to ask my opinion anyway." From Aura's perspective, she glanced at her boyfriend and said with delight, "I think that's a pretty good idea. It won't be pointless. Dekilin also has a deceased fiancé." At that time, Aura always chatted cheerfully about the interesting ideas she came up with. I couldn't understand what she found funny about those stories. I didn't know what her joke meant. After she put an Easter egg in, what made her laugh so merrily? To recall Kim Woojin's memories, I must find those clues. Did I call that idea great, or did I cruelly reject her suggestion? As he thought, Dekulin stared intently at the tombstone ahead. Inscribed on it was, "You are Ra von Vergesmahenisht, always grateful to you." Looking at that inscription, Dekulin seemed numb. He stood there, dazed, thinking, why did she carve my name on this tombstone? Dekulin was created based on Kim Woojin. Why did Ah-Ra use her own name to name Dekulin's deceased fiancé? And why is she thanking me? Thinking that, Dekulin gently touched the cold tombstone. A wave of emotion began to flood Dekulin's body, making him unable to hold back his tears. A single word could fill his whole being with feeling. It was as if he could hear Ah-Ra's whisper. Memories of earlier days kept returning. The way she gushed praise for his drawings. The way she wrapped a coat around him whenever he shivered from the cold. The way she took his hand and told him she loved him. The way she always lifted him up when he was tired. 7 years together, always by my side. The memories of her. The more he thought, the more Dekulin's tears flowed. However, there was one thing he did not know, not far away. A strange man was watching him, gnashing his teeth. He whispered, "I've found you, filthy mage." Time quickly passed. By then, Dekulin's tear-streaked face had disappeared, replaced by his usual cold expression. After finishing, Dekulin wanted to leave the cemetery. As he walked, he thought, now I'm calm like this, as if I hadn't just been crying. Dekulin's personality is really strange at times. With that thought, the strange man ahead also stepped forward to block Dekulin. Looking at his figure, the protagonist murmured, "A familiar face, Lockhart, is it?" At that moment, through Dekulin's eyes, the strange long-haired man held a sharp dagger. His entire being radiated a terrifying killing intent that would make an ordinary person shudder in fear. He was the mage killer Lockhart, the man who had been wanted and publicized earlier. Seeing Dekulin recognize him, Lockhart flew into a rage, looking like a rabid dog ready to bite. "You know of me? Unbelievable. How dare an insolent, petty mage like you say that?" Without replying to the provocation, Dekulin quickly ran through what he knew about Lockhart. The mage killer Lockhart, he was a villainous lieutenant who targeted only mages. The reason he became a natural enemy of mages was his ability to nullify magic. Like in other games, nullification is often seen as cheating. More than that, Lockhart's ability had no limits and wasn't affected by physical force. Thinking this, as Lockhart lunged toward Dekulin intending to take some blood, he quickly used his telekinesis to hurl fragments of stone forward like bullets. However, when the stones were only a few centimeters from Lockhart, they suddenly halted, as if blocked by an invisible barrier. This made Dekulin frown slightly. Although he had known it before, it still unnerved him. Magic couldn't be used within his range. He muttered as Lockhart laughed aloud. "Haha, stupid mage, magic doesn't work on me." Having said that, he swung the dagger in his hand, slashing directly at Dekulin. Dekulin nimbly jumped back to evade. Next, Lockhart kept charging. His arms swung like a machine, attacking frenziedly. But with his observational skill, Dekulin easily read the direction of the strikes and smoothly dodged without difficulty. Most mages would tremble before Lockhart because of his special ability. However, Dekulin was different. At that moment, Lockhart leapt into the air, aimed the dagger straight at Dekulin, and shouted, "Die." In response to his shout, Dekulin threw a powerful punch straight into his face. The force of the blow immediately sent Lockhart's nose gushing blood. After all, Dekulin's daily physical training wasn't for nothing. Lockhart's body was flung away like a torn sap. Seeing his pathetic state, Dekulin said coldly, "It means nothing to me." Lockhart roared in fury. "That bastard," but before he could say more, he took a full-on kick to the face from Dekulin. "A few days earlier, I managed to get 10 shop coins and bought mana quality enhancement. This helps increase my mana control effectiveness." After the mana quality was enhanced, Dekulin tried using telekinesis to control a chair. Immediately, the chair shot up into the roof and got stuck there. Let's see, it looks like I need to recalibrate this completely. I only wanted to lift it a little, but now I realize I can release much more mana than before. It seems this ability applies over a wider range than I thought. Now just carry on with daily life as usual then. Saying that, Dekulin quickly took off his shirt and tossed it aside. Then began his usual pull-up exercises. However, as soon as he gripped the bar, Dekulin noticed something strange. He hurriedly pulled his hand away and saw deep, clear indentations where he'd gripped. This surprised Dekulin. "What is this? I thought it was just a slight enhancement, but in fact, it has significantly increased my physical strength quality." Back in the present, Lockhart was now kicked flat on the ground like a dead dog by Dekulin. At the same time, the system notified, "Villain's fate overcame uncertain death. Shop coins +2, paying little mind to the notification." Dekulin simply stared at Lockhart, who was being beaten like a dog, and thought, I know that monoquality enhancement also applies as a stat. I could beat Lockhart with the Iron Man attribute, but since that trait has become stronger, things are easier than I expected. Ahead, Lockhart's body began trembling uncontrollably as he tried to stand. He kept cursing, damn it, I could have wiped out those damned mages, traitorous mages, the ones who oppose God, Vissam, the Brecks, the brazen, arrogant lot, you're all lunatics, you're just a worthless bug without magic. Deculing, with his noble dignity, did not get angry at Lockhart's meaningless curses. He began to think about this man's ability, a power so strong it could be considered cheating. A rage directed at mages, and within that expression was heresy. Deculing suddenly associated something and asked aloud, Lockhart, are you of the Red Blood clan? This unexpected question left Lockhart stunned. He stared at Deculing, then hesitated and asked, you, how did you know? The Red Blood clan is named so because they are born amidst a curtain of blood. Their bloodline is inherited from demons of ancient times. They hide their identities and live scattered across the continent, a race opposed to mages. Just as magic was created to fight demons, the conflict between mages and the Red Blood clan is a core element in building the worldview. It is also one of the main storylines of the game. However, the Red Blood clan continuously faces threats to their lives, simply because of their ancestors. A purge is very likely happening somewhere right now. Thinking that, Deculing's face showed some sympathy. He said, Lockhart, I understand you very well. The oppression you've suffered all this time has truly been harsh. But if you kill an innocent mage, you'll become a monster just like them. In response, Lockhart's face twisted into extreme fury. He roared as if unable to accept that such words could come from a mage. Shut you p, what do you know? Stop babbling and just kill me. But Deculing calmly explained, I know that because the Red Blood clan is innocent too. Those words momentarily stunned Lockhart, but quickly he retorted, what, you little mage, what did you just say? In front, Deculing remained composed and replied, I am Deculing of the Eucline house. That is a lineage of noble aristocrats who have never lost their dignity. Hearing Deculing introduce himself, Lockhart truly could not understand. He shouted, are you going to preach before you kill me? But Deculing continued, the only time I lost my dignity was when facing a demon. The Eucline line hunted demons since ancient times. We would go mad as if waiting for the sight of a demon. It's an instinct I cannot overcome. But did I lose dignity and composure when standing before you? Did I waver when you provoked me? Did I go mad as if I'd been waiting for it for a long time? You are human, you can trust me. In front, Lockhart's face indeed went blank. An unusual thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Perhaps this is the dignity of a true noble. At the same time, a shout came from afar, over here, hurry up. Hearing the call, Deculing quickly delivered a kick to Lockhart's jaw, making him spit blood and collapse unconscious on the spot. So, just stay there and surrender, he said softly, though Lockhart could no longer hear him. Immediately after, one of the two runners came up, saluted Deculing and introduced himself. I'm Inspector Robar. That was quite a kick of yours, indeed, Professor Deculing. As for this killer, should I give him a few more kicks? He said this while glowering at Lockhart with anger. Fortunately, Deculing stepped in to stop him. It's fine, leave him be. Saying that, he began to use his telekinesis. A pile of sand not far away slowly began to shift, gradually forming into a sturdy rope. Seeing this, Inspector Robar was stunned. I never expected magic to be this wondrous. Deculing handed him the rope he'd made and instructed, this one can nullify magic so spells won't work on him. Instead, tie him up with this rope. Magic like that? No wonder he's so good at escaping. That's why the magic radar didn't work, Robar said in amazement. Then Deculing asked, why did you arrive early? Weren't you on patrol? Inspector Robar shook his head slightly and explained, we came after receiving a report. Didn't you report it, Professor? Not me. Someone must have heard the commotion and called it in. Well, I'll be going ahead so you handle the work. Understood, Robar replied hurriedly. Back to Deculing, the encounter with Lockhart was a minor matter for him. Luckily, he could resolve it without bloodshed. There's still traces of that person here. I don't want to hurt anyone, Deculing thought to himself. Time passed quickly, scene change. The next day at the Eucline Manor, Deculing's training room. At that time, his sister Uriel was also there to deliver a summons from the Berkt Council. She said, this is the first meeting in Berkt in 15 years. Hearing this, Deculing paused his training. He took the letter and idly asked, you came here in person just to hand me this scroll? Uriel replied with an annoyed face, because you didn't care, I had to come personally. Isn't the head of the house supposed to take care of the family? And when are you going to put some clothes on? Deculing quickly unrolled the scroll and grasped the letter's contents. It read, recently, a demon appearance occurred at Black Mountain. Therefore, the Berkt Council wishes to gather the noble houses to discuss the matter. At the same time, the system issued him a main quest, Berkt's summons. After reading it, Deculing told Uriel, it will take place in a week. I can have someone accompany me like a bodyguard. Hearing that, Uriel was slightly surprised, then probed, you need a bodyguard? Then I'll ask Jeff. He used to be in a mercenary unit. Deculing shook his head, no need for that. Someone like Jeff is even less necessary. He's more used to steering a wheel than wielding a weapon. Opposite her, Uriel snorted softly. But then her expression grew worried as she warned, but you can't go without a bodyguard. I've been before, the journey to Berkt can be life-threatening. I've been before, the journey to Berkt can be life-threatening. Her words made Dekylin a bit thoughtful. He asked, "Are you worried about me? Dream on, don't speak such disgusting things. I just can't let you die before I officially take the headship from you," Uriel shouted. Before she awkwardly cleared her throat and added, "Leave the bodyguard matter to me. I'll hire someone trustworthy." Zing change. Freydin military camp. At that moment, Yuli was training a group of soldiers. Good, that's the attitude, keep focusing. Not far away, the deputy commander looked ahead with a face full of worry. "What should I do?" In response, someone behind spoke up. "What do you mean?" The sudden voice startled the deputy commander, who shouted, "At least make some noise when you walk, Veron. We just landed a big contract, but there's something that's worrying me. I don't know if we should accept it." Veron raised an eyebrow. "Don't speculate. Tell me your concern, Deputy Commander." Hearing this, the man could only ruefully voice his worry. This is already hard to tell her about. The mission is to protect Dekylin, more precisely to protect the whole convoy. But plainly, they know that if they asked us to guard the entire convoy, we would refuse. That's why they downplayed it. The Deputy Commander said calmly. What he didn't know was that the moment Veron heard the name Dekylin, his hands trembled with excitement. However, Veron quickly hid his earlier demeanor and counseled, "Take that mission. Guarding an entire convoy isn't something anyone can do. If we succeed, our army's reputation will rise immediately. We'll also be less worried about money. After all, we're a private army." The deputy commander still hesitated, but the commander with Dekylin, however, Veron cut him off coldly. "It's fine. Our commander is not the sort to let personal feelings interfere with a mission." Hearing that, the deputy commander nodded in agreement. "That's true. I'll report back to the commander." Having said that, the man quickly departed. Behind them, Veron simply stood there with a cold expression. Berkt is the name of a highland mountain range in the northern part of the continent, standing at an altitude of 3,500 meters. It is also the home of the mages known as the Elders of Berkt. This place is the center of all magical schools across the continent, where every thought and study of magic converges. Magic towers are expected, but even the floating isles of mages cannot disobey orders from here. Berkt's influence is so great that it can be regarded as the pillar of the magical world. And because convocations are rare, occurring only once every few decades, being summoned to Berkt for such an event is both an honor and a recognition of one's status within the magical community. However, a summons from Berkt is also known as the Tomb of Mages. Scene change, Berkt Station. Currently, Yuli's group is at the station. She instructs her vice captain, "Have you prepared thoroughly?" "Of course, don't worry." The vice captain replies, then adds, "He's coming." Hearing that, the night Yuli turns her head back and sees Dekylin approaching with his assistant Alan. On the other side, Alan looks around with delight and exclaims in surprise, "Wow, it's April and yet the snow is so heavy, Professor. We really are in the far north." Turning to Yuli, upon seeing them, she steps forward to greet, "Thank you for coming all this way. From this transfer station, the Freydin Association will be responsible for protecting half the train. We will do everything we can to protect you and ensure you have a comfortable journey." She says this with a flushed face. It seems the meeting party last night still lingers with her. Recalling Dekylin's words from before, "I hope you will show me your smile once a month." Yuli's whole body begins to tremble again. She keeps asking herself, what should I do now? Should I smile? If I smile, how should I smile? A beaming smile or just a faint one? Why do I have to endure this? Behind her, the vice captain, seeing Yuli's trembling, silently weeps inside. Even though she despises him to the core, she still gives her all for him. She truly deserves respect, Captain. Thinking that, he speaks up, "Captain, I'll handle it," but before he can finish, the subordinate Veron steps forward and introduces himself. "My name is Veron. This time I was assigned as the guard. They only came here to show their respects after entrusting me with this duty." In response, the vice captain smiles, pats Veron on the back a few times and introduces, "This kid is indeed a talented one recognized by our association. So you don't need to worry, Professor." Protagonist's perspective, Dekylin seeing the vice captain praise Veron in front of him. Dekylin quietly frowns and observes, "A talented person, huh? To be sure, I should check with keen sight. But I can't sense any special energy from him. Am I overthinking this?" Across from him, Veron has no idea Dekylin is secretly scrutinizing him. He calmly says, "Most mages travel with guards, so each train car is assigned one. I'll be responsible for the car you're in, Professor." Dekylin nods, "Then I'll be relying on you." On this side, after finishing the greetings, Yuli prepares to leave. "All right, I'm done. Have a safe trip." After saying that, she quickly departs with the vice captain. However, as if remembering something, she suddenly turns back. She forces a strained smile, her face flushed. Across from them, Dekylin chuckled. "So she kept her word," he murmured. Time passed quickly. A few hours later, inside the train car, Dekylin noticed his assistant Alan looking tired and advised, "If you're tired, just sleep. We still have a few hours to go." In response, Alan's eyes were already half closed, so he didn't refuse. "Yes, I'll doze off a bit." Saying that, he leaned back slightly in his seat and dozed off. While Dekylin remained lost in thought about the convocation held by Berkt, The summons from Berkt is called the Tomb of Mages for a particular reason. Berkt is regarded as the pillar of the magical world, but it also has a second, completely opposite face. That's because unexpected incidents always occur whenever the Berkt convocation is held. One of the greatest dangers is attacks on the trains. Surviving such an event is not easy. One of the many causes of the original Dekulin's death was an intellectual gamble, guessing which train route to Berkt would be safe. If you want to choose a less risky option, you can buy information from the underworld about which train will be attacked. If he were the original Dekulin, he certainly would have done that. However, now that's impossible. After I inhabited Dekulin, I severed all ties with the underworld. Because of that, before coming here, I prepared many measures to protect myself. For example, that's why I used insight to learn the legendary martial art Destined combat. And to be fair, Alan is really sleeping soundly. He was just riled up with excitement, yet now he can sleep so peacefully. Back a few days earlier, when Dekulin made the offer to his assistant, "Alan, would you like to go to Berkt with me? Be my assistant. Of course, since this trip is dangerous, you can refuse if you want." On the other side, Alan was so moved he nearly cried. "Thank you so much, Professor. For someone like me to be given this chance is a great honor." He spoke with tears and a runny nose, which angered Dekulin, who is squeamish. "If your nose starts running, I'm not bringing you." Back in the present, truthfully, Alan's agreement surprised Dekulin a bit. "That's surprising. I didn't think he'd agree to come, knowing how dangerous it is. Could he be more ambitious than I thought?" Time passed quickly. The train made a brief stop to drop off passengers at some station. Dekulin glanced outside and thought to himself, now there's only one stop left, Berkt. Nothing's happened so far. Did I choose the right train? I prepared extremely thoroughly, but it all seems in vain. Before departing, I used the Midas hand on the outfit of a renowned master to boost its defensive capability. I also reinforced various wooden and metal pieces and concealed them inside the carriage. I even cast a spell on Alan's clothes. Thinking of this, Dekulin's expression grew somewhat somber. Lately, I've used the Midas hand so much that my mana is nearly drained. Should I use it on something else? What a waste. Preparation is preparation, but it's best if nothing happens. I hope everything continues peacefully like this, Dekulin murmured inwardly. But things never go according to his plans. Just as the train crossed a large stone bridge, suddenly one of the cars exploded with a tremendous bang. Flash back a few days. Before Dekulin boarded the train to Berkt, the father and son Gilthian and Sylvia had begun their journey. Inside the carriage, Uncle Gilthian complained to his daughter, "Not even on the train are you going to put your book down?" Across from him, Sylvia kept her head bent over the exercise book in front of her. The professor assigned a lot of exercises. Hearing that, Gilthian chuckled and advised, "Haha, you'll become a grand mage in the future anyway, yet you work harder than anyone." In reply, Sylvia said calmly, "If I can't even do this, how could I become a grand mage?" Saying that, her face showed slight displeasure, her eyes thoughtful as she thought, "Honestly, I'm not worried about Ephraim at all, but I still want to hear more of Dekulin's lectures." Thinking this, Sylvia grew curious and asked her father, "Father, why did we leave early to attend the Berkt convocation? We could have left in a few days, right?" Across from them, upon hearing this question, Gilthian suddenly fell silent. He was silent for a long moment, then his steady voice spoke, "Have you ever heard that? The journey to Berkt is the Tomb of Mages?" Sylvia, surprised, asked, "I thought that was just a ghost story." Then her father shook his head and slowly explained, "It's not a joke. Whenever there's a convocation to Berkt, a few mages always lose their lives. 15 years ago, 11 people died. For a long time, being summoned to Berkt has been a sign of a prestigious family. If you are chosen among the 20 clans and attend, your family's name will be etched into history. However, clans that are summoned but fail to attend the convocation will be permanently removed from the list. And there's an important rule: a new clan will take that vacant spot. So what do you think is the easiest way to bring down a prestigious clan?" Hearing this, Sylvia understood the issue. Certainly, clans not on the list of 20 honorable families had sought to kill participants to take their places. Yet, she still found it hard to believe. "No, this is." Before she could finish, Gilthian admitted, "That's exactly it. The trip to Berkt is like thin ice. Those who crave becoming renowned mages will lose their lives for what they're trying to achieve. That's why we had to hurry. We received word that a group is plotting to attack the train departing after us. I brought you along to be as cautious as possible. However, if this leaks, there will certainly be trouble." Saying this, Gilthian paused, then thought, "Should I explain this to Sylvia? After all, she'll have to face the brutality of this world." After thinking, he continued, "Among the 12 traditional clans, do you think any one clan always keeps its position? If someone must be punished for this, it must be all the mages. The deaths on the way to this convocation are essentially like magically induced natural deaths." Back to the present, the explosion from the carriage immediately put Dekulin and Veron on alert. Dekulin narrowed his eyes and began to use his mental energy. The nearby window instantly shattered outward. Because of the blast, Alan slowly woke up. Seeing the scene before him, he was astonished. What is happening?" Alan panicked. "Professor, look." The entire train is floating in midair. Back to Dekulin. At this moment he breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. What a relief. Estrand's martial art is part of it, but remembering the primary kinetic mantra before leaving helped us survive. At the same time, on the roof of the carriage, the attacking assassin group was also astonished. This is impossible. The whole train is floating in midair. Are the senior professors really that different? In response to the assassin who spoke up, another in the group growled, "This is a bit unexpected. But we've only just begun. Everyone focus. If we succeed, we'll receive a fitting reward." After saying that, they dropped a rope down below and used it to swing into the carriage, where Dekulin was sitting. They kicked through the window glass and climbed in, sending shards of glass scattering everywhere. However, Dekulin had long since prepared for this attack. Seeing them appear, he spoke coldly, "What a bunch of fools. Too bad for you that I anticipated this already." No sooner had he finished speaking than he used his mental power to hurl broken steel and splintered wood at the assassins like bullets. They had barely flown into the carriage and were still reeling when they were riddled like a beehive. Beside him, his assistant Alan, witnessing the scene, shouted in shock, "Professor, this is an attack. What's happening?" Hearing that, Dekulin glanced at him, then grabbed Alan by the neck and snapped him unconscious on the spot. "Rest a bit, Alan." Dekulin murmured, then turned to Veron. "Veron, yes. Take this kid to a safe place. If there are any other passengers in other cars, evacuate them." Following Dekulin's request, Veron quickly carried Alan out of the carriage. As he watched their backs disappear, Dekulin pondered inwardly. Alan's neck feels so soft. I can sense the difference thanks to the steel body trait that enhanced my senses. Could it be? It seemed he had a suspicion, but very quickly Dekulin pushed the thought aside. He turned inward, facing the remaining assassins. "Let me finish this first, then I'll think." Staring straight at them, he said coldly, "You started this, so you should know what's right. Yes, your deaths here will also be natural deaths." As the words rang out, Dekulin's body erupted with fierce mana. That made the assassin's hair stand on end. An overwhelming sense of danger began to envelop them. Back to Veron. After positioning Alan safely, seated against a rock below, Veron looked up at the carriage floating in the air. He frowned slightly. No one knew what he was thinking. Time passed quickly. Back with Dekulin, inside the carriage, the assassins' bodies lay scattered everywhere. Pools of blood stained the floor, none of them still breath. Dekulin sat back in his seat, exhausted, trying to steady his breathing. More tiring than I thought. Minimizing damage from the explosion while fighting at the same time drained my mana. As he thought this, he looked at his trembling hand. His mana now was down to only 10 points. Next, the swordsman Veron returned to the carriage and reported, "I've brought all the remaining passengers to safety." Hearing that, Dekulin nodded in praise. "Well done. Then we should." Before he finished, Dekulin's eyes flashed with surprise. He studied Veron's expression intently and thought, "This guy, his gaze is different now." Well, I was shocked by the attack too. He must be surprised as well, right? That was what Dekulin thought. But immediately after, he saw red auras continually rising from Veron. This was the sign of death, the omen of the fate of a villain. Dekulin's face immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He has been moving with me all this time while hiding his true nature. I let my guard down. Ahead, the swordsman Veron no longer hid his intent. He drew his sword, pointed it at Dekulin's face, and declared coldly, "It's fortunate you survived. I must kill you with my own hands." On this side, Dekulin was already exhausted. To buy time, he spoke, "Let me ask you one last question. Are you doing this under someone's orders? Is it Yuli?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Veron across from him immediately howled like a mad dog. "Stop. If you mention my master's name one more time, I will not forgive you. She is a brave warrior. She would never think such things. Erase that imagination at once. You will die by my hand for my master." Returning to Dekulin's point of view, seeing Veron's resolute expression, he quickly guessed the situation. It seems this has nothing to do with Yuli, judging by his expression. But the problem now is, I only have 10 mana left. Can I defeat someone regarded as an outstanding warrior of the Freyden team in my current state? Dekulin wondered to himself. However, Veron had no intention of giving him more time to think. He suddenly launched his attack. "Then my duty to watch ends here," he shouted, rushing at Dekulin and swinging his sword down with lightning speed. Seeing that, Dekulin forced himself to manipulate a piece of ironwood, quickly blocking the attack. At the same time, he canceled the force that had been keeping the ship suspended in the air. So the ship began to fall straight down. Scene change, Sylvia's private room. Outside, a knight carrying 2 ice creams cheerfully offered her. "Would you like to try some, milady? This is Burke's specialty, the eternal snow cream." In response, the genius Sylvia only sighed and declined. "I'm fine. You can have more, Sirio. I'm tired of them." "I've eaten plenty. Is everyone here?" Hearing that, Sirio the knight asked, "Who do you mean, milady?" Except for Euclid and Rewind, everyone else was present. "Milady, are you waiting for someone?" "Ah, no." Sylvia shook her head. Her expression was thoughtful. This seemed to make Sirio realize something. He quickly left the room and said then, "I'll take my leave. If anything happens, just call me milady." Back to Sylvia's point of view, sitting alone in her room, she began to recall an old memory. one day, at the cemetery. It was just an ordinary day like any other, a day she visited her mother and spoke to her. She gently placed a bouquet on the cold tombstone and said, "How have you been lately, mother? Professor Deculin is terrible. He gives so much homework as if I only attend his class today." But at that moment, she suddenly heard a muffled sob coming from somewhere. Unable to contain her curiosity, Sylvia quietly followed the sound. And then she witnessed an unexpected scene. In front of her, a figure knelt before a grave. It was Deculin. Even from behind, she could immediately recognize her professor. Even from the curve of his hunched back, with just one glance, she was sure it was Deculin. Why was he in a place like this? I don't think he's the type to be overcome by others' grief. Sylvia wondered inwardly. At the same time, ahead, Deculin stood up. At the corner of his eyes, 2 lines of tears still remained. This left Sylvia's face stunned. Is he crying? Deculin, the man who was always cold and stern, shed tears. That's wonderful. I always thought he was an annoying, pompous professor. But he himself once lost someone he loved. Those tears, like shooting stars, they slipped throughout my mind. Thinking that, her heart seemed to beat a little faster. She remembered her father's words before. I've received news that a group is plotting to attack the train. Gilthian's words made Sylvia somewhat worried. How troublesome. After listening to Deculin's lecture that day, she felt there was something she wanted to try. What if I try using this mana stone? Could it work? Among the 3 properties of primal magic, everything is created by using the original incantation and its transformations. Sylvia's magic is a combination of the 3 basic properties. She uses the mana stone as a medium and shapes it as she wishes. Now, Sylvia began to draw on the magic within her body, causing the stone in her hand to emit a shimmering glow. Then streams of energy poured from the stone, beginning to converge. Finally, a small dove gradually appeared. I did it. Sylvia exclaimed excitedly and began to name the bird. From now on, your name will be Swift. As she spoke, she gently pressed her forehead to the little bird's head as if conveying something to it. After finishing, Sylvia gently flicked her hand and sent the dove flying into the sky. Then whispered, "Fly, go, and show me what you see." Back at Deculin's location, the train hadn't completely fallen into the chasm. Instead, part of its body remained caught on the mountain. Inside the carriage, Deculin's face contorted in pain. The train had fortunately held fast and not plunged down. "But I think I've broken a few bones. I'll recover soon thanks to the Iron Man trait." As he thought this, before Deculin could do much, a sword lunged straight at him. Luckily, with his previously enhanced senses, Deculin noticed in time and tilted his head to dodge. Next, he swung his hand to control a shard of steel and wood, striking straight at Veron's head. But the strike was repelled by a faint red aura, a protective force field. Deculin wondered to himself. Across from him, Veron couldn't help but praise Deculin's durability. "You're stubbornly persistent, Deculin." Saying that, he wrapped his sword in an aura and then lunged forward with a horizontal slash. Deculin struggled to control the floating steel and wood fragments to block the attack. Veron's strikes were extremely fast and powerful. Sweat began to drip from Deculin's face. "He's strong. Veron is far stronger than me. Even at my best, I couldn't beat him." But Deculin would never collapse in situations like this. Veron's strikes were extremely fast and powerful. Sweat began to drip from Deculin's face. "He's strong. Veron is far stronger than me. Even at my best, I couldn't beat him." But Deculin would never collapse in situations like this. Opposite him, Veron kept charging, attacking relentlessly, but Deculin's steel and wood fragments had their limits. After taking countless blows, they began to splinter. Seeing this, Deculin gave a faint smile. "Damn it. If this sword hits me, is the game over, or will nothing have happened? Will I open my eyes again in my office? If not, then what will happen?" A spray of fresh blood spurted into the air. Looking at the sword that had almost reached him, Deculin told himself, "It's over." However, suddenly at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The space inside the carriage began to warp, as if being distorted. Deculin's gaze went blank. What is this? Is the space oscillating? Next, a streak of blood suddenly appeared on Veron's wrist. Before anyone knew what had happened, his hand was severed and fell backward. The pain was so intense that even a knight like Veron couldn't help but clutch his arm and scream. Seeing that, Deculin immediately seized his chance. "I don't know what's happening, but this is my opportunity." Saying that, he used the last of his mana to force a rusted shard of steel into Veron's right ankle, startling him. But that wasn't all. Right after that strike, Deculin pulled his leg back and stomped down hard on Veron's left foot. The powerful kick made Veron's body stagger, lose momentum, and fall backward. He collided with several seats and was hurled out through the large hole in the carriage. However, Veron reacted quickly. At that moment, he managed to draw a dagger and drive it forcefully into the floor, holding himself from falling below. Seeing this, Deculin calmly stepped up in front of him and looked at him with cold eyes. This angered Veron. His face twisted as he asked, "What did you just do?" In response, Deculin shrugged slightly. "I don't know either. More importantly, why are you trying to kill me? I don't remember anything between us." "What? I remember clearly the crimes you committed against my mistress," Veron replied. By now, Deculin could see Veron's nature clearly. He was blindly loyal. Are you really saying this is for Yuli's sake, even if Yuli didn't order you to do this? What is Yuli to you that you'd act like this? To this, Veron coldly answered, you'll never understand, Dekylin. Then memories began to stir in Veron's mind. The scene that appeared was Sir Yuli speaking with a group of people. The woman opposite said, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, it would have been terrible. In reply, Yuli bowed, of course, I was only doing my duty as a knight. Elsewhere, the boy Veron struggled and protested. Let me go, I didn't do anything wrong, that one started it. Hearing that, the woman immediately turned to him and sneered maliciously. Do you know how good my Jason is? Surely you did something wrong. Behind her, a kid with a black eye smirked triumphantly. Hee, that's right. His expression made Veron even angrier. Do you want to die? Veron shouted. To that, the woman merely curled her lip and threatened, haven't you learned your lesson? I'm about to hand you over to the guards. Let's see what happens to you. You should kneel and beg for mercy. You beat my child, you'll be charged with assault and trespassing. Back in Yuli's view, she stood aside, seeming to realize something. She hurriedly interjected, wait a moment, you say that boy trespassed? Yes, that's right. His behavior matches his social standing. The woman coldly admitted. This surprised Yuli. She examined Veron closely once more. That boy climbed over those high walls, such a scrawny child. Thinking that, as if having made up her mind, the knight said, I'll take the child myself to the station. Please rest here. So Yuli took Veron and led him away. Along the way, the boy Veron kept shouting, let me go. I told you to let me go. I didn't do anything wrong. Why take me to the guards? Hearing that, Yuli's steps ahead halted. She murmured, the Phrygia family is notorious for their behavior. I'm certain you're telling the truth, at least in part. This gave the boy Veron a glimmer of hope, and he continued to explain, not just in part, I really didn't do anything wrong. However, before Veron could finish, Yuli loudly cut him off. But you still shouldn't hit people. If you come with me, I'll teach you how to control yourself. What choice will you make? Yuli's words left Veron visibly surprised. Then he also asked, will you feed me? To Veron, that was how I and my mistress first met. After that, I joined the night unit. However, because of my childhood and personality, I couldn't fit in with the others. The only one who cared for me was Yuli. Yes, everything really was fine, as long as I could stay by the captain's side. My mistress was always ahead of me. She always helped others, and she never compromised with injustice. My respect and admiration for her grew ever stronger, and my love for her did too. I knew my feelings only held her back. I knew my emotions were a burden to her. However, I must kill you. One day you will bring destruction to my mistress, Veron said with eyes full of hatred. And upon hearing that, even Dekylin had to admit inwardly, he was right. The world's evils were butterfly effects of what Dekylin had done. However, I will change what Dekylin did. I'm certain Dekylin's fate is not destruction. With that thought, Dekylin reached out to Veron. Take my hand, Veron. Whatever happens, I won't harm Yuli. Trust me. His words made Veron's face falter briefly, but sadly for our protagonist, his words were like water off a duck's back to this one. He didn't heed a single word. Moreover, the red aura around him flared even more intensely. This made even a patient person like Dekylin lose his composure. He snapped angrily, you really have no intention of changing your mind. Below, Veron replied with an impassive face, yes, I will not change my decision. No matter what, I will kill you. Back to Dekylin, he had no intent to spare such a fool any longer. Idiot, your foolish choice today will torment Yuli forever. Then, Dekylin clenched the rusted shard in his hand and struck straight at Veron. At that same moment elsewhere, the female knight Yuli suddenly jolted. This made the vice captain ask with some worry, Captain, are you feeling unwell? Are you worried about Veron again? He can take care of himself. Haha, yes, Yuli smiled in response, unaware that far away, her loyal subordinate was falling through the air. Mistress, I hope you find happiness. He muttered a final line. At the same time, the dove the genius Sylvia created was also hovering right above the carriage. Through its eyesight, Sylvia witnessed the entire incident. Dekylin had fought with his master's bodyguard, and the bodyguard fell off the cliff. No, more precisely, that knight had tried to kill Master Dekylin first, and in self-defense Dekylin killed him, Sylvia quickly concluded. However, at that moment the voice of the knight Sirio rang out behind her. Miss Sylvia, there you are. Let's head back. The break is about to start. Yes, okay. Sylvia replied and hurried to follow her knight. Still, she felt a twinge of worry, wondering whether Dekylin would arrive on time. Time passed quickly. At this point, a team of officers had received reports of the bombing on the train and rushed to the scene. The person responsible for investigating the incident was Deputy Director of Security, Lilia Fremian. Seeing her arrive, several men ran over to salute and honor Deputy Director. Lilia, not wanting to waste time, asked directly, there was an explosion and an attack. Yes, that's right, the seasoned-looking man replied. However, incidents like this often occur whenever the Berk summit approaches, so it's not a major issue. As he spoke, he handed Lilia a report book. While reviewing the documents, Lilia asked again, I see. Were there any casualties? The man nodded and explained, yes. Although no one was injured, 2 people are currently missing, a bodyguard named Veron and Professor Dekylin. You can hear details from that survivor over there, he said, pointing at the assistant Alan, who was still unconscious, leaning against a rock. Lilia continued questioning those around to confirm the situation. When speaking with a photographer, she unexpectedly received an interesting piece of information. A night saved me. The train hovered in midair for a while, and when I came to, the train had fallen. I think the assassin tried to attack again. Hearing this, Lilia was puzzled and asked. The train stopped midair. The photographer quickly sensed her confusion, produced a photo, and explained, "Here's the picture. I was so shocked I had to take it immediately." In the photo, the train was held suspended in midair by Deculin's mental force. This was hard for Lilia to believe, despite the clear evidence before her. He lifted the entire train with magic. Ridiculous. Suddenly, a voice sounded directly in her head. "Knight Veron is dead. I do not know why, but Veron attempted to murder Deculin and ultimately failed. Senior Professor Deculin survived." The sudden words startled Lilia. She hurriedly turned to look for the source of the message, but saw no one suspicious. "Where am I receiving that signal from?" she wondered. Lilia narrowed her eyes and scanned everyone around, but still couldn't identify who had contacted her. Suddenly, someone in the crowd pointed ahead and shouted, "Someone's coming from that direction. Is that Professor Deculin?" All eyes turned to a figure walking toward them. Deculin looked a bit disheveled, but his gaze remained sharp. At that moment, he was lost in thought about the earlier battle. If that strange phenomenon hadn't happened then, by chance, I would have been killed by an anonymous knight if it weren't for someone's help. I can't believe I was so helpless. But in the end, who helped me? Deculin asked himself silently. Back to Lilia, seeing Deculin appear, she introduced herself. "Senior Professor Deculin, I'm glad you're safe. I'm Lilia Fremian from the Security Bureau. I have a few questions regarding the incident." In response, Deculin didn't answer but countered, "What time is it?" His question surprised Lilia a little, but she answered, "It's 3:30 in the afternoon." Hearing that, Deculin immediately calculated. He had 6 hours left to quickly get to the Berkt conference. Meanwhile, Lilia continued, "These questions are official. I hope you can." Before she could finish, Deculin bluntly interrupted. "Is this train the only route to Berkt?" Deculin's refusal to answer her questions annoyed Lilia, but she kept calm and grit her teeth. "No, there's also a land route and a sea route on the other side." "Let me ask again, please hear me out. Professor, the knight who was with you." Before Lilia could finish, she suddenly realized Deculin's figure had disappeared. She couldn't help but wonder, turning to two men nearby, wasn't Professor Deculin just here? Maybe he used acceleration magic. Even after stopping the derailed train with mental force, then fighting the assassin and Veron, he still had strength to cast such high-level magic. How much mana does he have? So he was the Deculin Lockhart mentioned. Cut to the Berkt assembly. Representatives from the powerful houses were safely seated around a large round table. On one side, Uncle Gilthian whispered, "It's nearly 9:30, the moment the stars converge." Beside him, the prodigy Sylvia felt a little anxious. She glanced at 2 empty seats and thought inwardly, he's still not here. Cut to another corner of the assembly. Behind a curtain, a robed mage sat cloaked. He spoke. "Before the assembly begins, I wish to express my deep gratitude to those who answer the summons." As his voice rang out, a tremendous magical aura also radiated, making Sylvia wince at the pressure. This magic is extraordinary. He must be Dezekin, the great elder of Berkt. He is the closest candidate to become an archmage, a living legend who has withdrawn from the mundane world. So, at least I must reach that level to challenge to become an archmage. No one knew these thoughts were passing through the little girl's mind. Dezekin's voice continued, "After roll call, we will begin the assembly." He paused, then began reading each house's name. Gilthian of Alade, present. Uncle Adeline answered at once. One by one, names were called, and of course everyone responded when their house was called. However, when Dezekin called the Euclid house, no one answered. "The Euclid house still hasn't arrived." Dezekin's voice deepened. "If he doesn't arrive before I call his name 3 times, I will consider him unresponsive to the summons, and the Euclid house will be excluded from the mage ranks." These words immediately stirred the hall. Excluded from the mage houses? This is a major event. They were first summoned 200 years ago. Inside the meeting, someone sneered. Wasn't this predicted? Deculin's abilities fall far short of his ancestors. Indeed, there are many tales of his talent being negligible. Ha ha ha. Derisive laughter rang through the room. Hearing this, for some reason, Sylvia felt a bit irritated. How has he lived until now? Doesn't anyone worry about him? How pitiful. It makes me so uncomfortable, despite the murmurs of the mages. Dezekin continued to call. The current head of the Euclid house, Deculin. Still no answer. The current head of the Euclid house, Deculin. The atmosphere grew heavy. The current head of before Dezekin could call a third time. The door suddenly swung open. All eyes turned to it. Deculin's figure appeared, stepping slowly into the hall. Before fully entering, he brushed the snow off his coat, adjusted his slightly disheveled hair, then spoke in a steady, deep voice. Deculin von Grahen Euclid present. The entire room fell into a brief silence. The current head of the Euclid house had finally arrived. Seeing Deculin appear, everyone in the meeting room froze for a moment, glancing at one another. But no one spoke, as if all tacitly understood. The silence carried an indescribable tension. Thus, the meeting began in quiet and proceeded swiftly, without wasted words. The first issue brought up was the monster that had appeared on Black Mountain. Essential of the brand house spoke calmly, her tone composed but sharp. A dark beast appearing on the map is extremely serious. Therefore, we must issue directives to each magical faction or cooperate with the Holy Church. At the same time, send mages to suspected areas to inspect and monitor. The discussion continued smoothly, without a ripple. The first agenda item was approved seamlessly, like water flowing through a crevice. The head of the brand house spoke with authority. Since no house objects, the proposal is approved without impediment. Not long after, a female guard entered and announced in a measured voice, "We will take a short recess." At that, Dekulin finally exhaled, thinking with fatigue mixed with irritation, "I'm exhausted. I've run like a madman, not resting for a single minute, just to make it to this damned meeting. Now both my physical strength and my mana are nearly depleted," yet his face remained composed and cold as if nothing could unsettle him. Dekulin's traits and character were astonishingly steadfast, like a rock standing firm in a storm. Shortly after, people began to stand, the scrape of chairs sounding here and there as figures moved toward the doors to depart. At the same time, a hurried voice called out, "Professor Dekulin." Turning, he saw Alan running over, panic on his face, sweat streaming down his brow. He stammered, "Professor, are you all right? I'm sorry I'm late, so I'm not allowed to participate in this important meeting." In contrast, Dekulin replied in a calm, placid tone, "I'm fine, don't worry." But inwardly he thought, with a flicker of doubt in his gaze, "Now I can no longer look at this child with the same innocence as before, because now I know he's hiding his identity." But why is he doing that? For what purpose? Dekulin pondered, his eyes cold as a blade. He recalled a line from a famous movie in his previous world, and then said aloud, "Alan, from now on stand by my side, understand?" Hearing that, Alan was surprised. His eyes wide, only able to reply yes in astonishment. The line Dekulin had in mind was, "Keep your friends close, but keep your enemies closer." Keeping him close and observing is the safest choice for now. Someday, he will learn who Alan truly is. Seen shortly after the recess, everyone returned to the table, footsteps echoing through the vast space. The chair's voice rose again, deep and steady. "The next issue we need to discuss is how to deal with the Bloodwy mages that have appeared recently." At the declaration, the room's atmosphere changed immediately, tenser, heavier, like a storm approaching. Dekulin quickly realized this, thinking, such a sensitive matter will certainly not be resolved easily. Then a hand slammed the table with a thud, making the whole room tremble as if the ground had split. Bedin of the Bayorad house shouted angrily, his voice growling like a beast, "Those Bloodwy are nothing but a filthy swarm of cockroaches. They are proliferating by slipping into our society, gradually corroding this land in the most disgusting way." In response, Essencel's face briefly tightened as she retorted, equally sharp, "What evidence do you have to say that? We have no way to distinguish Bloodwy from other races." Before she could finish, Bedin roared, drowning out all other sounds, "Then we just need to find a way. There must be some clue, some characteristic of their race. We must eliminate them as soon as possible by using royal magic at the magic tower." Essencel snapped angrily, her eyes blazing. "Old man Bedin, watch your words. Eliminate them all. What the hell are you talking about?" Sitting to the side observing, Dekulin was not surprised, only contemplative. "I already expected their views would clash like this." No one knew his thoughts as Fat Bedin continued shouting, his tone growing more savage. "I don't know the reason, but the Bloodwy are recognizing one another and gradually gathering. Surely they have a leader guiding them. Furthermore, we have no idea what they are plotting by acting this way." At this, Essencel could no longer hold back. She slammed the table with a thunderous bang and shouted, "That's just your one-sided speculation." Bedin refused to yield, growling, "Speculation? The leader of the Bloodwy is hiding and secretly recruiting more while we have no idea what they're plotting. Doesn't that disgust you?" Hearing this, the other delegates nodded in agreement. Old Bedin continued loudly, triumph in his voice, "Yes, 60 years ago, countless mages died because of your hesitation." After that remark, the atmosphere fell into an impasse. No one spoke, as if the space had frozen. After a moment of silence, Gilthian suddenly fixed his gaze on Dekulin and spoke. In a low, suggestive tone, "So then, Dekulin of the Euclid house, what do you think? Everyone knows your house is a great lineage of demon hunters, long at the forefront of this fight against demons." Hearing the question, Dekulin fell silent for a moment, thinking, "As someone of this era, I understand situations like this well. Hatred born from abandoning reason on issues like this always leads to unnecessary misfortune. However, putting all that aside, suppressing the Bloodwy is a mistake. Even if I cannot stop them, I must delay this as long as possible to complete the primary mission in the future. Because the true common enemy of this world is not the Bloodwy." Then he spoke, calm but weighty. "For a long time, the Bloodwy have indeed been our common enemy. However, if you examine each record, they all stem from some mistake." Old Bedin asked irritably, "A mistake?" He answered without a hint of wavering, "Yes, indeed. 237 years ago, in the Raudra witch incident, Raudra was accused of witchcraft and burned alive unjustly. Since that event, a large-scale purge erupted and countless Bloodwy people were slaughtered. As a result, they resisted and the cycle of slaughter continued. However, things have quieted down now, and the incident you mentioned from 60 years ago was essentially political, because a Mana stone mine was discovered on Bloodwy land. Old Badin, still angry, growled, political? I think a Euclid who took that mine 60 years ago and slaughtered many Bloodwy people has no right to speak like that. I'm certain they are a bloodline born with mana. Their nature is brutal and belligerent. The Euclid house, who specialize in exterminating demons like you, should know that better than anyone, right? Hearing that, Dekulin remained calm, his gaze cold as ice. My family's tradition is hunting fiends, not slaughtering the Bloodwy. The old man shouted, the Bloodwy are demons. The atmosphere grew tenser than ever, like a cord about to snap. Dekulin continued, his voice low but forceful. Do you dare be held accountable for your words? Beside him, Alan remained silent, listening anxiously to the exchange, his hands clenched. Immediately, Dekulin's face grew extremely serious as he emphasized, don't casually call people demons, their blood flows red just like ours, and those who utter such words may, in fact, be demons far more cruel. Old Badin was furious, his face flushed, but he could not offer any rebuttal. Thus the first meeting ended without any conclusion. The topic was postponed until the next day. Elsewhere, Gilthian was speaking to his daughter with lingering affection. It's a pity I must leave you until the next meeting, my beloved daughter. Sylvia replied nonchalantly, it's only until tomorrow, we'll see each other again. He continued, by rule, every member of the Burke family must stay in a separate room. So are you okay being alone? She answered, a bit annoyed, what are you talking about? Kids my age already have separate rooms, don't treat me like a child. Hearing that, Gilthian's expression turned mournful. He muttered, my daughter no longer loves her old father. Sylvia was at a loss for words and simply stood looking at her father. After a few seconds of silence, he laughed cheerfully and said, then I'll see you tomorrow, daughter. The Burke area has a very high mana density, so at night all kinds of magical phenomena can occur. Read the hotel's rules carefully. She sighed and replied, yes, I'll behave, so you don't need to worry. Cut to Sylvia's lodging. She was holding a piece of paper in her hand. Muttering, it seems these rules are only meant to sow fear in the children, so I just need to sleep normally. That night while she was resting, a small yellow bird appeared. Perched nearby, its eyes glittering like two gems in the dark. Not long after, Sylvia woke and stood up, driven by a sudden thirst. Her throat as dry as a desert. She shuffled to the table, took a glass of water and drank. Each cool sip felt like salvation. Suddenly her gaze shifted. A sense of danger spread through the room, cold and biting like a wind from an abyss. From behind, a stream of deathly chi slowly approached, like a pitch-black curtain gradually covering everything it passed, carrying the breath of death. Sylvia was startled and immediately went into a ready stance, her whole body taut as a drawn bow. She suddenly remembered the instruction sheet. Thinking, the space suddenly turned into a corridor. Did I do something wrong? Her heart pounded, her eyes scanned the room, which had warped strangely as if reality were being squeezed by an invisible hand. She hurriedly reread the lines on the instruction sheet, her eyes darting over each sentence. One passage read, once you lie down and rest in bed, you must not leave it before sunrise. If you violate this, you may be transported to an unpredictable place. Sweat broke out on her brow, cold as ice. Sylvia realized, so if you get into bed you must wait until morning to leave. That's why I'm in this situation. A few days earlier when she was in the second corridor, she hadn't experienced this at all. Now she thought, it seems to happen because the clan leaders and those with great power are nearby. Therefore, the surrounding energy is denser and more prone to alteration. I was overconfident and careless, yet I thought that staying in my room would keep me safe. Trying to calm herself, Sylvia told herself in a trembling voice, stay calm, I must stay calm. But at that moment, terrifying sounds came from the rear corridor, low growls mixed with heavy footsteps like a beast stalking. Along with them, a veil of deathly chi moved closer, thick and frigid as the breath of death. Sylvia perceived this, her pupils constricted instantly, fear kindling in her chest like a small flame about to burst into blaze. She spun around and thought, something is coming. Immediately, she ran down the corridor in the opposite direction, her small legs driving with all their strength. Very quickly, she saw a staircase ahead glowing with a deathly hue, its strange light glittering like a seductive invitation. But she suddenly remembered, the Rosary Hotel is a single-story building. Also, the guide warns, never follow stairways up or down when they appear. Her heart pounded, she gritted her teeth and kept running. Passing an open door, the light inside mingled with the faint deathly chi spilling out. Another warning flashed through her mind. If you encounter doors already open in the corridor, never enter those rooms. Sylvia shut her eyes, gritted her teeth, and sprinted through the doorway, mentally reassuring herself. Don't panic. I remember there's a door ahead, and it will surely help me get out of this. She soon reached the door, immediately knocked, and called out in a trembling voice, is anyone in there? Please help me. But her head was full of fear as another warning echoed. If someone suddenly knocks on your door at night, do not respond or make any sound. Sylvia feared the person inside might see her as a threat and refuse to help. Desperate, she continued pounding on the door. Is anyone inside? Please, please help me. After several seconds with no response, the girl was on the verge of tears, trembling as if she might collapse. Suddenly, the door swung open and warm light from within fell across Sylvia's still uncomposed face. A familiar, gentle voice followed. Out late and lost, Sylvia? It was Dekilling, standing there composed as a glassy, untroubled pond. Seeing him, Sylvia calmed a little, though her eyes still glittered and her tears hadn't yet dried. Dekilling said, "All right, come inside quickly." Sylvia hurriedly obeyed, whispering, "Thank you." Before long, the room's fireplace was lit, bringing warmth to the girl. Sylvia regained her composure and murmured, "Sorry to bother you. Because I carelessly left my bed at midnight, I was randomly transported into the corridor." Dekilling showed no anger, replying calmly, "Chaotic magic incidents happen often in Berkt. Likewise, souls disoriented by magic wander about and cause many hazards." He paused briefly, then added, "You should have read the rules carefully to avoid this trouble." Sylvia sat behind him, listening and watching, thinking, he always has a calm, steady expression and a resolute gaze. Has he endured so much loss and pain that he can ignore the rules and open his door to help me? Just as she was lost in thought, a cold, growling sound suddenly issued from behind. From the crack of the door, purple slime seeped through every crevice, slick and horrifying. It then transformed into a gruesome skull that screamed and lunged at her, its sharp teeth flashing in the dark. Sylvia froze in fear, but at that moment Dekilling's calm voice rang out. "Stay calm, you have nothing to fear." Immediately, 2 flying blades streaked past the girl at incredible speed. Rushing straight for the dark soul, in no time it was struck and began to disintegrate, turning to ash before Sylvia's astonished eyes. It turned out those 2 streaks of light were shards of crystallized ice, hovering like razor-sharp blades. Sylvia exclaimed, "Amazing, that wandering soul was really smashed." Dekilling replied softly, "No need to be surprised, it's just a specific killing spell. Anyway, it's nothing worth mentioning." He paused a moment, then added, "Because magic should not be created for the sole purpose of killing." Those words made Sylvia blush slightly. She didn't know how to respond. She looked at the flame before her and wondered, "Isn't that the flowing flame?" At that moment, Dekilling looked up from his book and softly replied, "Yes." Then Sylvia began casting a series of spells of various attributes to attract his attention. Brilliant lightning, sturdy earth armoring, gentle wood, and blazing fey fire. But Dekilling paid no mind, his gaze glued to the book as if she were nothing more than a passing breeze. That made Sylvia a little angry. She thought to herself, he didn't even spare a glance at the light in my hand. Should I do something more dramatic? But at that moment, Dekilling's voice rose, "You did very well." Sylvia blinked in surprise and he continued, "However, there's a small instability in the wind magic circle you attached when you cast the fire spell." Those words surprised Sylvia. She hurriedly asked, "Professor, where is that instability?" But Dekilling coldly replied, "You should find that out yourself." That irritated Sylvia a bit. She retorted, "But you explained those details to Effelin." Dekilling remained focused on the book, saying calmly, "Effelin discovered them on his own. I did not merely teach him." Sylvia bit her lip. While she was still slightly annoyed, Dekilling's voice spoke again. "Try to rid yourself of impatience and haste, Sylvia." He paused briefly, then continued, "You are still young and have plenty of time to develop. As long as you keep striving, you will soon achieve what you desire." Dekilling tilted his head slightly, his voice carrying steady confidence. "So, you can advance slowly but surely, step by step." He closed the book and looked at the girl. "After all, you are one of the 3 most promising and talented young mages in the world." Those words left Sylvia astonished. Is this Dekilling's assessment of me? She recalled the phrases people had always attached to her since childhood. My goodness, a genius. This girl will surely become a great archmage. With power like that at her age, her future must be bright. Sylvia remembered that such remarks had followed her since she was little and continued to the present. Tired, conventional compliments she had grown weary of. But why did Dekilling's words feel different, like a sharp blade piercing her heart? Cut to shortly after. Sylvia, exhausted, was given the bed to sleep in, her breathing steady in the quiet room. Meanwhile, Dekilling continued reading, his eyes skimming lines by the flickering fire. Suddenly, a faint but strange stream of power caught his attention. He looked toward it outside, thinking, this power, could it be? Not long after, Dekilling entered a forest, walking and musing. I've received a warning. Aside from the Berkt meeting, this secluded mountain path must also be a forbidden area. It seems I might find a rarer item here than expected. At the same time, a ghost appeared behind him, vague in shape but fierce. It lunged forward with aggressive gestures and terrifying screams to intimidate him. But Dekilling showed no reaction, continuing on as if he hadn't seen it. His steps even and mechanical. Seeing this, the ghost began to sweat in confusion. It kept following, repeating its scare tactics, growling, swinging, howling, but to no effect, like water poured on stone. After searching for a while without finding anything, Dekilling suddenly stopped. The unexpected action startled the ghost, which took a step back. He turned and casually asked, "Hey, have you seen any items here that contain strong magical power?" But instead, the ghost, startled by the question, babbled incoherently, uttered meaningless groans, then fled as if it had encountered something even more terrifying than itself. That left Dekilling puzzled. What on earth is wrong with it? He continued searching and before long finally found what he wanted. Here it is. Before him lay a piece of wood radiating a metallic golden power, brilliant like a sun trapped in captivity. As soon as he picked it up, the system immediately displayed information. Pure mana wood fragment. Details: a shard of a mana tree struck by lightning. This wood naturally contains a large amount of mana and has been refined by lightning, becoming an excellent material. Category: special wood. Dekulin read the data and couldn't help but exclaim, "Just as I thought, it's top quality." He gripped the wood tightly, calculation flashing in his eyes. "Since arriving in this world, I've trained and researched nonstop. But this body's capabilities aren't what I hoped, so I've failed many times. With this wood I can craft a high-quality wand and my power will surely increase as a result." He stared at the fragment in his hand, a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. "With this effect, it's even better than I expected." Time quickly passed until the next morning. After a night of rest, the houses returned to the conference table to resume the unfinished meeting. However, the atmosphere had grown far tenser this time, like a string pulled to the breaking point. Fat Elder Bedin roared angrily, "Their bloodline carries demon blood, doesn't it? Then aren't they themselves demons?" Hearing that, Dekulin did not waver and immediately retorted, his voice cold as a blade, "An absurd viewpoint. If you add salt to water, would you call that water salt?" The heated debate between Dekulin and Bedin left many at the council surprised, eyes passing over each other in suspicion. Whispered chatter filled the room like a disturbed hive. "Is Dekulin siding with the enemy? It seems so, but I thought he was deliberately acting to lure the opponent out." Elsewhere, Uncle Gilthian pondered with a sword-sharp gaze and snorted coldly. "What picture is Dekulin trying to paint? What is he scheming?" On the other side, Sylvia looked at her father, silently reflecting. She was certain that not only her father but everyone here thought the same. They believed Professor Dekulin must have some deep reason for siding with the enemy. But she felt differently. His words from last night still echoed in her mind like an indelible melody. "They're all wrong. He's only stating an obvious truth." As the dispute raged on, an authoritative voice rang out, cutting everything off like a decisive strike. "Enough." It was the venerable elder, he intoned. "A formal conclusion cannot be reached under such a lack of consensus. The matter concerning the Hayat Y tribe will be placed on tomorrow's agenda. Now focus on discussing other issues." Unlike the topic of the Hayat Y, the remaining items were approved quickly, like wind sweeping over an empty field. After a few days, the formal meeting concluded, and people left the chamber one by one, footsteps echoing in the quiet. Host Bedin, unable to dominate the debate, angrily barreled into Dekulin in a childish outburst, his shoulder striking the man as if in petulant spite. Dekulin frowned, watching the childish display with some displeasure. "I only wanted to secure this victory for important future missions. Yet that inadvertently creates more enemies." Cut to the next day at the Burke shopping district. Dekulin and his assistant were strolling through a shop specializing in magical implements, the air tinged with the scent of old wood and heavy mana. He held glittering gems in his hand, their light reflecting like tiny stars in his palm. Thoughts crowded his mind. "I need to craft a wand before returning to the academy. But which material will be best? Never tried this before, it's hard to choose." Suddenly, Alan's gaze turned to the entrance as if someone had just walked in. He immediately called out, "Professor." Dekulin turned his head and raised an eyebrow, asking, "What is it?" Alan excitedly pointed at the newcomer. "That's my hero. Thanks to them, I was able to get here safely." Dekulin was momentarily surprised, but quickly regained his composure. The person who had arrived was Lilia Premen, Deputy Director of the Security Bureau. She smiled and said gently, "What a coincidence, you're here too, Professor Dekulin." Soon after, the two decided to go to a local eatery to talk. Dekulin thought this was also a way to express his gratitude to her for getting Alan here safely. Sitting in the restaurant, Lilia smiled warmly. "Thank you for inviting me to this meal, Professor Dekulin. I know bringing this up during dinner might be inappropriate, but the investigation is nearing its end." "So what happened to my escort Veron?" Dekulin replied calmly. "He was killed in an ambush by the enemy. They either died or fled, so there was nothing more we could do." Lilia nodded. "I understand." While the servers kept bringing out dishes, only Alan showed delight, his eyes bright as he looked at the fragrant plates. Seeing Dekulin's composed expression, Lilia couldn't help but be suspicious, thinking, "What I'm witnessing is completely different from what I was told, isn't it?" She suddenly recalled her recent conversation with Lockhart. By direct royal order, the Imperial Security Bureau had decided to escort Lockhart to Lor Kodak, the most notorious prison. It was the inevitable sentence for him after murdering innocent mages. In the interrogation room, Lilia folded her arms, sounding somewhat weary. "Do you have anything more to say?" Lockhart remained silent, his gaze deep in thought as if trying to sort through his chaotic thoughts. Lilia continued, "So you intend to remain silent throughout the interrogation?" Suddenly, she spoke a line that surprised Lockhart. "Activate your power." Her eyes turned icy and her voice dropped with pressure. Immediately, a smile spread across his face. Energy radiated throughout the room, disabling all recording devices. Now the space belonged only to the two of them. Lilia slammed her hand onto the table, her eyes blazing with anger. You fool, how many times have I told you not to go out causing trouble? Why do you keep making things worse? It's because of people like you that our race is labeled as demons. Lockhart only smiled without speaking. Lilia gritted her teeth in fury. If you didn't carry that bloodline, I'd have killed you long ago. If this truth is exposed, not only you but I will suffer pressure from the other houses. Lockhart laughed. You think you can escape this empire? Lilia answered, completely possible as long as we don't reveal our race's secret. Lockhart's tone grew solemn. No, we were born with the power of demons. The only thing they fear is that power. Lilia snapped, shut up. The Hyatt clan isn't the only ones with special abilities. Lockhart continued, also why did you provoke Dekilin? We've been watching the Euclid family for a long time, haven't we? Lilia replied softly. Do you mean you want him killed? Lockhart was taken aback for a moment. Lilia simply said, we were only observing. But if he keeps causing trouble, we will have no choice but to eliminate him. Hearing that, Lockhart's expression suddenly changed. Don't do that. He's a true noble. We don't need to kill Dekilin. His answer stunned Lilia. A true noble? What nonsense are you spouting? Are you insane? I have stacks of documents proving the crimes he's committed. Lockhart replied, remember the conversation in the cemetery. Dekilin once asserted that the blessing he received proves the Hyatt clan are not monsters but humans. His eyes then held no trace of deceit. In that look there was only one thing, righteousness. If there were more people like Dekilin in this world, everything would change. The Hyatt could live among others without being stigmatized. Lockhart declared firmly, he didn't kill me, even though Dekilin knew I belonged to the Hyatt. Lilia was briefly surprised but quickly composed herself and laughed. Ha, you don't realize that the ancestors of Euclid were the ones who led the oppression and slaughter of the Hyatt. Lockhart answered, of course I know, but if we treat their descendants the way they treated us, aren't we admitting that we are the demons? Lilia frowned. What are you saying? That family has never stopped intending to exterminate the Hyatt. You yourself said that, Lockhart countered. How long do you think you can sit in that seat of power before being arrested? Lilia shrugged, speaking calmly. This is my life. There's no way for them to distinguish a Hyatt from a commoner by appearance or lineage alone. Lockhart smirked, but isn't there one thing we cannot consume? Lilia replied, are you stupid? I have no reason to touch that. She casually changed the subject. Anyway, the current emperor's health is failing. Sooner or later someone will replace him. We just need to observe how the successor treats the Hyatt, then decide our next move. Until then, it's best to stay silent and wait. She looked at Lockhart and smiled coldly. As for you, stay put and behave in prison. Back in the present, Lilia kept watching Dekilin intently, eyes fixed on him. How could someone like him be a true noble? He looks no different from the others. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps caught her attention. Psst. A strong smell of alcohol hit her. Lilia quickly covered her nose, repelled by the heavy booze coming from across the room. A voice spoke up, what's going on? I have nothing to say to you. It was the blonde man whom Dekilin had openly scolded at the previous banquet. He had been furious then, but powerless. Perhaps now he had returned for revenge. His tone was arrogant and smug. Oh really? I have a few things I'd like to hear from you. It seems there's something dark in your soul. At the same time, at the Freyden family mansion, Julia fell silent, unable to believe what she had just heard. Her voice breaking, what? Say that again. The captain standing before her hesitated. He understood this was a truth too hard to accept. Veron was killed on the last mission. Each word struck Julie like lightning. She was stunned by a reality she had never dared imagine. Immediately, Julie ordered, her voice trembling but resolute, prepare yourselves. I want a satisfactory explanation from Dekilin as soon as he returns. Back with Dekilin's group, at that moment Ihelm entered with an air of arrogance which made Lilia inwardly judge him. This man must be the head of the Rewind family. She wondered what on earth was going on here. Unaware of these thoughts inside her, Ihelm's voice stretched out, sounding like a man who had drunk too much. You really surprised me with what happened at the meeting. I keep wondering, why did you act that way? Do you truly want to provoke another family? That question clings to me and won't go away. What's the real reason? Don't tell me you're siding with the Hyatt. Why you come from a demon-hunting family. Faced with those provocative accusations, Dekilin's face remained calm, betraying no emotion. By contrast, Julia across from him widened her eyes in shock. What the? She cried out inwardly. Meanwhile, Ihelm continued speaking in his drunken swagger. Didn't you once want to wipe them out? What made you change your mind? Back then you declared those low, filthy creatures unworthy of existence. Even your essays criticizing the Hyatt are still kept at that university. Ihelm stepped closer to Dekilin, voice full of sarcasm. Or did you find a Hyatt to enslave for your research and now you defend them, right? Hearing the insult, Alan couldn't contain his anger and slammed his hand on the table. How dare you? Stop insulting the lecturer. However, not wanting his subordinate to say more, Dekilin slowly wiped his mouth, his tone still calm. Calm down, Alan, it's fine. His brain has rotted into a lump of stinking cheese, which is why he's standing here spouting nonsense. I understand. Upon hearing this, the blonde man ground his teeth in anger but forced a smile to keep some dignity. Very well, let's see how long your arrogance lasts. I hear your research defense is only 6 months away, or is it 3? I'm really looking forward to seeing your defeated face. It will be quite entertaining. Having said that, he turned his back and left, leaving Julia heavy-hearted, her hands trembling slightly. Deculin is standing against everyone to side with the Hyatt. Why could that really be Deculin? Unbelievable, she suddenly recalled her earlier conversation with Lockhart. Is what you said true? A few days later, at a magical supplies shop before leaving the city of Berk, Deculin visited one of the most renowned wand makers and commissioned the crafting of a staff, a task to create a wand for himself. He had inadvertently completed a side quest when making Lockhart's wand with the following requirements: gain sufficient fame or notoriety, become benevolent or cruel, use high-quality materials to attract Lockhart's attention, and visit the shop at least twice. Because the smith was so famous, it seems Deculin had visited this place before, so an unknown side quest of his was completed as well. After finishing everything at the high conference, Deculin and his assistant boarded the train back to the academy. On the train to the Empire, Deculin and Alan were forced to share a compartment with Vethan. He made no effort to hide his murderous intent and hostility. Fortunately, no serious conflict occurred during the journey. Deculin brooded over everything that had happened. At last, this long trip drew to a close. At the station, the crowds flowed ceaselessly. Alan stretched, weary from the long journey, and turned to ask Deculin, "Professor, there's only one more train. Will we soon see anything other than falling snow?" Before he finished speaking, a group of swordsmen led by Julia approached from a distance. They had come to question Deculin about a few things. He greeted softly, "It's you." Julia replied, but her face was darker and gloomier than ever. She seemed unable to accept Veron's death, her voice lowered, slightly choked. "I heard you were ambushed on the trip. Thankfully, you're safe." Deculin nodded slightly and replied quickly, "Thank you." She probably already knew about Veron. For someone who always cares for her subordinates like Julia, this could not be easy. Deculin glanced at the soldiers behind her, wondering what they had heard, though they looked anything but pleased that he was the sole survivor. Julia restrained her emotions, clenching her hands, her voice trembling with pain. "I've read the news. I heard you cooperated with him to save other passengers. Is that right? I just want to ask one thing." She gritted her teeth, her voice shaking. "How did he sacrifice himself?" Silence fell. Everyone expected reproach, but what came was lamentation for the deceased, whom Julia had once loved and cherished. Her gaze fixed on Deculin, filled with an irreparable pain and sense of loss. Deculin met that look, unsettled and unsure what to do. Some truths, if spoken, only deepen the listener's suffering. They stood in silence, the heavy atmosphere hanging over them. Deculin wrestled with whether to tell Julia the truth, that Veron had deliberately tried to kill him and that it had all been a premeditated plan. The confrontation ended in an unexpected way. At first he intended to speak, but now standing before her he could not utter the words. "Should I tell Julia the truth about what happened that day? But if I do, it will be too cruel to her." Julia's resolve was not easily shaken, but her heart was not strong enough to endure such a harsh truth. If she knew, she would surely blame herself, carrying guilt and torment forever. Julia was that kind of person, always shouldering responsibility for her subordinates' mistakes and tormenting herself. Some things are better left unknown. Deculin was willing to accept others' anger for hiding the truth. While he hesitated, the conductor's voice broke the silence. "Train number 4 is preparing to depart for the Empire. Passengers with tickets, please board now." Passengers began to move hurriedly. Deculin could not prolong the conversation and spoke slowly. "It's hard to explain, he was too emotional." Hearing Deculin's answer, Julia's expression darkened and she sighed sadly. More than anyone, she knew what Veron was like. Some of her worries seemed somewhat eased. Julia bowed her head in thanks. "I understand. We'll set out to search for him now. Please rest." The swordsmen's group quickly departed, leaving Deculin standing with a dozen thoughts and questions. He recalled the moment Veron hung outside the train. Ironically, he was no different from him. Intense emotion can make people lose reason, but after all, what is truly right? After the swordsmen left, Alan immediately voiced his displeasure. "They were rude, Professor. We were victims of that attack too, yet they looked at us with such hostility." Deculin replied calmly, "It's fine, they're just fools." Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. "Why did you hide that?" It was Sylvia, also returning to the academy on the same train. He turned, puzzled. Hide what?" Sylvia quickly reached into her pocket, took out a book, and handed it to Deculin. She said softly, "This is a gift for you from me." Having said that, she turned away and hurried off. Seeing that, Alan couldn't hide his surprise. "Professor, what is that?" Deculin sighed, weary. "I don't know either. This journey has been truly long, and even now that it's over, I still feel exhausted. All I want is to go home and rest as quickly as possible." Deculin signaled to Alan, "Let's return home." "Yes, Professor." While on the train back to the academy, Julia and her team of knights reached the crime scene, a short distance beyond the 4th stop, less than an hour's travel from Berk. An officer from the security bureau was there and began to explain the situation. when the first attack occurred. Professor Dekulin made efforts to secure the train and helped rescue the survivors alongside Knight Veron. He said, then presented the photos taken by the photographer for them to examine. Look here, the train was attacked a second time, causing the entire convoy to plunge off the cliff. During that, it appears Knight Veron fell with the train. But strangely, the VIP carriage where Professor Dekulin had stayed throughout the trip was mysteriously suspended in midair. Unfortunately, this area is so remote that only eyewitness accounts from those on the train are available. You've all read the article, I assume? We have, Julia replied. I read it before coming and saw the picture of Professor Dekulin calmly sitting in the carriage suspended in midair. The officer smiled smugly and added, perhaps the senior professor single-handedly repelled the attackers. No exaggeration, he was like an army of one, ha ha ha. However, the knights could not laugh. The man they respected was gone, while the one they disliked had survived. Sensing the tension, the officer quickly concluded, in short, based on what we've gathered, both survived the first attack, but Knight Veron did not survive the second and fell off the cliff. After hearing this, Julia bowed politely in thanks. Another knight asked, did you find anything belonging to Knight Veron? No, the officer answered. What about whoever was behind the ambush? Sorry, we can't investigate that. There's an unspoken rule forbidding inquiries into crimes that occur on the route to Burke. While the knights continued pressing for more details about the attack, Julia quietly walked to the cliff edge and looked down where Veron and the train had fallen. Below lay the fog-shrouded bottom of a gorge, a white expanse stretching endlessly to the horizon. Seeing that scene brought back a distant memory. I've lost my right arm, she thought. I never imagined you'd go like this for nothing. Julia thought she had grown used to losing comrades, but memories of Veron's hard life surged back. He was a nobody who rose from the lowest social class, persisting in his dreams from childhood. Through hardship and relentless effort, he finally achieved what he sought, yet now he lay here. What exactly happened back then? Scene shift to the Euclid family mansion. Dekulin had just returned from the long journey. He was greeted by the piercing scream of his sister, Uriel Vondelun Euclid. Having learned he'd spent money on frivolous items, she erupted in anger, shouting, I've put up with you long enough. I thought you changed, but you bought those things with the family check, didn't you? Seeing her fury, the butler Roy hurried over to calm her. Miss, please be calm. Uriel brushed Roy aside and continued berating him. You already forgot what I told you, didn't you? Our family isn't rolling in wealth. At this rate, the Euclid family won't survive 2 months, you idiot. Hearing that the finances were near collapse, Dekulin worried, recalling that the cost of the wand making exceeded his estimate by a great deal. So this is the consequence of overspending, he thought. The family's finances only have 2 months left. It looks like I need to do something. Dekulin spoke to reassure them. Calm down. I have a way to earn more money. Uriel asked in surprise. What way? Dekulin did not explain immediately. He led Uriel and butler Roy to the storage room, holding the items he had purchased at the auction. Uriel eyed them suspiciously. Why did you bring me here? All of these are things you bought just to show off your wealth. Knowing he looked like a spendthrift in his sister's eyes. Dekulin said helplessly, you'll understand in time. Besides, you should learn to speak like a proper lady. You'll be the next head of the demon-slaying family. What the? You like nitpicking my wording? I'm angry because you're the one about to bankrupt the Euclid family. Butler Roy quickly intervened. Miss, please calm down. At first, Dekulin didn't understand why the auction items radiated an air of luxury. He had thought of them as an investment, like art in the mundane world. But recently, while preparing for the trip to Burkt, he realized how to use them to generate profit. Thinking this, Dekulin activated the Midas hand skill. A beam of light emitted from the porcelain vase, seeing him stand motionless. Uriel snapped in disappointment. You bring me here and then just hold your hand out. Are you crazy? Miss, please, Roy began, but did not finish. Dekulin interrupted. I'll put these items up for auction again, so go fetch someone who can appraise them. Uriel was shocked and shouted, what? We haven't even had them long and now you're going to sell them? Antiques should be kept. You won't even get half of what you paid for these. Quiet, Dekulin replied. Not wanting to argue further with Uriel, he ordered Roy, go call an appraiser at once and have these items moved. Although puzzled, butler Roy had no choice but to comply. Dekulin turned back to the porcelain vase he'd used the skill on. Information appeared before his eyes, a master's Eastern craftsman's floral vase. The master's heart and soul, along with his talent, had created this vase. Touched by the hand of King Midas, it awakened. Special effect. The flowers in the vase will never wilt, and each petal possesses a healing effect ranging from intermediate to advanced. Dekulin smiled proudly. A vase once worth 2.5 million LNE had become a treasure he did not want to sell. Seeing 2 people trembling as they carried the vase, Dekulin warned, be careful, it's very valuable. Uriel gaped, speechless. When she regained her composure, she asked, are you really going to sell all of that? Do you intend to bankrupt our family? Dekulin replied confidently, we'll make money, don't worry. Uriel snapped, don't tell me to worry. Knowing she didn't believe him, Dekulin changed the subject. Oh, it's time for work, I'm off. Uriel shouted helplessly, hey. Scene shifts to the Academy of the Magic Tower, to the Magic Exploration Club room. Ephraim was playing cards with classmates. She laid her cards down, 3 high and a pair of 8s. Sylvia gasped no. How can you be that lucky? Another chimed in, exactly. Efren's already won 3 rounds. Haha, I'm spared from cleaning for a week. Hearing Efren's smug laughter, another complained, I was so close to winning. If only I had one more card. Efren puffed up and grinned, don't make excuses when you lose, heh heh heh. Surrounded by the lively atmosphere, Efren felt as if she were living a dream. I come from the Viscount family, she thought. Before, I didn't even dare dream of attending the academy. Since stepping into the magic tower, people have hated me for no reason. Not only the students, but even the professors haven't treated me kindly. So much has happened, but now I'm here in this club with friends. I'm really starting to love this humble magic exploration club. Sylvia, surprised, looked at Efren and said, we're just a regular magic exploration club. Efren, watch your words. Efren nodded, sorry, I was wrong. Just then the door swung open. A booming voice shouted, you foolish kids. What is this? What the hell is this club doing? Another person appeared wearing a pleased expression. I told you, Professor. These lowborn commoners just take up space in the magic tower and do pointless things. Efren fell silent. It was Professors Ritlan and Locluck. Whenever matters involved commoners, they made a fuss. Seeing the club's name, Professor Ritlan angrily bellowed, the Ordinary Magic Exploration Club? Ridiculous. I'm asking what you all are doing. Are you all mute? Efren didn't know how to respond. A few thoughts flashed through her mind. Although this wasn't a friendly visit, she had anticipated it. She would handle this properly. We submitted a club formation plan and it was approved. We're an official club, she answered. Professor Ritlan, convinced she was lying, pointed at Efren in anger and roared, tell me. Who authorized the formation of this stupid club? Hold on, are you the commoner who was punished last time and you're back again? Hearing him repeatedly call her a commoner, Efren's gaze turned icy, and she felt a rising urge to leap forward and kill him. Haha, look at this insolent brat. How dare you glance at a professor? Look away now, Ritlan barked. Sylvia hurriedly advised, Efren, calm down. We don't need to be afraid. Locluck snickered at how cornered Efren's group looked. Professor Ritlan continued to interrogate, all right, if you're so confident. Then tell me who authorized you to form this stupid club. I can't believe any professor at the academy would allow such a club to be formed. Hearing familiar footsteps, Efren looked in that direction. Thinking she was startled and couldn't explain herself, Ritlan grew more smug. See, I knew it. No professor here would permit such a club. Suddenly a cold voice rang out, I did. Professor Ritlan started and turned to see Dekulin standing there. He looked at the old man with a sharp gaze and asked, I authorized it. Do you have a complaint? Feeling the immense magical power in his words, Ritlan's spine chilled and his legs trembled with fear. Efren wondered, why is Professor Dekulin here? At that moment, Dekulin stood tall before the 2 professors who were sneakily playing tricks, trying to pressure and oppress the commoner students. His face was cold, his eyes flashing with undisguised irritation. His sharp voice rang out, cutting through the tense atmosphere. I am the one who approved the formation of this club. Do you have an issue with my decision, Professor Ritlan? I could hear you calling my name all the way down the hallway. If you have something to say it directly. Does my approval of this club require your prior consultation, or must I ask for your permission? The air in the corridor became suffocating. Dekulin's interrogation left the nearby students feeling incredibly anxious. Their faces showed clear unease, their eyes following every development with trepidation. In his heart, the protagonist felt heavy as he recalled the chain of events since morning. Exhaustion piled up, leaving him nearly depleted. Since early dawn, Uriel had pestered him about trivial money matters. Then, at the start of the session, these 2 professors intentionally caused trouble, with Ritlan even loudly insulting him in front of the student. That made his blood boil, but he maintained a calm exterior, not letting emotion override logic. Professor Ritlan's face turned pale the moment he saw Dekulin. Breaking into a cold sweat, he stammered, trying to find a way to fix the situation. Senior professor. He pointed toward the room, his voice trembling, inventing an absurd excuse on the spot. Doesn't this place look far too dilapidated? I simply thought that the mages of the Imperial University Magic Tower deserve better equipment and furniture, haha. I was extremely upset to see things in such a state. I will take full responsibility and replace everything with higher quality items. Hearing those words, Dekulin smirked inwardly. This old man was a schemer, no different from a market fraudster. However, since those words posed no disadvantage to him, Dekulin didn't bother to care. With a calm yet sarcastic tone, he replied, you are always so thoughtful, Professor Ritlan. This room does indeed look old and dilapidated, ha. I will take special notice. Having said that, he turned a gaze as sharp as a blade toward the other man, the one who had ignited the whole mess. Dekulin's voice dropped, full of contempt. Low-class schemers will always act this way because they can do nothing but cause destruction. With that, Dekulin turned and walked away with a composed stride, leaving the 2 scoundrels standing like statues, their eyes dazed. The man named Beck, his face flushed with rage, gritted his teeth at the insults from the protagonist. But he could do nothing but swallow his anger. Though the two men looked as alike as two drops of water, save for the clearly displayed cowardice on their faces, anyone could tell the difference at a single glance. Scene shifts to the classroom, where the protagonist is preparing to start today's lesson. The atmosphere in the class was lively, with the whispers of students echoing like waves crashing on the shore. It's been a while since we had senior Professor Deculin's class. Yeah, he's been so busy his head is practically smoking. I wonder what happened out there. Who knows, but that train attack was already published in the Wizards magazine last month. Right, I read it. An entire train floating in midair. That's insane. Despite the bustling talk, Sylvia sat quietly in the corner, her eyes intently watching Deculin's every move as if trying to predict his next action. She whispered to the student next to her, "Do you think he'll tell us about what happened there?" The protagonist placed his hand on the lectern and signaled with a light tap. His steady voice rang out, "Everyone, quiet down. It is time to begin. I will start the lecture now, so pay attention. Today's topic will be pure elements and magical interference." Magical interference, put simply, is when a spell cast by one mage is obstructed and replaced by another magic from a different mage. Therefore, before we get to the heart of the lecture, let's do a warm-up. Alan, step forward. Alan, moving slowly, carried a crate full of mana stones to the front. Immediately, the protagonist snapped his fingers, casting magic with practiced ease. Each mana stone was enveloped in a magnetic magical aura, hovering in midair and radiating a brilliant light like tiny stars. The entire classroom was illuminated by the ethereal beauty, leaving the students in awe. The stones drifted one by one to stop in front of each student. Sylvia received one, and Ephraim was no exception. The protagonist spoke in a tone that was both serious and encouraging. Each mana stone in front of you is valued at 3,000 elni. I will keep them hovering like this, so try to snatch them away by interfering with my psychokinesis. If you can take it, it is yours. Before he could even finish, Ephraim slammed the desk and stood up, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Yes, Professor, to a poverty-stricken noble like her, 3,000 elni was a fortune. The red-haired girl sitting next to Ephraim hurried to cover her mouth, whispering a scolding, "Hey, Ephraim, don't scream while the professor is still talking." Though slightly annoyed by the interruption, the protagonist remained calm and continued the lecture. For a magic caster, preventing an opponent's interference is just as important as casting a powerful spell. If your magic is interfered with and cancelled halfway, you are guaranteed to lose. Therefore, those who master strong magical defensive capabilities will hold the upper hand. But for this lesson, just give it your best effort. Without wasting another second, the students immediately plunged into the challenge, focusing all their energy on interfering with the protagonist's psychokinetic grip. A quick-witted student was the first to touch the stone in front of them. The large room fell into silence. Every eye was focused, as no one wanted to miss their chance. While the students struggled, Deculin briefly recalled past events. It was true he had stopped an entire train and held it in midair, but that was thanks to the basic psychokinesis he had only recently mastered. He needed more practice to get used to it, and deep down, he was curious. Although all the students here were just freshmen, how long could he maintain his psychokinesis against 150 talented young mages? And how would he perform before the most brilliant minds of the new generation? Both Sylvia and Ephraim were giving their all to break Deculin's magic, but clearly, this challenge was not simple. Ephraim, with a bright smile still on her lips, thought, those mage tools are incredibly expensive. My sponsorship money is almost gone, but Professor Deculin is generously handing out free mana stones. Thanks, Professor, I'll take one then. Standing nearby, Sylvia quietly glanced at Ephraim, her mind filled with deep thought as she recalled Deculin's words. Ephraim had overcome every obstacle through her own sheer talent. That thought acted like a spark, fueling Sylvia's determination more than ever before. She absolutely could not lose, especially not to someone like Ephraim. The competition between the two natural prodigies grew intense, with neither willing to give an inch. The other students were nearly helpless against the protagonist's solid psychokinesis, with some pushing themselves to the point of nosebleeds while others trembled from pure exhaustion. From below, Alan couldn't hide his admiration and called out, "Professor, you're truly incredible. Even against 150 opponents, you don't show a single opening. The students can't interfere at all." Alan's praise actually surprised Deculin, who hadn't expected the freshmen to push themselves to the point of bleeding just to fail at breaking through. Suddenly, a mana stone vibrated, a sign that his psychokinesis had been breached. Deculin immediately shifted his gaze toward the source. Unsurprisingly, the first to succeed was Sylvia. She was panting with beads of sweat on her forehead, clearly showing that this challenge was no walk in the park. After finishing, Sylvia glanced over at Ephraim, who was still struggling with her own stone. Sylvia breathed a sigh of relief, telling herself she was the only one who had succeeded so far. The protagonist walked over, his voice ringing out encouragingly, "Well done, Sylvia. You are the first to complete this exercise." Seeing Deculin approach, Sylvia looked slightly taken aback, but she only gave a faint nod without saying a word. From the start, Deculin had predicted Sylvia would pass the test easily, but he hadn't expected her to have to exert herself quite this much. He scanned the classroom and asked, "Is there no one else?" The other students continued to struggle with no sign of a miracle about to happen. If no one else could do it then. Before he could finish his sentence, Dekulin suddenly felt another interference and a thin smile played on his lips. Well, another person has just succeeded. Sylvia's expression instantly soured, her eyes wide with shock as she thought, what the hell? And just as predicted, Ephraim's talent was certainly no joke. She flashed a radiant smile even though her body was so exhausted she was nearly ready to collapse. Hee, I did it. Those 3,000 Elni are mine. Sylvia's face tightened and her brow furrowed. It seemed the rivalry between these two girls was only going to get more cutthroat from here. The rest of the students were still giving it their all, racking their brains to break through the protagonist's defensive magic to grab the mana stone floating before them. Every single one of them looked pathetic, drenched in sweat and dripping blood from their noses, yet still unable to reach the goal. The air in the room was stifling, thick with the smell of sweat and extreme tension. Noticing things were getting a bit unstable, the protagonist quickly signaled for them to stop, not wanting the situation to spiral out of control. As soon as he finished speaking, one student threw up right on their desk from dizziness, while another was so spent they just keeled over unconscious. The protagonist covered his face and let out a weary sigh, his voice tinged with disappointment. You all are truly pathetic. We'll take a short break. Make sure you clean up the mess you made. One by one, the students staggered to their feet and left their seats, looking like they were about to drop. Julia, her face pale from exhaustion, turned to Ephraim and spoke in a weak voice. Ephraim, hey, how did you even do that? Even though I tried my hardest, I thought I was gonna die, I still couldn't do it. Ephraim, leaning her head on the desk and panting, replied with a tired but proud tone, I almost bit the dust myself. I can't even feel my own tongue right now, man. But I feel like I understand everything now. Julia's eyes went wide with surprise. Huh, you understand? Ephraim nodded slightly, her gaze distant. Yeah. I don't know much about psychokinesis, but when I tried to pierce through Professor Dekulin's magic, it felt like I actually broke through something. Julia cried out, unable to hide her envy. Wow, I'm seriously jealous of you, Ephraim. On the other side of the room, Sylvia felt a surge of irritation after witnessing the whole scene. She frowned, thinking to herself, this makes no sense. How can someone who always ranks at the bottom of every test suddenly jump to second place? She was certain there was no favoritism toward Ephraim here, but then a thought flashed through her mind. Could the rumors that Professor Dekulin has been giving Ephraim private lessons be true? Is he hiding something from me? Sylvia glanced at Ephraim with a sharp, cold gaze. There was no longer any hint of looking down on her, replaced instead by a high level of vigilance. After all, Ephraim was prophesied to become one of the 3 archmagi of this era. She really is arrogant. Sylvia thought, but inside her, the spark of competition had turned into a low-burning fire, ready to erupt at any moment. Back in class, after that intense and tear-filled warm-up, the protagonist began to explain the magic he had used in detail. His voice was steady but had a magnetic pull that kept the whole class listening intently. During that warm-up exercise, you all did your best to disrupt my magic and psychokinesis. However, there is a much simpler way to neutralize my psychokinesis without exerting so much effort. Those who succeeded probably sensed something. It's not some high-level secret or anything. In fact, it's incredibly simple. That method actually is mana interference, but it's not like the widely known method of blocking the magic the caster has already performed. This method revolves around understanding the other person's magic and disrupting it before it can even be completed. However, the reason people don't use this method widely is because it has a major limitation. You pause for a moment, observing the students' reactions before continuing. Mana interference, you ask. That's something only those with many magic circles can pull off. The truth is, you can only use mana interference on magic that you already know, and it's not exactly recommended either. In most real combat situations, people just use shields for defense or some other counter magic. But hey, no pain, no gain. I want you to take this opportunity to understand exactly what mana interference is. The main difficulty of mana interference is finding the center of the magic circle. Every spell has a different central circuit depending on whether it's offensive, supportive, or elemental. In other words, you need to find the central circuit your opponent is using to disrupt it. Once you get used to mana interference, performing it becomes much easier. The protagonist stepped to the board and began drawing magic circles to illustrate. Now, I will teach you how to find the central circuit of most common magic circles. First, take a look at this magic circle called Lightning Spear. Offensive magic will always have a circuit that burns from the inside out like this. Next, support and healing magic will look like this. The students took notes frantically, but Dekulin's lecturing pace was a bit fast, leaving some of them struggling to keep up. The lecture dragged on for 2 hours, and the atmosphere in the room grew heavy under the weight of the dense information. The protagonist glanced at the wall clock, let out a soft sigh, and stopped. Even though there's still a bit left to the lesson, we've run out of time. You all wasted too much of my time, so I'm sure no one will complain. Study on your own, think for yourselves, and figure out the rest of the lesson. Midterms are coming up soon. Before that, you'll have an open practical exam. So remember what you learned today. It's going to be very important. All right, class dismissed. Goodbye, everyone. After saying his piece, Dekulin hurried out, leaving the class stunned and confused. Why did he leave before finishing the lesson? What the hell is wrong with that professor? It feels like being stopped right in the middle of a sentence. Julia stretched her arms and said tiredly, what gives? How does the professor expect us to think for ourselves? I'm totally wiped out. Her friend nearby gave a wry smile. Haha, you're right about that. But FRN, on the contrary, was wearing a bright smile. But today, I feel like I've unlocked something. It's hard to put into words, but it feels truly great. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from behind, cutting through her thoughts. Hey, FRN, the representative of the commoners. FRN quickly turned around to find Beck, the snitch who had caused trouble before. His face wore that typical arrogant look of the nobility. The red-haired girl next to FRN spoke up immediately, her voice full of annoyance. Beck, what are you trying to start now? Last time you brought Professor Raitland just to mess with us. What's bugging you this time? Hearing that, Beck just smirked and said sarcastically, geez, it's just that you commoners love to show off way too much. FRN, how did you go from the bottom of the class to second place, FRN answered calmly with a mocking smile, even if I told you, it wouldn't do you any good. Before she could finish, Beck cut in insultingly, a commoner with no home or fortune. So how exactly did you bribe him, FRN whipped around, her eyes blazing with fury. What did you just say? Beck tilted his head up arrogantly. What, it's true. Everyone knows you're getting private lessons from Professor Dekulin, don't they? FRN immediately screamed, her voice shaking with anger. What kind of nonsense is that? I've never done anything like that. The argument even caught the attention of Sylvia, who was standing nearby. Beck continued to provoke her, his tone getting more poisonous. It's so obvious, so why deny it? You're just an idiot who didn't even come from the academy, so how could you possibly improve that fast? So Professor Dekulin was playing favorites with you before too, right? He probably wanted to give you that mana stone, so he did it on purpose. Everything makes sense now. Since you're just a homeless orphan then. Before he could finish the sentence, surges of mana erupted, filling the room. FRN's teeth were gritted and her hands were clenched tight, as if she were ready to lunge forward and give Beck a beatdown. She was someone easily ruled by her emotions, and right now, her anger had pushed her to the edge of losing control. Say one more word, but Beck, as a nobleman, wasn't about to let his honor be trampled by a commoner. He growled, you think I won't keep talking, you filthy commoner? FRN roared back, fine then, keep talking if you've got the guts. The situation became more tense than ever. Sylvia, standing not far away, furrowed her brow slightly, a look of worry appearing in her eyes. Suddenly, Julia's arm reached out and pulled FRN back. Let it go. FRN, you shouldn't lose your cool like this. What are you going to do if you get punished again? Those words made FRN freeze. She suddenly remembered what Dekulin had taught her. As a mage, you must always keep a cool head. If she laid a hand on Beck now, all her hard work would go down the drain. FRN pulled her hand away from Julia, her face still dark. But she quickly forced a smile. Thanks, Julia, you're absolutely right. I got a little too excited there. For a second, I thought I was going crazy trying to talk to someone with no brain. Hearing that, Beck's hair stood on end and he trembled with rage. What did you just say? FRN didn't even bother to answer, just turned to Julia and said cheerfully, Julia, let's go find something good to eat on the way home. Julia nodded, all right. The two of them quickly left, leaving Beck standing there, his face betrayed with spite. Hey, I'm not done talking yet. Sylvia, who had been watching everything from start to finish, narrowed her eyes slightly as she followed FRN with her own calculations. It looks like there's going to be some interesting things to watch soon, she thought, a corner of her mouth curling up. The scene shifted a while later, outside the academy building. FRN walked with heavy steps, her heart still seething with anger. She gritted her teeth and muttered, thanks to Julia, I managed to hold back then. But I really should do something about that damn Beck. I'm so mad I can't even contain myself anymore. She kept walking, her mind a mess, until she accidentally spotted a familiar figure waiting up ahead. What should I do with that elitist jerk? Before she could finish her sentence, FRN stopped in her tracks, stunned. It was Sylvia. She was standing there, her gaze calm but sharp. FRN thought to herself, why is she here? What's going on? Sylvia slowly approached, her voice soft but carrying an invisible pressure. Can we talk for a moment? At that moment, Sylvia and FRN's eyes met. In that moment, the gazes of Sylvia and FRN locked onto each other. Hearing this, FRN frowned in confusion. What was wrong with Sylvia today? If she wanted to pick a fight, she had chosen the wrong time. Please just leave me alone. Seeing FRN stay silent for too long, Sylvia went straight to the point. FRN, are you taking private lessons from Professor Dekulin? When FRN heard that, her blood boiled. She couldn't take it anymore and shouted, I knew it. If you want a piece of me, then come on. And why are you asking me that? Do you even know the history between me and Professor Dekulin? Why would I ever let him tutor me privately? You don't know a thing. Besides, are you seriously stopping me here just to spout that nonsense? Hey, why is everyone bothering me today? Sylvia stared at Efren and realizing she wasn't lying, her attitude softened. Sylvia said in a tsundere tone, "Ah, I see. Well, whatever then, you don't have the right." But before Efren could finish speaking, Sylvia dropped a piece of information that made her freeze. But did you know? Since your father passed away, Professor Deculin hasn't stepped into a laboratory for 3 years, not even once. Hee hee, it's so obvious. Professor Deculin can't do a damn thing without my father. Let me tell you, my father was a genius when he was alive. Well then, you should also know that Professor Deculin started going to the lab every single day starting 3 months ago. Those words hit Efren like a bolt from the blue, leaving her dazed on the spot for a long time. Sylvia continued, he cleaned the lab, hired an assistant professor, and bought a ton of magic equipment. What do you think that means? Efren didn't rush to answer because she was deeply shocked by the news. In her mind, she pictured Deculin carrying out the magic research her father had left unfinished. But this was so strange, because how could Professor Deculin be smart or talented enough to finish it all on his own? If not, why would he have needed to choose her father? Thinking back to those unpleasant memories, Efren clenched her fists. She tried to act indifferent as if she didn't care about it. Who knows, maybe he's just trying out some experiments. He is a high-ranking professor after all, but what does that have to do with me? Sylvia smiled, not calling out the lie, nothing. I just said it to make sure you knew. After saying her piece, Sylvia turned and walked away, leaving Efren in a swirl of confused thoughts. The scene shifted to Wednesday, the final lecture before the midterm exam. At this time, Deculin's class was gathered on the 5th floor, an area suitable for practical combat training. The professor hadn't arrived yet, so Julia asked in a low voice, Efren, what kind of practical training is Professor Deculin planning? Why did he drag the whole class all the way up here? Efren shook her head and replied, who knows, it looks like he's plotting something again. Suddenly, Beck rushed over and pushed Julia aside without saying a single word of apology, acting exactly like some immature brat. Julia scolded him angrily. That arrogant noble is up to his old tricks again. Efren went over to advise her, just let it go, why bother with an immature guy like him? At exactly 3 p.m., Deculin appeared at the gate and walked to the center of the stage where he continued to speak while looking down at everyone. Everyone, quiet down. Class is starting. As soon as he spoke, the noisy chatter died down instantly. As I mentioned before, today will be the final practical practice day before the final exams. And today, we will be studying the public examination. Having said that, he snapped his fingers. Each curtain at the edge of the stands was drawn back, and before all the students lay a vast area so large that the end of it couldn't be seen. It had a hemispherical ceiling, a rectangular stage, and the stands were already packed with people. This left all the students, including Efren, wide-eyed and open-mouthed in surprise. They wondered just how many people were up there. The mages above were just as surprised, but they immediately fell silent when they heard Deculin say this was a magic sparring session. Participating in magic sparring is inevitable for a mage, even if they try to avoid it. But since they won't be able to avoid it in the future anyway, bringing everyone here to put pressure on the students wasn't without reason. Next, Deculin began to explain the rule. You may use any magic to fight each other, but you must use at least 3 pure elements. Don't worry too much about winning or losing. Just focus on the match. I will supervise you and record your strengths and weaknesses while observing from the outside. I expect you all to grow further after receiving today's evaluations. Professor Rillin, please come up here. Rillin rushed over immediately upon hearing his name. He scratched his head sheepishly as the attention of all the mages in the audience shifted toward him. Professor Rillin will serve as the referee for these matches to prevent any life-threatening situations or unnecessary damage. So cast aside the weakness in your hearts and hit me with everything you've got. Haha, just leave the rest to me. With that, the two of them stepped down from the stands. Deculin's voice rang out once more. We will begin the class now. Who is first? Initially, the student hesitated, but then he chose one of his friends as an opponent. Seeing both sides in position, Deculin announced loudly, you have 3 minutes, begin. The matches proceeded with great fervor, and the students gradually grew accustomed to the pressure, leading to a significant improvement in their skills. Down by the stands, Deculin was focused on taking notes while Rillin struggled to keep up. The quality of the matches rose noticeably as students began focusing on their spells rather than the eyes of the audience. However, for few individuals, this pressure was negligible. Sylvia won with overwhelming dominance, taking down her opponent as easily as a gentle breeze without breaking a sweat. Watching this, Beck and the group of nobles laughed gleefully. Ha, another commoner suffers a pathetic defeat. They should have just stayed home and served as our maids. Coming to the magic tower just to be humiliated like this is a joke. Efren gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with fire. Those bastards. If they fought Sylvia, they'd get their asses kicked just like the rest of the failures. She turned to her friend, her voice warming up. Ferret, you did a great job. Deculin called for the next pair. Beck stepped up to choose his opponent. Beck curled his lip and pointed his finger. I choose Efren. I want her as my opponent. Beck smirked and pointed his finger. I choose Efren. I want her as my opponent. Ephraim scoffed, her aura exploding. Fine then, if you want a beatdown, I'm happy to oblige. On the vast arena stage, the two stared each other down like tigers stalking prey, sparks flying between their gazes. Beck mocked her, you sure you're gonna be okay? No one's here to give you private lessons now. Ephraim shot back, her voice sharp as a knife. Is that mouth of yours only good for barking nonsense? I guess your parents only taught you how to brag and talk trash, huh? Looking at how you're trying to copy the professor's style, it looks so cheap. Don't you feel embarrassed? Beck roared in fury. What did you just say? Ephraim raised her hand as her mana surged. I'll show you that your magic is just as useless as you are. The two of them charged at each other, their rage hitting the roof. Beck screamed, you lowly insect, as he gathered his mana, launching a powerful magical counterattack. Let me send you to the afterlife to meet your parents. The magic blasted forward, forcing Ephraim to fall back. A terrifying explosion followed, sending dust and debris everywhere. Beck laughed triumphantly, haha, you idiot. But before the smile could even fully form, the magic in his hand began to warp. Ephraim had interfered. Seizing control of the casting, her eyes flashed and her voice turned ice cold. There's an old saying at the magic tower, nobles all deserve to be beaten to a pulp. She fired back the magic she had just stolen, aiming it straight at Beck. He panicked and tried to run, but how could a pampered noble outrun magic? The hit sent him crashing to the floor in total disgrace. Julia cheered from the stands. That was amazing, Ephraim. But seriously, that's not a real proverb. Beck crawled away in humiliation. Ephraim stepped forward, hands on her hips, looking proud. So, how does it feel to be trampled by an insect? Beck gritted his teeth. You just got lucky, you lowly commoner. Destined watched from a distance and shook his head in disappointment. This bunch of fools. The fight was over before it even started. I invited all these guests and yet there's nothing interesting to show them. Ephraim quickly cut in. If you're bored, Professor, why not give me another chance? I need to cast 3 pure elemental spells, but I only used one because my opponent was too weak. The match ended before I could finish the assignment. Destined nodded. I see, it wasn't your fault. Fine, pick anyone as your next opponent. Without hesitation, Ephraim pointed directly at Destined, her voice firm. I want to choose you, Professor Destined, as my opponent. Is that allowed? The atmosphere in the arena exploded as the audience gasped, waiting for an earth-shattering confrontation. Upon hearing Ephraim's bold declaration, the arena erupted with shock and frantic whispering. Is she insane? Professor Rilin's face turned purple as he roared in anger. What? Look at this crazy brat. Do you even know what kind of nonsense you're spewing? Sylvia narrowed her eyes from the stands, her gaze full of suspicion as a wave of confusion washed over her heart. Criticism poured in from all sides, sharp as blades, but Ephraim stood tall and ignored it all. She thought to herself, her eyes burning with intensity, exactly as expected. Everyone is shocked by what I said, but I'm no fool. I don't act without a plan. This is a golden opportunity to challenge Professor Destined. She smirked, telling herself that even if she got cursed at, it would all be worth it as long as she played her cards right. Destined, standing nearby, let out a mysterious smile. This was getting more interesting by the second. Rilin, acting as if he could finally vent his past humiliations, screamed, do you see this? That girl has no idea what she's doing, but Destined cut him off coldly. Enough. Calm down, Professor Rilin. Rilin stammered, but that brat. Destined turned to Ephraim, his voice deep and resonant. Very well, I accept your proposal. I told you that you could choose anyone without exception. I will be your opponent. He raised his hand, his eyes sharp. However, it wouldn't be fair for a professor with no limits to fight a freshman. I won't strike first. If you can make me move from this spot, even a single step, you win. Ephraim flashed a radiant smile, though a hint of worry lingered in her eyes. I understand. The two stood facing each other in the quiet arena, with only the sound of the whistling wind and swirling dust. Ephraim's heart was pounding so hard it felt like it might burst. Her dream of facing Destined had finally become a reality. He spoke, his voice deep like thunder. If you are ready, begin. Without hesitation, Ephraim immediately unleashed sharp wind arrows from every direction, aiming straight for Destined. She knew full well that the gap in power between them was like heaven and earth, that she might not be able to do anything at all. But Ephraim did not back down, her gaze burning. This was the enemy she would one day have to defeat with her own hands to get her revenge. This match would show her exactly how large that gap really was. She poured her energy into casting a dual-element spell of wind and fire, as brilliant as fireworks. It was an impressive sight. Destined stood still, observing with an interested smile. Not bad. The magic surged forward, causing an explosion right in front of him, but it couldn't pierce through his solid defense. Ephraim gritted her teeth and gave it her all, desperately hoping to add the earth element to complete a perfect triple-element combo attack. The arena was swallowed in a sea of brilliant fire and thick dust. No one could clearly see Destined's condition. Rilin, down on the floor, gaped in total shock. the commoner I looked down on. She just unleashed magic that could threaten even me. The audience fell silent, their eyes glued to the spectacular performance. Even if the effectiveness wasn't clear yet, the structure of Ephraim's magic and her casting method far surpassed that of an ordinary freshman. Dekilling was trapped in a layer of molten earth that looked almost like lava, but for a high-ranking professor, breaking out was no trouble at all. He stood there without a single scratch, his eyes sparkling with expectation as he looked at Ephraim. She roared in anger. She wasn't finished yet. A series of wind spells continued the assault, though they proved ineffective against Dekilling. Dekilling, deciding he had seen enough of the show, spoke up. Your magic has a fatal habit. The larger the casting motion, the more obvious that habit becomes. Instantly, Ephraim's magic was disrupted as Dekilling interfered with its operation. She was stunned. What? The magic isn't working. He saw right through it. Dekilling's voice was low. Now you cannot cast magic in front of me. What do you plan to do? Ephraim gritted her teeth. Damn it, he's blocked everything. But I still have one last move. She lunged forward, switching to close combat. With her fists clenched tight, she threw a powerful punch. But Dekilling simply snapped his fingers. An invisible force sent Ephraim flying backward dozens of meters, and she landed on the floor like a stone, looking pathetic. The match was over, and Dekilling reflected on what he had seen. She had combined the elements of fire, wind, and earth to create a diversion. Ephraim's mana sensitivity was truly impressive, but no matter how good her senses were, it was all meaningless without elemental control. Her talent and her ability to sense mana circuits made her superior. If she were to wear that bracelet, her ability to use all elements would explode. It was a bracelet that anyone would covet. He let out a satisfied breath. Ephraim was on the right track. A person of her virtue would surely achieve great things. Dekilling walked over, his voice warm. The result is clear. Truthfully, you didn't fight half bad. Ephraim was caught off guard, a strange look in her eyes. Professor Dekilling praised me. He turned away and left a final instruction. The public training session is over. Focus on your midterms. The students in the stands were buzzing. Wait, what? Did Professor Dekilling just say that for the first time? Yeah, Ephraim did really well. The match with Beck was boring as hell, but this one was top tier. Beck, completely disgraced, could only grit his teeth, his arrogance gone. Ephraim flashed a radiant smile. I was recognized. Her friends rushed over, cheering. Wow, you were amazing. Ephraim, you were so cool. You're our pride and joy. The scene shifted to the Red Gem Adventurer Party in a coastal city owned by a family in the Western Empire. Ganesha's party was waiting for a ship at the port of Lucan. She pointed at the ship ahead and said excitedly, they are here. Next, the ship docked and two children quickly stepped down. Ganesha laughed and said, Leo, Carlos, it's been a while. You guys doing okay? Just then, a girl's voice called out. Ganesha, long time no see. Hearing that voice, Ganesha waved her hand in greeting. Ria, welcome to Port La. Did you miss me? Maybe a little hee-hee. The girl scratching her head was Yuria, the girl from the islands who was possessed by the soul of Ara, Kim Woo-jin's ex-girlfriend. At the bustling dock where Ganesha's mercenary squad waited impatiently, the person they were looking for finally arrived, bringing with them the salty sea breeze. Ganesha rushed over and gave Yuria a big hug, her face beaming like sunshine. Oh honey, I missed you to death. The tight, affectionate embrace made Yuria feel embarrassed. Her teammates quickly ran over, trying to stop her in a panic. Captain, calm down. You're gonna hurt the kid if you squeeze that hard. This is straight-up child abuse. Ganesha laughed loudly, let go, and scratched her head as she apologized. All right, my bad. Yuria looked down, her gaze thoughtful as if she were lost in a distant memory. She recalled the fateful moment when she was transported into this world. That day, a blinding light, the same kind that had appeared in Dekilling's office, had swallowed her as well, as if erasing her from reality. That light had flared brilliantly, sweeping her up until everything around her vanished. No sound, no images, only nothingness. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in a completely alien world, one that was both magnificent and mysterious. First voice she heard was Ganesha, filled with rage. Does Dekilling really dare to use children like this? I'm not doing this mission. A teammate argued back, then why did you accept it in the first place? You probably just got dazzled by how handsome he is. Do you have any idea how much the cancellation fee is? Looking at the familiar faces, Yuria suddenly realized they were characters she and her team had spent countless nights designing with all their heart. Now they were vivid right in front of her, like people made of flesh and bone. Ganesha walked over to where Yuria was sitting and asked warmly, You're Ria, right? Yuria glanced around the harbor scene, filled with the sea breeze and the glow of the sunset, which left her feeling melancholy. She recalled the game settings. In front of her were Ganesha and the Red Mercenaries, legendary characters. If this was the game world, based on her memories. She spoke softly, with a hint of worry, yes, I'm Yuria. And that was how everything led to this fateful meeting. In the game she had created herself, Yuria had become the main character, embarking on a journey full of storms. Back in reality, Ganesha's voice echoed across the dock. "Hey, Leah Carlos, don't run around like that, you're gonna fall." Watching Ganesha hold her hand, Yuria thought to herself, this is Ganesha, the strongest adventurer in this world. Her biggest goal now was survival. The best way to do that was to stay by Ganesha, who guaranteed absolute safety. During that time, she had to find a way back to her old world, even if the hope was slim. The scene shifted to Dekilling's mansion. He had just received a package from the Magic City, his heart racing. It was finally here. He opened the box, his eyes lighting up. Inside was the magic staff he had ordered previously. The Euclid Staff of Lokalok, a masterpiece crafted by the master Lokalok specifically for Dekilling, an exclusive item for Dekilling von Grahen Euclid. Classified as a special effect magic staff, it could store a maximum of 500 mana. The staff acted like a restoration ring, elevating spells smoothly. Dekilling held the staff and couldn't help but exclaim, it was exquisite down to every detail, an ultimate aesthetic masterpiece. Not only was the staff mesmerizingly beautiful, it also understood the user's intent to optimize magic. Furthermore, it could flexibly change its appearance to match his outfit like a high-fashion masterpiece. The item's special skills were even more astonishing. The staff possessed extraordinary power in exorcism and purification. Dekilling muttered, I thought 9 million Elni was expensive at first, but now I see it's worth every penny. A creation that is both beautiful and powerful. With this, the road ahead will be much easier. Suddenly, the butler Roy's voice came from behind the door. Master, dinner is ready. Dekilling turned around calmly. I know, I'm coming down now. He sat down at the dining table. Before him were high-end dishes and he was stunned. What's going on? Aren't the family finances in trouble? This meal is even more lavish than a holiday feast. Uriel, sitting opposite him, replied sheepishly, of course it has to be lavish. This is a meal for encouragement. Roy smiled and explained, do you remember the artifacts we sold based on your wishes? The response was beyond expectations. When the list was posted, bidders came flocking in, turning the auction into a sensation. Lady Uriel and I were in a daze. The amount of money didn't just cover the deficit, it's enough to run the family comfortably for many years. Uriel blushed as Roy continued, this is the lady's way of expressing her gratitude. Please accept it. Dekilling flashed a radiant smile, saying nothing but giving a nod. The meal is delicious. Uriel still gave a sharp huff. HMP8. I guess you finally know what you're doing. The two of them ate in silence, a rare moment of harmony that looked like a warm family portrait. But then Dekilling suddenly spoke up, his voice teasing, you're holding your knife wrong, Uriel. The scene shifted to Dekilling's office at the academy. He held a pile of documents and let out a weary sigh. This really is the old Dekilling's trash. It's nothing but a mess. With midterms fast approaching, Dekilling was working hard to draft the exam questions. To find inspiration, he reviewed the old Dekilling's questions, but it only made him annoyed. They were all designed to torture the students. He only wanted to show off. I am the noble Dekilling, the supreme mage. Taste the sting of my exam and despair. These questions only highlight his petty arrogance. Dekilling shook his head. The old him thought the difficulty of the exam proved his superiority. But I am different. I want questions that are meaningful, challenging, but inspiring. The process of solving them may be arduous, but when they succeed, the students will feel admiration and be enlightened like true mages. He glanced at the last box of documents, hoping to find something useful. Dekilling picked up a single question, and his eyes widened in shock. This one was entirely different, sophisticated and profound, as if written by someone else entirely. The image of Ephraim's father flashed through his mind as he muttered to himself. This must be a document the old Dekilling stole from him. Even though the difficulty level was about the same, this question sparked an intense curiosity. If a student could grasp the logic and channel their mana correctly, a miracle would surely occur. Suddenly, from the parchment in Dekilling's hand, a brilliant, multicolored burst of mana exploded and spread throughout the room, coalescing into the vibrant form of a girl made of pure magical energy. Dekilling looked up, his eyes shining. How fascinating. Solving it correctly and channeling mana creates this image. Each color represented an element, blending together to create a feeling of pure inspiration. This was the perfect tool for teaching pure elemental magic, exactly what he had been searching for. Dekilling's body trembled as a surge of envy washed over him. The old Dekilling must have realized how exquisite this question was. Yet he had been unable to create it himself. Wait, who is this woman? If the question had been written by Ephraim's father, this figure could very well be her mother. The scene shifted to the headmaster's office, where she held the transcript of the magic conference and spoke softly. How interesting. The issue regarding the Bloodline clan had been postponed until the next meeting, signed by Grand Elder Berkt Dresden. The headmaster muttered, for the discussion to end like this, Professor Dekilling must have strongly opposed the suppression. What a strange change of heart. She looked at the people behind her and said in a low voice, "Not just Achillean, but I'm sure all of you here are quite surprised as well, aren't you?" The headmaster of the magic tower at the Imperial Academy, Adrian, was a mage of extraordinary power and was considered the top candidate for the title of Archmage. Her personality, however, was a complete contrast to her status. She was incredibly gentle. She was always curious about the world and loved listening to rumors. What was that? Professor Achillean and the knight Yuli fought. Professor Relin failed his diet again. Oh, for heaven's sake. Her curiosity about the world and her love for gossip were actually closely tied to the secret of her origin. The truth was that she was a half-elf, which explained her personality and was also the source of her nearly limitless mana. Even someone like her had to wait reluctantly on a day like today. Today, she sat calmly in the Tower Master's chair. Her voice soft as magic. Achillean protected those of the bloodline. How fascinating. Once a month, the professors gathered to praise the Tower Master, and as always, if anyone was missing, it was Achillean. "What? Someone as noble as me has to suck up to others," Achillean had once said. However, this time was different, as a sudden suggestion was made in Achillean's absence. "I heard that Lady Luina will be attending the Mage Conference this time." Luina, the one who had once dueled Professor Achillean for the senior professor position. "You're willing to give up your position for Achillean's plan? I thought she had returned to her kingdom." This sounds interesting. Why would Lady Luina suddenly do that? Has she already arrived in the Empire? Hahaha, if there's a stable position for her, she'll be back in the blink of an eye. If that happens, our magic tower will benefit greatly. After all, Lady Luina is highly respected in the kingdom. And compared to Professor Achillean, you protected the bloodline. I don't mean to disparage the current senior professor or anything. Fine then, if Luina really does return, I'll consider it later. As soon as the Tower Master finished her sentence, the professors let out a sigh of relief. It seemed Achillean was quite disliked. "That's enough for today. I have things to do. Any professors who haven't submitted their exam questions yet, please hurry up." "Understood? Yes, ma'am." Sitting alone in the Tower Master's room, she thought to herself, Achillean's behavior has been a bit strange lately. The exam questions Professor Achillean submitted were so good that I can't believe he made them himself. Someone else must have written them for him. Should I shake things up for him a bit? If those two archenemies, Luina and Achillean, were to meet, haha. If that happens, it'll be a riot. This is going to be fun. A few days later, the midterm exam on pure elemental magic knowledge began. Whispers echoed throughout the lecture hall. "Is this info for real? This is the test. What the hell kind of test is this? I heard Professor Achillean's questions were weird, but this is just ridiculous. I give up." To calm the situation, Achillean's teaching assistant quickly spoke up. "All right, everyone settle down. I understand the structure of the exam is unusual, which is why you're confused, but this is indeed the test. The midterm exam on pure elemental magic will take place over the course of 10 days. The deadline is midnight on Sunday, when the Magic Tower officially ends its teaching schedule. Each student will take the exam in their assigned private room. Naturally, you are allowed to take other exams during this period and can eat or sleep as you wish. However, taking the exam paper out of the room is strictly prohibited. As I mentioned before, this will be an open book exam." Efren and her friends were also exhausted just hearing the rules. Open book, for 10 days, how hard is this test going to be? Even the final exam is going to be this much trouble? Classic Achillean. He even makes his assistant announce these weird rules while he doesn't even show his face. "There is one more important thing," the professor said. "If any of you achieve a perfect score on this exam, I will personally write a letter of recommendation for you under my name as a senior professor." The entire hall fell silent in shock at the news. To have a senior professor personally write a recommendation was an immense honor. The ranks of mages were divided as follows. Rank 1 was an immortal mage, also known as an archmage, while the lowest was rank 11 for beginners. Ranking up was not easy. It wasn't something achieved simply by attending class or letting time pass. To reach each rank, one had to pass a specific promotion exam, which was a difficult feat in itself. But what if one had a recommendation from Achillean, a rank 4 monarch level mage? It was a prestigious certification of promotion, a true power play. Efren narrowed her eyes and thought, what? A recommendation from Achillean? As if that mortal enemy of mine would ever promote me. Just hearing it makes me lose all motivation. I don't want anything to do with him. But wait, what if I actually get a perfect score and get Achillean's nomination? Haha, if only you hadn't written me that letter before, you wouldn't be kneeling at my feet like this. You idiot, please have mercy on me. The brat was already dreaming big. She smiled with satisfaction at her own fantasy. Haha, how refreshing. Achillean, just you wait and see, I'm going to get that perfect score. Sitting next to Efren, her red-haired friend had no idea what she was thinking, but she looked like a villain with that laugh. The scene shifted to the 4th day of the exam. Inside her exam room, Efren was tearing her hair out because she couldn't solve the problem. This is too hard. Looking at the other questions, she calculated the time, 1 hour, 4 hours, 10 hours. were the questions getting harder by the minute. Hee, look at these calculations. The questions on this exam are truly brilliant, though. The process of solving them is agonizing, but once you do, it brings a sense of enlightenment you've never felt before. Did Dekilin really write this? The joy of discovery was unstoppable, no matter how painful it was. Dekilin, just you wait. I'm definitely getting that recommendation from you. But man, I still can't figure out how to do this one. Whatever, I should go get some fresh air to clear my head. If I keep pushing too hard, I might just drop dead. Outside in the lush green garden, Sylvia was sitting under the shade of a tree, breathing in the fresh air. She stretched tiredly and said, "Phew, finally finished." It had taken her 30 hours to solve just one question. She definitely needed to rest. She remembered the assistant's words from that day. If anyone got a perfect score, Professor Dekilin would personally write them a recommendation. Sylvia smiled to herself and said, "Nonsense like that is just a favor. Anyone who can get a perfect score on this exam the first time around isn't going to fail a promotion exam anyway. To put it simply, that letter is useless. But even so, I want to get a perfect score this time, not for the grade or the letter, but for myself. Every question is so sophisticated. Each one is a key that opens up a new horizon of perception. If I can solve it all the way to the end, I will surely reach the level of a true maid." While she was still lost in thought, a voice suddenly rang out. "Oh, Sylvia." It was Efren, who had also come to the same spot to rest. Seeing her, Sylvia's curiosity was piqued. "I wonder what question she's on." "Hey, what question are you on?" Both of them asked at the exact same time, as if they both wanted to know how their rival was doing. The coincidence made them both feel a bit bashful. They were rivals, after all, not close friends who should be so in sync. Sylvia spoke first. "I'm working on question number 8. Hearing that, Efren screamed, "What? You've already reached number 8? "No, I'm still solving it, but that's still really fast. I've been stuck on question number 7 forever." Even though she was still ahead, Sylvia didn't let her guard down. "Efren is only one question behind me. Is she lying? Well, whatever. This is no time to relax. I have to go finish it." "Wait, did you get up because I came here?" "Oh, I just wanted to rest for a bit. It's nothing." While the fierce exam was taking place at the Magic Tower, Dekilin felt a massive upheaval drawing near. In his hand was a report on the information he had gathered recently. "It looks like it's beginning. Emperor Krebame is currently in critical condition." In his office, Dekilin tried to recall the plot he had created. Emperor Krebame was in critical condition. He was famous for his kindness and gentle demeanor. That was why he always sought a balance between divine and imperial power. He did not implement hostile policies against the bloodline. The problem lay with the new emperor, the one who would take the throne after his death. The emperor was always the most important factor in this world, which meant solving the issue would be the most difficult task. If I remember correctly, his name was Sofian Yekatera August von Gibrin. Soon, this world will undergo an unprecedented change. Time flew by until the final day of the midterm exam. By this time, a large number of students had given up on Dekilin's marathon exam. However, the gap between the high and low ranks was clearly defined. Regardless of their scores, all the students bragged about finishing the exam as if it were a glorious achievement. After the exam ended, the students didn't just slack off. Instead, they reviewed what they had learned. This was highly unusual and caught the attention of others. Even the professors of the Magic Tower wanted to see what the rumored exam was like. It was so good that it left them speechless, not knowing what to say. In the end, there were only 2 students left who had made it to question number 8, the fated rivals Efren and Sylvia. Sitting at her desk, Efren muttered in frustration, "This damn question number 8. Is this the final obstacle I have to overcome? I have to solve this." After drinking all that coffee, she couldn't afford to give up now. Her face was gaunt. It looked like she had stayed up for several nights to finish the test. If I just focus a little more on the question, I can definitely do it. Outside in the hallway, Dekilin and his assistant were closely monitoring the progress of the final 2. Suddenly, a light from one of the rooms began to glow, signaling success. Alan quickly spoke up, "Professor, one of them has solved the final question." Dekilin's face remained calm, but he thought to himself, "I knew she could do it." Dekilin quickly approached the room and opened the door. Inside, a shimmering light was enveloping everything. Dekilin stepped inside and spoke softly. "I knew you could solve it. Sylvia, congratulations on your success." Hearing those words, Sylvia quickly turned around, her eyes filled with tears of happiness. "Is the final question really this beautiful?" The magical light filled the space and painted a stunning picture. The original Starry Night painting was elevated into a reality-warping magic. The bright colors were saturated with elemental magic. Even the blue carried a warmth radiating beneath the stars, which shone with hope amidst the darkness. It was an exquisite and artistic blend of warm and cool colors. It wasn't just a visual experience, it actually felt real and warm. It was truly a human masterpiece. Dekilin reached out his hand to catch the twinkling stars, a happy smile spreading across his face. Even though Dekilin was the one who had created this question, he couldn't actually manifest it himself because his own talent had its limits. Somewhere deep within that mind, Kim Woo-jin could be found at the very end of the question. He had always dreamed of becoming an artist, and though he always lacked the necessary talent, he had always wanted people to be moved when standing before his works. He wanted to continue pursuing painting. That was Kim Woo-jin's true dream. Now, Dekulin's aesthetic sense had harmonized with him. Because of that, Dekulin, the lover of beauty, and Kim Woo-jin, who dreamed of attending art school, were both satisfied and content with what was happening right now. After finishing his gaze at that beauty, Dekulin turned to leave and said, "Well done, Sylvia. And also, thank you for that." Hearing this, Sylvia's face filled with shock. She didn't understand why Dekulin was saying thank you to her. Before she could say a word, Dekulin had already vanished, leaving her standing alone with her chaotic thoughts. "Me too, I also wanted to thank him." Sylvia stepped forward and touched her own creation. The words and expectations of everyone around her sat on her shoulders like a burden she couldn't refuse. She had to become an archmage. Sylvia truly was a rare natural talent. No one knew what she might achieve. She certainly was a descendant of an archmage family. Gazing at the beauty of the magic before her eyes, it seemed Sylvia had chosen her path. No, the magic itself was absolutely beautiful and perfect. At the same time, Alan arrived at Efren's room to make an announcement. "Student Efren, your time is up." Despite her best efforts, she still hadn't been able to solve the final question. "Ah, I see. This is so embarrassing." Alan stepped closer and spoke up. "You did a great job, Efren." Up until the very last second, only 2 people were even participating in this question. When she heard that, Efren immediately shouted, "What about Sylvia? Did she solve it?" Alan gave a gentle nod of approval. "Ah, she really is a monster. I'm seriously dying of jealousy here." Before she even realized it, her thoughts about the recommendation letter and Dekulin had almost entirely vanished. The only thing remaining was Efren's academic curiosity as a mage and her pure desire for knowledge. She herself wanted to answer everything, every single question in this exam. Efren stood up abruptly and said, "Well, even though the exam is over, the question is still there, isn't it? I will definitely solve this question." After saying that, Efren flashed a radiant smile. "I'll try harder next time." Alan empathized and understood her mood. "Good luck, I'll be rooting for you." "Thanks, Alan." After finishing the exam, Efren walked tiredly along the academy road, feeling like she was going to die. This damn marathon exam. If I had answered all the questions, maybe I'd feel better thanks to the sense of victory. But the only thing waiting for me after such a hard test is a door with graffiti on it and a cold bed. Seriously, while she was still brooding over her troubles, a voice rang out from somewhere. Efren. It was her closest friends. They had been waiting there for quite a while, seeing her soulmates there. Efren couldn't contain her happiness. "Julie, what's wrong?" "Efren, you look like a dried up corpse. Was the test that hard?" She looked at Efren with pity. "All right, everyone. Since Efren worked so hard, let's go find something to eat to celebrate." Of course, Efren is the one paying, right? Wait, I never said that. A few days after the exam ended, Efren finally solved the last question she had missed. Looking at the shimmering light before her, Efren broke into a gentle, happy smile. Her eyes sparkled with joy at her achievement. Choked with emotion, she whispered, "It's so beautiful." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from behind the door. "Efren, are you ready?" It was Julie, her best friend. Efren lightly wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye and smiled back. "Julie, I'm coming right out." The two of them walked to a cafe near the academy where they poured their hearts into conversation after the stressful exam. "It feels so relieving to be done with the test, right?" "Yeah, but we'll probably be busy again in no time. These days are truly precious. I'm really looking forward to the next meeting." Julie nodded in agreement. "Yeah, me too." Efren's expression softened. "I'm glad I didn't give up this time and tried until the end. This was definitely the best magic-related experience I've ever had." Suddenly, Julie interrupted Efren's thoughts, her eyes gleaming. "Have you heard the news?" Efren was startled. "What news?" Julie pointed to the sky, her voice full of mystery. "About Professor Dekulin. I heard this exam caused a total uproar." Efren was surprised. "What do you mean?" Julie continued, "I heard a rumor the professor was summoned to the Isle of the Sky, the floating island." Efren's face was filled with awe. The floating island. It was an island that floated permanently at an altitude of 1,500 meters, the crystallization of the greatest minds in magic engineering and a gathering place for mages from all over the world. The place contained all the knowledge and magic in existence, independent of the surface world systems, and was a neutral zone that honored the individualism of mages. Naturally, it became a gathering spot for eccentrics truly passionate about researching knowledge and magic. Professor Dekulin's exam was being enthusiastically praised for its creativity and difficulty. It quickly became a hot topic on the floating island, leading to the professor being invited to give a special lecture explaining his exam. The scene shifted to the floating island where Dekulin appeared, surprised that his exam was more popular than expected. The teaching mission here didn't just bring fame, it also increased his mana by 30 points. "I'm really lucky, plus, the pay for this is very generous, equivalent to 1 billion Korean won, Maybe I should consider developing in this direction in the future. Not bad at all. Dekylin set down the exam paper and began his lecture. In the hall, familiar faces like Professor Rilin and mages from the Imperial University were all gathered. And Dekylin stepped onto the podium and spoke. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Today's speaker is the head professor of the Imperial Magic Tower University, a monarch-level mage and master of elements, Dekylin. Today's lecture topic is the midterm exam of the Magic Tower University, and it is expected to last 2 hours. Before we get to the questions, I will begin with a brief explanation of pure elements. As soon as he started, Headmaster Adrian giggled and chatted with the person next to her. Have you seen the questions? A cold voice replied, yeah, it's just plagiarism. How could Dekylin have come up with such a brilliant topic on his own? The speaker was Lunia von Solnrat McQueen, the mage who had previously lost the race for the head professor position to Dekylin. Despite the whispering, the lecture proceeded very smoothly. Dekylin tried to help the audience grasp the issues through the knowledge he had previously taught in his classes at the Magic Tower. Even the attendees were captivated by the fresh and systematic presentation, unlike anything seen before, and listened intently. So let's now take a look at question number 6. Just as he was about to analyze the question, Adrian's clear voice rang out. Professor, I have a question. Dekylin turned his gaze toward the headmaster, who was actively signaling him. She drew a magic circle in the air and asked, as you've taught, if we distinguish between pure elements and magical traits. What should be done if we want to use this 6th magic by combining it optimally with the destruction system? Dekylin pondered, using his understanding trait to analyze it, and then smiled slightly, thinking to himself, even the headmaster came to attend. Well, the reason she's here is obvious. The headmaster has always been known for being crafty, and remembering the old Dekylin, it's understandable she'd suspect the exam. In that case, should I play along a bit to be polite? Dekylin drew a line through the magic the headmaster had just created and transformed it into his own. Simply adding a core circuit in a straight line like this is enough. Dekylin's answer left the headmaster stunned. She stammered, "Oh, I see. Yes, that's right. Thank you, Professor." However, Adrian didn't stop. With childlike curiosity, she continued to fire difficult questions at him. But Dekylin remained calm and shot back, relying on his understanding trait to smoothly handle every challenge. Gradually, the looks on the mages' faces in the room shifted from intent to annoyed, feeling that Adrian was interrupting the lecture. Realizing this, she was forced to fall silent. When only 10 minutes were left in the lecture, Dekylin packed up his materials and said in a low voice, "I have spent too much time on the Q&A, so I will not be explaining the final questions separately." Every eye immediately turned toward Adrian. She puffed out her cheeks in dissatisfaction but could only bite her lip and stay silent. Suddenly, another voice rang out. "Professor, I would like to ask a question." "Did you really come up with question number 8 yourself?" The speaker was Lunia. Her eyes were full of hatred, and Dekylin frowned, recognizing her as the one he had previously expelled from the Magic Tower. "Please state the specific meaning of your question." Undaunted, Lunia remained steadfast. "I just want to know if you actually drafted question number 8. That is the only thing I want to know." Hearing that, the meeting room buzzed with whispers. What does that mean? Could it be plagiarism?" Dekylin replied coldly. Taking inspiration from others is a common occurrence. However, he projected mana throughout the room, painting a stunning picture. "This entire question was created completely by me. This is a work I have just created right here on the spot. It is entirely different from question number 8 in the recent exam." Having said that, Dekylin turned to look at Lunia and answered, "Is that answer sufficient to satisfy you, Professor Lunia?" Lunia's face was bitter and she gritted her teeth in anger, but everything had spiraled far beyond her control. The lecture ended, the mission was completed, and his mana increased by another 30 points. On the way back, Dekylin thought to himself that according to the plot, the relationship between him and Lunia was certainly not good. Although everything had passed smoothly today, he feared that trouble would arise soon. Be that as it may, Dekylin's surroundings were full of surprises. He froze before a mysterious person who was walking by. Who is that? The face looks familiar." The woman turned to look at Dekylin with a cold, murderous gaze, as if she had hated him for a long time. Dekylin felt anxious and thought, "What is this? Her expression looks like she's about to punch me." The two of them stood staring at each other for a moment with unpleasant expressions without saying a word. He searched his mind and finally remembered that she was a fellow student of Dekylin's back in university. He stepped forward and reached out his hand in a friendly manner. "Long time no see, Charlotte." Her eyes filled with confusion. "Good heavens, Dekylin, I don't think we're close enough to use each other's names." He replied calmly, "Should I call you Princess Maho then?" He didn't care whether Dekylin and Charlotte were close or not. The most important thing was Princess Maho, whom Charlotte protected. Given the current situation, Emperor Krebim would soon pass away. When that time came, it would be a major turning point in the game. Many named characters would face life-or-death situations, and new incidents would occur. This time, the person he needed to save was named Maho. She was one of the characters he had created himself. She would become a vital factor positively influencing the main quest in the second half of the game. Due to her complex bloodline, Maho's life was always in danger. Secondly, she was in the line of succession for the throne of the Third Republic and in the line of succession for the kingdom of Lea. She was a princess with royal blood flowing through her veins. Currently, she was staying in the empire under the pretext of studying. But when the emperor passed away and she left the empire, she would be in danger. Charlotte's face twisted in annoyance. You're still as good as ever at forcing people to say cruel things even though it's been a long time, Destined. Suddenly, he held out a crystal ball toward her, leaving Charlotte stunned. He continued to explain, don't be too agitated. I will be the lifesaver for the comrade who chose the path of death. Charlotte had no idea what he was talking about, and she returned to her room, holding Destined's crystal ball in her hand. Charlotte reflected on the dialogue from earlier. This is a communication crystal ball. Once you decide what you need to do, contact me. Charlotte had shouted at him in rage. You want me to ask a person like you for a favor? No way in hell that's happening. Hearing that, he had only spoken calmly. There is no more time, I'm sure you already know that. But if you still don't want help, then there's nothing I can do. It depends on your decision. After saying that, he had coldly turned and walked away, leaving Charlotte alone to her thoughts. She let out a weary sigh, not knowing what the right thing to do was. Suddenly, a voice behind her spoke up. Charlotte, you don't look very well. It was Princess Manhwa, the person he was about to protect. Charlotte quickly stood up and replied, it's nothing, I just know what's happening. Don't put pressure on yourself. Manhwa's eyes were sad as she looked into the distance. My brother's henchmen will be here soon. They'll try to use me or get rid of the thorn in their side. Who cares about the succession anyway? She turned to look at Charlotte and whispered, I'm so worried. I fled to the empire under the guise of studying. But the truth is that this place is very livable and more importantly, it's very safe. However, the successor to the throne won't leave me alone, so we have to leave here immediately. Charlotte held her head in thought. Yes, I understand. The princess also seemed to recognize Charlotte's exhaustion and deep thought. She held a suitcase and stepped forward. This is the money I've saved up until now. Huh? But why are you giving this money to me? The princess replied calmly. I know you don't have enough money to hire mercenaries to escort us back. Charlotte said, no, princess, I can take care of that money myself. Manhwa turned away and spoke, don't take everything on yourself like that. This money belongs to everyone, so it's not a waste at all. Hearing that, Charlotte didn't argue further. I understand, princess. It might be wrong to say this, but I will use this money to hire more mercenaries. Outside the window, a figure loomed in the distance as if watching something. No matter how dangerous it gets, we will overcome it together. Charlotte's eyes seemed to have detected something unusual, and she ran to throw open the door, shouting, who the hell are you? Immediately, he fled without a single word of response, and Charlotte's face filled with worry. This isn't good, things are becoming increasingly dangerous. And if we don't get help, the situation will only get worse. At the same time, at the Destined family mansion in his office, Destined was intently reading a book. Uriel stepped in and spoke playfully, you're reading a lot of books. I don't remember you liking reading this much. Brother, at least give me some kind of response. She walked around him and continued, I heard you were invited to lecture at the floating island, right? And apparently you were paid a pretty penny for it too. He replied calmly, I'm not giving you a single cent. Uriel huffed, what do you mean by that? I wasn't even thinking about the money. She moved on to another topic. Anyway, an official document just arrived. The freshmen from the Magic Tower University want to visit our territory on their field trip, but before she could finish, he flatly refused. It's not allowed, you should at least consider it. He imagined those students getting drunk and throwing up all over the mansion. It was clearly not okay. We can't be cleaning up after trips like that. I won't permit it. Uriel was confused. What on earth are you talking about? She reached into her pocket, about to pull something out. Stop joking and look at this document. We aren't doing everything for free. Besides, this is an opportunity to introduce our magic to the freshmen. But he immediately raised his hand in refusal. Get out. Uriel protested. What? Just take one look at it. But his face became unusually serious. Hurry right now. Although confused, she had to agree. All right, fine. Uriel walked away in annoyance. He really is stubborn. He watched her figure to make sure no one else was in the room. He slowly took out the communication crystal ball in his hand and said in a low voice, go, comrade, and on the other side was Charlotte. Even though I don't want to, I think we have to leave immediately. There's no more time. Please help me, Destined. He turned and used his magic to retrieve a map tucked in a corner. Very well, you'll have to follow my every word, understood? What do you mean? He looked at the map on the table and continued, Princess Manhwa has only one escape route left. It's an incredibly dangerous path, but that's precisely why it's safe. What is it? He replied calmly, the Crevice Canyon. His answer made Charlotte jump. What? That place is heavily contaminated by demonic energy. A person like you should know that better than anyone, Destined. He spoke up in annoyance. Do you think you can avoid death simply by taking a normal route? Really? Trust me, Charlotte, we will cross the Crevice Canyon safely. The rugged mountain region was an extremely dangerous place. The evil aura there was so thick it was no different from a demon's lair. Some even said demons appeared there from time to time. This place didn't belong to any nation, so it wasn't bound by any principles or laws. That was the only escape route for Princess Manhwa. Once they crossed the crevice canyon, the Duchy of Urine would be right in sight. Charlotte's voice rang out with doubt. It's not that we haven't considered such geographical advantages, but when you account for that, surely you didn't think a member of the Urine family would get involved. He spoke to reassure her, no need to worry, I will lead the way myself. Huh, you'll lead the way personally, did I hear that right? Charlotte froze, she asked back in wonder. Why are you going this far? Dekilling, what benefit does this trip bring you? He leaned back in his chair and replied coolly, I am a man who values politics highly, Charlotte. And in terms of intellect or foresight, I am always far ahead of you. Are you trying to brag about your accomplishments right now? Dekilling narrowed his eyes, his voice steady. I only hope Princess Maho survives because it will benefit my family and my territory. This is a matter of business and mutual interest, not kindness, so don't overthink it. Charlotte was silent for a moment, then continued, so where is the meeting point? Dekilling quickly gave a decisive answer, 3 days from now at the entrance of the Gravis Canyon. If you can't make it there, you aren't worth saving. Charlotte replied sharply, I understand. I hope your skills are as reliable as that big mouth of yours. A system board appeared, independent quest, liberation, shop reward, 4, additional achievement bonus. 3 days later in the Yuklan family territory, cheers echoed everywhere. Wow, is this Hydekin? It seems so, it feels like being in a completely different country. Yeah, exactly. The scenery here is truly beautiful. Hydekin was the capital of Dekilling's territory, a tourist city packed with entertainment and fantastic food. It was modeled after the most livable famous cities in the real world. Despite this, even though there had been many requests to hold meetings here, Dekilling had always refused until now. Uriel teased him from the side, why did you suddenly change your mind? You used to say meetings shouldn't be held here. Didn't you keep going on about how dirty they were? He was lost in thought. The reason was that Hydekin was located near the Crevasse Canyon and the meeting point was only a 3 to 4 hour horse ride away. When the time came, he would make a quiet, smooth exit. Dekilling turned to Uriel and asked where the newcomers would be staying. She answered quickly, I've booked an entire floor of the Hydekin Romance Hotel for the new students and professors. Normal rooms are for 4 people by default, but if they pay for it themselves, they can opt for a private room. Very well, of course. Then, in his capacity as an academy professor and the Lord of Hydekin, he provided minimum guidance for the guests. A gathering should always be free and comfortable. I won't interfere no matter how you enjoy yourselves. However, I do have a few mandatory rules of my own. Dekilling's face became full of murderous intent, his voice cold and threatening. If anyone dares to defile my hotel or my territory, you might as well forget about enjoying the rest of your life at the Magic Tower. Afterward, he spent time preparing the foundation and turned the 2 points into a strategic field base. Everything was properly prepared. Uriel went to the city's mages and bragged proudly, HMPH, how are our Hydekin Tower mages? Clearly the best among the regional towers, right? He said nothing, only observing quietly. With the combination of his heavenly eye and his intuition for talent, he could see the shimmering golden auras around the talented mages. He pointed toward the mages and said, raise the salary for this mage and that one over there and fire the one wearing glasses. What? Why is that? Because he spent his time so meticulously, he didn't even notice when sunset arrived. The crowd gathered around a massive campfire. The professors sat up straight as if they were in a makeup exam. The first to step up was Sylvia. She shot something into the sky. A series of explosions followed. Sparkling flowers were painted against the dark sky. The brilliant light seemed to illuminate the entire area. The old professor showered her with praise as expected of Sylvia. Absolute perfection, 10 points. The female professor next to him was no exception. The fireworks are so beautiful, 10 points. Julia let out a weary sigh. Why does the professor give assignments even on trips? Did he really have to make us do a magical firework experiment? Ephraim was also feeling down. Haha, you're right about that. The next group was Ephraim's group. She quickly began explaining their fireworks. We combined destruction magic with harmony magic too. But before she could finish, the professor's voice cut her off. Enough. Spare me that boring explanation and just fire it already. Oh yes, sir. Ephraim lit her firework, and it soared high into the sky. A shimmering explosion covered the entire sky in brilliant light, no less impressive than Sylvia's just before. Even the students below marveled in admiration. Wow, that's so beautiful. Ephraim's group did a great job too, didn't they? But the old professor looked displeased with what she had created. 6 points, the explosion was too loud. And the lady next to him was even worse, 4 points. Julia wanted to protest, why, but Ephraim stopped her. It's okay, Julia. Suddenly his voice rang out, breaking the atmosphere, 10 points. It is a perfect balance between destruction and harmony magic. The 2 professors next to him gaped in shock when they heard the score he just uttered. Ephraim's face was full of doubt, a 10. After the evening exercise ended, he quickly went to where he had prepared his horse. Finally, everything was done and he could leave. He wondered if Charlotte had arrived safely. Suddenly from behind, a familiar voice rang out, surprising him. Is it because of guilt? He turned around and spoke. What are you doing here at this hour? Get back to the camp immediately. Efren spoke her mind. Please tell me, during the disciplinary hearing in the club incident and again today, why do you treat me this way? Is it because of my father? He quickly climbed into the saddle and spoke. Find out everything for yourself. You aren't a child who only knows how to throw tantrums anymore. Hearing that, Efren could only grit her teeth in resentment. She watched Achillean's silhouette fade into the night and shouted, I'm going to apply to be your assistant. Professor, I will definitely find out the truth. Why did my father commit suicide? Why did he have to do that? No matter what, I will surpass you. I will become even greater than Professor Achillean. After saying that, Efren was left standing there all alone. The silent space seemed to emphasize the loneliness in a small, desolate heart. She reached up to wipe away her tears and headed back to her tent. At the same time, Achillean was also troubled by his own chaotic thoughts. Efren is going to follow me and become my assistant, but my villainous fate hasn't been triggered yet. What exactly did I do to Efren's father? That's something even I don't know in this context. But what if I really did something unforgivable? I'd be a dead man for sure. He dismounted at the meeting point and instructed his horse before sending it away. You can't go any further because of the evil aura here. Go back to the stable and return here at noon. Having said that, he turned to look around. Has Charlotte's group arrived yet? I should contact them via the crystal. But before he could do so, Charlotte's voice rang out to Achillean. He replied softly, You've had a difficult journey to get here, haven't you? Charlotte and Princess Maho appeared with only 2 guards left, their bodies pale with wounds, though fortunately none were fatal. In his office, Achillean tried to recall the plot he had created. Emperor Krebame was currently in critical condition. He was famous for his kindness and gentle demeanor. That was why he always sought a balance between divine and imperial power. He did not implement hostile policies against the bloodline. The problem lay with the new emperor, the one who would take the throne after his death. The emperor was always the most important factor in this world, which meant solving the issue would be the most difficult task. If I remember correctly, his name was Sofian Yekatera August von Gibrin. Soon, this world will undergo an unprecedented change. Time flew by until the final day of the midterm exam. By this time, a large number of students had given up on Achillean's marathon exam. However, the gap between the high and low ranks was clearly defined. Regardless of their scores, all the students bragged about finishing the exam as if it were a glorious achievement. After the exam ended, the students didn't just slack off. Instead, they reviewed what they had learned. This was highly unusual and caught the attention of others. Even the professors of the Magic Tower wanted to see what the rumored exam was like. It was so good that it left them speechless, not knowing what to say. In the end, there were only 2 students left who had made it to question number 8, the fated rivals Efren and Sylvia. Sitting at her desk, Efren muttered in frustration, This damn question number 8. Is this the final obstacle I have to overcome? I have to solve this. After drinking all that coffee, she couldn't afford to give up now. Her face was gaunt. It looked like she had stayed up for several nights to finish the test. If I just focus a little more on the question, I can definitely do it. Outside in the hallway, Achillean and his assistant were closely monitoring the progress of the final 2. Suddenly, a light from one of the rooms began to glow, signaling success. Alan quickly spoke up, Professor, one of them has solved the final question. Achillean's face remained calm, but he thought to himself, I knew she could do it. Achillean quickly approached the room and opened the door. Inside, a shimmering light was enveloping everything. Achillean stepped inside and spoke softly. I knew you could solve it. Sylvia, congratulations on your success. Hearing those words, Sylvia quickly turned around, her eyes filled with tears of happiness. Is the final question really this beautiful? The magical light filled the space and painted a stunning picture. The original Starry Night painting was elevated into a reality-warping magic. The bright colors were saturated with elemental magic. Even the blue carried a warmth radiating beneath the stars, which shone with hope amidst the darkness. It was an exquisite and artistic blend of warm and cool colors. It wasn't just a visual experience, it actually felt real and warm. It was truly a human masterpiece. Achillean reached out his hand to catch the twinkling stars, a happy smile spreading across his face. Even though Achillean was the one who had created this question, he couldn't actually manifest it himself because his own talent had its limits. Somewhere deep within that mind, Kim Woo-jin could be found at the very end of the question. He had always dreamed of becoming an artist, and though he always lacked the necessary talent, he had always wanted people to be moved when standing before his works. He wanted to continue pursuing painting. That was Kim Woo-jin's true dream. Now, Achillean's aesthetic sense had harmonized with him. Because of that, Achillean, the lover of beauty, and Kim Woo-jin, who dreamed of attending art school, were both satisfied and content with what was happening right now. After finishing his gaze at that beauty, Achillean turned to leave and said, Well done, Sylvia. And also, thank you for that. Hearing this, Sylvia's face filled with shock. She didn't understand why Achillean was saying thank you to her. Before she could say a word, Achillean had already vanished, leaving her standing alone with her chaotic thoughts. Me too, I also wanted to thank him. Sylvia stepped forward and touched her own creation. The words and expectations of everyone around her sat on her shoulders like a burden she couldn't refuse. She had to become an archmage. Sylvia truly was a rare natural talent. No one knew what she might achieve. She certainly was a descendant of an archmage family. Gazing at the beauty of the magic before her eyes, it seemed Sylvia had chosen her path. No, the magic itself was absolutely beautiful and perfect. At the same time, Alan arrived at Ephraim's room to make an announcement. "Student Ephraim, your time is up." Despite her best efforts, she still hadn't been able to solve the final question. "Ah, I see. This is so embarrassing." Alan stepped closer and spoke up. "You did a great job, Ephraim. Up until the very last second, only 2 people were even participating in this question." When she heard that, Ephraim immediately shouted, "What about Sylvia? Did she solve it?" Alan gave a gentle nod of approval. "Ah, she really is a monster. I'm seriously dying of jealousy here." Before she even realized it, her thoughts about the recommendation letter and Deculin had almost entirely vanished. The only thing remaining was Ephraim's academic curiosity as a mage and her pure desire for knowledge. She herself wanted to answer everything, every single question in this exam. Ephraim stood up abruptly and said, "Well, even though the exam is over, the question is still there, isn't it? I will definitely solve this question." After saying that, Ephraim flashed a radiant smile. "I'll try harder next time." Alan empathized and understood her mood. "Good luck, I'll be rooting for you." "Thanks, Alan." After finishing the exam, Ephraim walked tiredly along the academy road, feeling like she was going to die. This damn marathon exam. If I had answered all the questions, maybe I'd feel better thanks to the sense of victory. But the only thing waiting for me after such a hard test is a door with graffiti on it and a cold bed. Seriously, while she was still brooding over her troubles, a voice rang out from somewhere. Ephraim. It was her closest friends. They had been waiting there for quite a while, seeing her soulmates there. Ephraim couldn't contain her happiness. "Julie, what's wrong? Ephraim, you look like a dried-up corpse. Was the test that hard?" She looked at Ephraim with pity. "All right, everyone. Since Ephraim worked so hard, let's go find something to eat to celebrate." Of course, Ephraim is the one paying, right? Wait, I never said that. A few days after the exam ended, Ephraim finally solved the last question she had missed. Looking at the shimmering light before her, Ephraim broke into a gentle, happy smile. Her eyes sparkled with joy at her achievement. Choked with emotion, she whispered, "It's so beautiful." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from behind the door. "Ephraim, are you ready?" It was Julie, her best friend. Ephraim lightly wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye and smiled back. "Julie, I'm coming right out." The two of them walked to a cafe near the academy where they poured their hearts into conversation after the stressful exam. "It feels so relieving to be done with the test, right?" "Yeah, but we'll probably be busy again in no time. These days are truly precious. I'm really looking forward to the next meeting." Julie nodded in agreement. "Yeah, me too." Ephraim's expression softened. "I'm glad I didn't give up this time and tried until the end. This was definitely the best magic-related experience I've ever had." Suddenly, Julie interrupted Ephraim's thoughts, her eyes gleaming. "Have you heard the news?" Ephraim was startled. "What news?" Julie pointed to the sky, her voice full of mystery. "About Professor Deculin. I heard this exam caused a total uproar." Ephraim was surprised. "What do you mean?" Julie continued, "I heard a rumor the professor was summoned to the Isle of the Sky, the floating island." Ephraim's face was filled with awe. The floating island. It was an island that floated permanently at an altitude of 1,500 meters, the crystallization of the greatest minds in magic engineering and a gathering place for mages from all over the world. The place contained all the knowledge and magic in existence, independent of the surface world systems, and was a neutral zone that honored the individualism of mages. Naturally, it became a gathering spot for eccentrics truly passionate about researching knowledge and magic. Professor Deculin's exam was being enthusiastically praised for its creativity and difficulty. It quickly became a hot topic on the floating island, leading to the professor being invited to give a special lecture explaining his exam. The scene shifted to the floating island where Deculin appeared, surprised that his exam was more popular than expected. The teaching mission here didn't just bring fame, it also increased his mana by 30 points. "I'm really lucky. Plus, the pay for this is very generous, equivalent to 1 billion Korean won. Maybe I should consider developing in this direction in the future." "Not bad at all." Deculin set down the exam paper and began his lecture. In the hall, familiar faces like Professor Relin and mages from the Imperial University were all gathered. And Deculin stepped onto the podium and spoke. "It is a pleasure to meet you all. Today's speaker is the head professor of the Imperial Magic Tower University, a monarch-level mage and master of elements, Deculin. Today's lecture topic is the midterm exam of the Magic Tower University, and it is expected to last 2 hours. Before we get to the questions, I will begin with a brief explanation of pure elements." As soon as he started, Headmaster Adrian giggled and chatted with the person next to her. "Have you seen the questions?" A cold voice replied. "Yeah, it's just plagiarism." How could Deculin have come up with such a brilliant topic on his own? The speaker was Lunia von Solnrot McQueen, the mage who had previously lost the race for the head professor position to Dekulin. Despite the whispering, the lecture proceeded very smoothly. Dekulin tried to help the audience grasp the issues through the knowledge he had previously taught in his classes at the Magic Tower. Even the attendees were captivated by the fresh and systematic presentation, unlike anything seen before, and listened intently. So let's now take a look at question number 6. Just as he was about to analyze the question, Adrian's clear voice rang out. Professor, I have a question. Dekulin turned his gaze toward the headmaster, who was actively signaling him. She drew a magic circle in the air and asked, as you've taught, if we distinguish between pure elements and magical traits. What should be done if we want to use this sixth magic by combining it optimally with the destruction system? Dekulin pondered, using his understanding trait to analyze it, and then smiled slightly, thinking to himself, even the headmaster came to attend. Well, the reason she's here is obvious. The headmaster has always been known for being crafty, and remembering the old Dekulin, it's understandable she'd suspect the exam. In that case, should I play along a bit to be polite? Dekulin drew a line through the magic the headmaster had just created and transformed it into his own. Simply adding a core circuit in a straight line like this is enough. Dekulin's answer left the headmaster stunned. She stammered, "Oh, I see. Yes, that's right. Thank you, Professor." However, Adrian didn't stop. With childlike curiosity, she continued to fire difficult questions at him. But Dekulin remained calm and shot back, relying on his understanding trait to smoothly handle every challenge. Gradually, the looks on the mages' faces in the room shifted from intent to annoyed, feeling that Adrian was interrupting the lecture. Realizing this, she was forced to fall silent. When only 10 minutes were left in the lecture, Dekulin packed up his materials and said in a low voice, "I have spent too much time on the Q&A, so I will not be explaining the final questions separately." Every eye immediately turned toward Adrian. She puffed out her cheeks in dissatisfaction but could only bite her lip and stay silent. Suddenly, another voice rang out. "Professor, I would like to ask a question." "Did you really come up with question number 8 yourself?" The speaker was Lunia. Her eyes were full of hatred, and Dekulin frowned, recognizing her as the one he had previously expelled from the Magic Tower. "Please state the specific meaning of your question." Undaunted, Lunia remained steadfast. "I just want to know if you actually drafted question number 8. That is the only thing I want to know." Hearing that, the meeting room buzzed with whispers. What does that mean? Could it be plagiarism?" Dekulin replied coldly. "Taking inspiration from others is a common occurrence." However, he projected mana throughout the room, painting a stunning picture. "This entire question was created completely by me. This is a work I have just created right here on the spot. It is entirely different from question number 8 in the recent exam." Having said that, Dekulin turned to look at Lunia and answered, "Is that answer sufficient to satisfy you, Professor Lunia?" Lunia's face was bitter and she gritted her teeth in anger, but everything had spiraled far beyond her control. The lecture ended, the mission was completed, and his mana increased by another 30 points. On the way back, Dekulin thought to himself that according to the plot, the relationship between him and Lunia was certainly not good. Although everything had passed smoothly today, he feared that trouble would arise soon. Be that as it may, Dekulin's surroundings were full of surprises. He froze before a mysterious person who was walking by. Who is that? The face looks familiar." The woman turned to look at Dekulin with a cold, murderous gaze, as if she had hated him for a long time. Dekulin felt anxious and thought, "What is this? Her expression looks like she's about to punch me." The two of them stood staring at each other for a moment with unpleasant expressions without saying a word. He searched his mind and finally remembered that she was a fellow student of Dekulin's back in university. He stepped forward and reached out his hand in a friendly manner. "Long time no see, Charlotte." Her eyes filled with confusion. "Good heavens, Dekulin, I don't think we're close enough to use each other's names." He replied calmly, "Should I call you Princess Maho then?" He didn't care whether Dekulin and Charlotte were close or not. The most important thing was Princess Maho, whom Charlotte protected. Given the current situation, Emperor Krebim would soon pass away. When that time came, it would be a major turning point in the game. Many named characters would face life-or-death situations, and new incidents would occur. This time, the person he needed to save was Maho. She was one of the characters he had created himself. She would become a vital factor positively influencing the main quest in the second half of the game. Due to her complex bloodline, Maho's life was always in danger. Secondly, she was in the line of succession for the throne of the Third Republic and in the line of succession for the Kingdom of Lea. She was a princess with royal blood flowing through her veins. Currently, she was staying in the Empire under the pretext of studying. But when the Emperor passed away and she left the Empire, she would be in danger. Charlotte's face twisted in annoyance. "You're still as good as ever at forcing people to say cruel things even though it's been a long time, Dekulin." Suddenly, he held out a crystal ball toward her, leaving Charlotte stunned. He continued to explain, "Don't be too agitated. I will be the lifesaver for the comrade who chose the path of death." Charlotte had no idea what he was talking about, and she returned to her room, holding Dekulin's crystal ball in her hand. Charlotte reflected on the dialogue from earlier. This is a communication crystal ball. Once you decide what you need to do, contact me. Charlotte had shouted at him in rage. You want me to ask a person like you for a favor? No way in hell that's happening. Hearing that, he had only spoken calmly. There is no more time, I'm sure you already know that. But if you still don't want help, then there's nothing I can do. It depends on your decision. After saying that, he had coldly turned and walked away, leaving Charlotte alone to her thoughts. She let out a weary sigh, not knowing what the right thing to do was. Suddenly, a voice behind her spoke up. Charlotte, you don't look very well. It was Princess Manhwa, the person he was about to protect. Charlotte quickly stood up and replied, it's nothing, I just know what's happening. Don't put pressure on yourself. Manhwa's eyes were sad as she looked into the distance. My brother's henchmen will be here soon. They'll try to use me or get rid of the thorn in their side. Who cares about the succession anyway? She turned to look at Charlotte and whispered, I'm so worried. I fled to the Empire under the guise of studying. But the truth is that this place is very livable, and more importantly, it's very safe. However, the successor to the throne won't leave me alone, so we have to leave here immediately. Charlotte held her head in thought. Yes, I understand. The princess also seemed to recognize Charlotte's exhaustion and deep thought. She held a suitcase and stepped forward. This is the money I've saved up until now. Huh? But why are you giving this money to me? The princess replied calmly. I know you don't have enough money to hire mercenaries to escort us back. Charlotte said, no, princess, I can take care of that money myself. Manhwa turned away and spoke, don't take everything on yourself like that. This money belongs to everyone, so it's not a waste at all. Hearing that, Charlotte didn't argue further. I understand, princess. It might be wrong to say this, but I will use this money to hire more mercenaries. Outside the window, a figure loomed in the distance as if watching something. No matter how dangerous it gets, we will overcome it together. Charlotte's eyes seemed to have detected something unusual, and she ran to throw open the door, shouting, who the hell are you? Immediately, he fled without a single word of response, and Charlotte's face filled with worry. This isn't good. Things are becoming increasingly dangerous. And if we don't get help, the situation will only get worse. At the same time, at the Dekilling family mansion in his office, Dekilling was intently reading a book. Uriel stepped in and spoke playfully, you're reading a lot of books. I don't remember you liking reading this much. Brother, at least give me some kind of response. She walked around him and continued, I heard you were invited to lecture at the floating island, right? And apparently you were paid a pretty penny for it too. He replied calmly, I'm not giving you a single cent. Uriel huffed, what do you mean by that? I wasn't even thinking about the money. She moved on to another topic. Anyway, an official document just arrived. The freshmen from the Magic Tower University want to visit our territory on their field trip. But before she could finish, he flatly refused. It's not allowed, you should at least consider it. He imagined those students getting drunk and throwing up all over the mansion. It was clearly not okay. We can't be cleaning up after trips like that. I won't permit it. Uriel was confused. What on earth are you talking about? She reached into her pocket, about to pull something out. Stop joking and look at this document. We aren't doing everything for free. Besides, this is an opportunity to introduce our magic to the freshmen. But he immediately raised his hand in refusal. Get out. Uriel protested, what? Just take one look at it. But his face became unusually serious. Hurry right now. Although confused, she had to agree. All right, fine. Uriel walked away in annoyance. He really is stubborn. He watched her figure to make sure no one else was in the room. He slowly took out the communication crystal ball in his hand and said in a low voice, go, comrade, and on the other side was Charlotte. Even though I don't want to, I think we have to leave immediately. There's no more time. Please help me, Dekilling. He turned and used his magic to retrieve a map tucked in a corner. Very well, you'll have to follow my every word, understood? What do you mean? He looked at the map on the table and continued, Princess Manhwa has only one escape route left. It's an incredibly dangerous path, but that's precisely why it's safe. What is it? He replied calmly, the Crevice Canyon. His answer made Charlotte jump. What? That place is heavily contaminated by demonic energy. A person like you should know that better than anyone, Dekilling. He spoke up in annoyance. Do you think you can avoid death simply by taking a normal route? Really? Trust me, Charlotte, we will cross the Crevice Canyon safely. The rugged mountain region was an extremely dangerous place. The evil aura there was so thick it was no different from a demon's lair. Some even said demons appeared there from time to time. This place didn't belong to any nation, so it wasn't bound by any principles or laws. That was the only escape route for Princess Manhwa. Once they crossed the Crevice Canyon, the Duchy of Urin would be right in sight. Charlotte's voice rang out with doubt. It's not that we haven't considered such geographical advantages, but when you account for that, surely you didn't think a member of the Urin family would get involved. He spoke to reassure her, no need to worry, I will lead the way myself. Huh, you'll lead the way personally, did I hear that right? Charlotte froze, she asked back in wonder. Why are you going this far? Dekilling, what benefit does this trip bring you? He leaned back in his chair and replied coolly, I am a man who values politics highly, Charlotte. And in terms of intellect or foresight, I am always far ahead of you. Are you trying to brag about your accomplishments right now? Dekilling narrowed his eyes, his voice steady. I only hope Princess Manhwa survives because it will benefit my family and my territory. This is a matter of business and mutual interest, not kindness, so don't overthink it. Charlotte was silent for a moment, then continued, so where is the meeting point? Dickuling quickly gave a decisive answer. 3 days from now at the entrance of the Crevice Canyon. If you can't make it there, you aren't worth saving. Charlotte replied sharply, I understand. I hope your skills are as reliable as that big mouth of yours. A system board appeared, independent quest, liberation, shop reward, 4 additional achievement bonus. 3 days later in the Yuklan family territory, cheers echoed everywhere. Wow, is this Heidekin? It seems so. It feels like being in a completely different country. Yeah, exactly. The scenery here is truly beautiful. Heidekin was the capital of Dickuling's territory, a tourist city packed with entertainment and fantastic food. It was modeled after the most livable famous cities in the real world. Despite this, even though there had been many requests to hold meetings here, Dickuling had always refused until now. Uriel teased him from the side. Why did you suddenly change your mind? You used to say meetings shouldn't be held here. Didn't you keep going on about how dirty they were? He was lost in thought. The reason was that Heidekin was located near the Crevice Canyon and the meeting point was only a 3 to 4 hour horse ride away. When the time came, he would make a quiet, smooth exit. Dickuling turned to Uriel and asked where the newcomers would be staying. She answered quickly, I've booked an entire floor of the Heidekin Romance Hotel for the new students and professors. Normal rooms are for 4 people by default, but if they pay for it themselves, they can opt for a private room. Very well, hee of course. After that, as an academy professor and the Lord of Heidekin, he provided minimum guidance for the guests. A gathering should always be free and comfortable. I won't interfere no matter how you enjoy yourselves. However, I do have a few mandatory rules of my own. Dickuling's face became full of murderous intent, his voice cold and threatening. If anyone dares to defile my hotel or my territory, you might as well forget about enjoying the rest of your life at the Magic Tower. Afterward, he spent time preparing the foundation and turned the 2 locations into a strategic field base. Everything was properly prepared. Uriel went to the city's mages and bragged proudly, HMPH, how are our Heidekin Tower mages? Clearly the best among the regional towers, right? He said nothing, only observing quietly. With the combination of his heavenly eye and his intuition for talent, he could see the shimmering golden auras around the talented mages. He pointed toward the mages and said, raise the salary for this mage and that one over there and fire the one wearing glasses. Huh, what? Why is that? Because he spent his time so meticulously, he didn't even notice when sunset arrived. The crowd gathered around a massive campfire. The professors sat up straight as if they were in a makeup exam. The first to step up was Sylvia. She shot something into the sky. A series of explosions followed. Sparkling flowers were painted against the dark sky. The brilliant light seemed to illuminate the entire area. The old professor showered her with praise as expected of Sylvia. Absolute perfection, 10 points. The female professor next to him was no exception. The fireworks are so beautiful, 10 points. Julia let out a weary sigh. Why does the professor give assignments even on trips? Did he really have to make us do a magical firework experiment? Ephraim was also feeling down. Haha, you're right about that. The next group was Ephraim's group. She quickly began explaining their fireworks. We combined destruction magic with harmony magic too. But before she could finish, the professor's voice cut her off. Enough. Spare me that boring explanation and just fire it already. Oh yes, sir. Ephraim lit her firework, and it soared high into the sky. A shimmering explosion covered the entire sky in brilliant light, no less impressive than Sylvia's just before. Even the students below marveled in admiration. Wow, that's so beautiful. Ephraim's group did a great job too, didn't they? But the old professor looked displeased with what she had created. 6 points, the explosion was too loud. And the lady next to him was even worse. 4 points. Julia wanted to protest. What? Why? But Ephraim stopped her. It's okay, Julia. Suddenly his voice rang out, breaking the atmosphere. 10 points. It is a perfect balance between destruction and harmony magic. The 2 professors next to him gaped in shock when they heard the score he just uttered. Ephraim's face was full of doubt. A 10. After the evening exercise ended, he quickly went to where he had prepared his horse. Finally, everything was done and he could leave. He wondered if Charlotte had arrived safely. Suddenly from behind, a familiar voice rang out, surprising him. Is it because of guilt? He turned around and spoke. What are you doing here at this hour? Get back to the camp immediately. Ephraim spoke her mind. Please tell me, during the disciplinary hearing in the club incident and again today, why do you treat me this way? Is it because of my father? He quickly climbed into the saddle and spoke. Find out everything for yourself. You aren't a child who only knows how to throw tantrums anymore. Hearing that, Ephraim could only grit her teeth in resentment. She watched Dickuling's silhouette fade into the night and shouted, I'm going to apply to be your assistant. Professor, I will definitely find out the truth. Why did my father commit suicide? Why did he have to do that? No matter what, I will surpass you. I will become even greater than Professor Dickuling. After saying that, Ephraim was left standing there all alone. The silent space seemed to emphasize the loneliness in a small, desolate heart. She reached up to wipe away her tears and headed back to her tent. At the same time, Dekilin was also troubled by his own chaotic thoughts. Efren is going to follow me and become my assistant, but my villainous fate hasn't been triggered yet. What exactly did I do to Efren's father? That's something even I don't know in this context. But what if I really did something unforgivable? I'd be a dead man for sure. He dismounted at the meeting point and instructed his horse before sending it away. You can't go any further because of the evil aura here. Go back to the stable and return here at noon. Having said that, he turned to look around. Has Charlotte's group arrived yet? I should contact them via the crystal. But before he could do so, Charlotte's voice rang out to Dekilin. He replied softly, you've had a difficult journey to get here, haven't you? Charlotte and Princess Maho appeared with only 2 guards left, their bodies pale with wounds, though fortunately none were fatal. After arriving at the designated meeting point as promised, Dekilin met Charlotte's group and a heavily injured Princess Maho. He stepped forward and offered a gentle, polite bow. I am Dekilin Yukline, the head of the Imperial Magic Academy. From this moment on, I will clear a path for the princess's escape, so please rest assured. Hearing this, Princess Maho quickly replied, I wish to express my deepest gratitude to you. Dekilin continued, the journey to get here must have been arduous. You look truly exhausted. Suddenly, Charlotte stepped up and handed a letter to Dekilin. Oh, what is this? Keep it. This is a document I seized from the mercenaries. Dekilin read the letter in silence, lost in thought. He crushed it in his hand and said, absolutely disgusting. They truly don't know where to draw the line. Charlotte asked worriedly, will you be all right? Of course I will, just stay close to me and everything will be fine. Princess Maho looked on with a dazed and confused expression. Dekilin turned back and announced, if there are no further issues, let's head out. The group began their journey through the canyon. The 3 behind him had to cover their noses because the area ahead would be thick with demonic energy, though Dekilin alone needed no such thing. The princess turned to Charlotte and asked, hey Charlotte, what was written on that paper earlier? I noticed Professor Dekilin's complexion didn't look very good after he read it. Charlotte looked at the princess with concern but still answered her question. It's because that scrap of paper said there are 37 assassins and a being called Diana pursuing us. Diana. Charlotte's eyes darkened as she explained slowly, yes. He is a hybrid creature of a demon and a spirit. Because of that, destroying him with either physical force or magic is extremely difficult. That is why he is a far more troublesome threat than the assassins. No, it can't be. Furthermore, the most repulsive part is that Diana is a creation born of a contract. A contract. Diana can only be summoned through a dark magic called Demon Call. They use human bodies and demon horns as materials for the summoning ritual. In other words, they are using black magic that only the most wicked warlocks would dare use to hunt us. Do people like that really want to become the sovereign of a kingdom? However, if there is still something for us to pin our hopes on, it is only because the person we are traveling with right now is a member of the Yukline family, a long-standing lineage known as a family of exorcists for centuries. A system notification appeared. The Yukline bloodline exerts overwhelming power when slaying evil. When facing demons or in areas of dense demonic energy, one with this bloodline can purify the surrounding energy and convert it into their own mana, increasing mana quality to level 1. As they went deeper into the canyon, Dekilin began to realize something. It was true that the crevasse canyon hadn't earned its reputation as a monster's lair for nothing. The demonic energy here was so thick it could be felt palpably on the skin. An ordinary person would likely suffer immense pain just from breathing here. But for Dekilin, it was the exact opposite, an unbelievable advantage. Due to the dense demonic energy surrounding him, Dekilin's mana quality temporarily rose to level 4. Mana quality is such a crucial factor that a difference of a single level is enough to create a clear gap in status between mages. Mana quality is generally divided into 10 levels. Ordinary people are at level 9 or 10. Reaching level 7 is the minimum requirement to attempt becoming a mage or knight, and the number of people reaching level 5 or higher drops significantly. Famous figures across the continent usually possess level 3 or 4 mana quality. Level 1 is a symbolic concept reserved for deities, a realm that no one has ever reached. Even for level 2, there are only 4 people in the entire continent who possess it. Zekton of Berkt, the Imperial Guardian Knight Jeffried, the Archmage Demakin, and finally, the headmaster of the Imperial Magic Academy, Adrian. With level 4 mana quality now, dealing with someone like Diana was completely within his reach. As long as there were no massive variables, everything would be fine. From behind, Charlotte spoke up anxiously, Dekilin, can you speed up a bit? Dekilin looked back at her and replied calmly, Charlotte, has your haste clouded your judgment? Stay calm. If you are too reckless, you risk demonic energy poisoning. Charlotte's expression turned somber. Suddenly, the princess tugged at her sleeve. Her voice was gentle as she tried to reassure Charlotte, Everything will be fine, don't worry too much. She gazed at Maho with a sad look in her eyes. Princess Maho, you truly have such a kind and warm heart. Even though you must be more terrified and anxious than anyone else here, you still worry about the feelings of your subordinates. I will definitely not let anyone harm you. Suddenly, Maho screamed and pointed ahead. There's something over there. A swarm of fallen ghouls flew in from nowhere, targeting the moving group. Though their individual strength wasn't great, their numbers were significant. Charlotte gripped her sword and said, "It's finally starting." But before she could draw her blade, Deculin stepped in to stop her. "Leave them to me." Deculin used his psychokinesis to prepare an attack with a barrage of sharp stones he had readied beforehand. Without hesitating for even a second, they launched toward the ghouls at a dizzying speed. The jagged edges made the stones more dangerous than ever. The ghouls were attacked from all sides with no way to dodge. Some were sliced in half, while others had their heads blown off. They fell to the ground in heaps like autumn leaves, without ever getting close enough to do anything. Once everything was settled, Deculin turned back and said calmly, "Let's keep moving, we don't have much time." The people behind him marveled. A single strike had wiped out such a large swarm of ghouls. Truly, Professor Deculin was extraordinary, and so the journey continued. Any monsters that emerged to block their path were sent to the afterlife by Deculin in the blink of an eye. A guard wondered, "Common monsters keep coming for us, but we haven't encountered anyone truly formidable yet, have we?" Suddenly, Deculin sensed something. He narrowed his eyes in annoyance. "HMPH, how unrefined. Let me tell you this now, if anyone dares to come closer, I will tear them apart on the spot." Charlotte and Princess Maho became anxious and alert. Deculin continued to observe the situation calmly, with no hint of hesitation or surprise on his face. From the cliffside, the sound of constant footsteps echoed. An assassin who had been sent there smirked. "Hey, for someone about to die, your senses aren't half bad." Dozens of assassins began to appear on the cliffs. They had been lying in ambush. Deculin turned back and spoke calmly. "Charlotte, you lead Princess Maho to the Duchy of Yurin first." Charlotte was shocked. "What? But what about you?" Charlotte was stunned. "What? But what about you?" Deculin quickly shot back. "Do you expect me to act worried about myself? Unfortunately, that won't be necessary." Charlotte shouted in anger, "That arrogant mouth of yours is truly beyond cure." Deculin pointed toward the assassins and said, "Look over there." Deculin aimed his wand directly at the position where the assassins stood, looking utterly threatening. A split second later, an explosion blew the entire area apart. He took down the assassins with ease. Each one collapsed without even understanding what was happening. Sharp stones cut through them like unstoppable bolts of lightning, and the entire group was incapacitated instantly, lying in their own blood. Charlotte was speechless at the sight. Deculin spoke, "Are you more decisive now? What you need to do is get out of here as quickly as possible." Charlotte's eyes narrowed as she thought. Then she turned and said, "Princess Maho, let's go." But Maho suddenly spotted something. "Charlotte, look at that." She quickly turned in the direction the princess was pointing. On the cliff stood a mysterious figure with dense mana enveloping his body, radiating a terrifying, dark aura. He stood among the remaining assassins, looking down at the people below with arrogant, confident eyes. Princess Maho hurriedly asked, "Charlotte, what is that?" "Damn it, that's a dangerous one." Ignoring Charlotte's worry, Deculin remained as calm as if nothing was happening. "The plan remains the same. Take Princess Maho to the Duchy of Yurin. But you can't win against them alone." Charlotte was anxious. Deculin remained silent, his voice soft. "HMPH, I will kill that fellow." A swordsman nearby added, "I will also assist the professor. Please leave this place quickly." Charlotte's face darkened, a surge of guilt rising in her chest. Noticing this, Deculin continued, "You don't need to feel sad or regretful. Once Princess Maho restores her power, repay the favor to the Yuklin house then. I will deploy several summons to escort you. Don't waste any more time." Charlotte gritted her teeth in anger at her own helplessness. She grabbed Princess Maho's hand and dashed away, not forgetting her final words. "We'll meet again at the Duchy of Yurin." The low-level assassins quickly gave chase. After them, "Don't let her escape. Ha ha ha, how far can those two women run?" But Deculin suddenly intervened. "You'd better worry about yourself first." The enemy stared intensely at Deculin and said, "Arrogant mage, do you really think you can kill this body with just a few summons that don't have a drop of mana? Your magic won't be any better because in this place, mana and spells will be drained by the demonic energy. So what exactly do you plan to do to kill me?" He stood there defiantly, every word dripping with insolence. Deculin observed him slowly and thought, HMPH, arrogant to the point of being conceited. But he's not entirely wrong. You can't kill a creature like him with normal physical attacks or mediocre magic. He's almost like a liquid. Furthermore, this place isn't suitable for casting. However, that applies to other mages. For the Yuklin family, it's quite the opposite. He's not the only one who has an advantage here. It's not just my mana quality that increases in this place. Even my mana recovery speed is enhanced. Throughout the journey there, Dekulin had been layering mana onto his summoned items to reinforce them. Therefore, the opponent at this moment was no great difficulty. A summon appeared directly above the enemy, ready for a preemptive strike. The stone immediately launched at a dizzying speed. It sliced his head right off, but his body wasn't like a normal human's. Dekulin knew for certain that wouldn't be enough. He continued the relentless assault, shredding the monster's body. The enemy counterattacked with dark mana, but Dekulin blocked it easily. The swordsman behind him said worriedly, "Professor, that guy's body might be slow, but I know, focus on the battle." Dekulin's eyes shone with determination. Just keep attacking until he's completely dead. He summoned dozens of sharp stones at once, preparing for a finishing blow. The moment Dekulin dropped his arm, the final assault officially began. Before the monster's body could even reform, dozens of stones launched forward, shredding him into hundreds of pieces in a state of helpless resistance. All that remained were his pathetic screams of pain and despair. The swordsman cheered, "You're amazing, Professor." As the final shard aimed straight for the enemy's head, the battle drew to a close. Meanwhile, on Charlotte's side, she had struggled through and finished off the assassins trailing them. She rushed to the princess and shouted, "Princess Maho, are you all right?" Maho slumped to the ground, her face showing signs of total exhaustion. "I'm okay, just a little nauseous." Charlotte heard this and realized it was an initial symptom of demonic energy poisoning. "We've just escaped the canyon, so please endure it for just a little longer." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from behind. Maho turned around to see the familiar figure of her grandfather, Jurin, the Minister of Internal Affairs of the Duchy of Yurin. Seeing him, she felt somewhat relieved. The mission was complete. He approached Maho and spoke, "You've worked hard. Please forgive me for only being able to wait here." "It's all right, I understand. I'm just grateful." He turned to Charlotte and asked, "And who are you?" Charlotte bowed politely and replied, "I am Charlotte, Princess Maho's escort." "I see. Knight Charlotte, thank you. Did you escort Maho all this way by yourself?" Charlotte's face looked briefly sad. "No, sir, there were others who helped us." She turned back toward the canyon they had just escaped and remained silent for a moment. "Minister, could you please wait for them for a while?" "Of course." And so the group waited from early morning until sunset, but Dekulin and the swordsman had still not appeared. Only a lonely road lay there with no one in sight, while the evening glow bathed the entire space in deep red. Princess Maho asked worriedly, "Will Professor Dekulin be all right?" Charlotte looked somber. He truly bet his life to protect the princess. Jurin lightly patted the princess's shoulder. "We should head out." The group quickly moved inside the city gates, their lingering gazes still wandering back, clutching onto those few short moments. And as expected, the person they were waiting for finally arrived. Dekulin approached slowly, his clear voice echoing through the space. "It seems you've made it safely after all." The swordsman scratched his head and laughed sheepishly. "Ha, we're still alive." The two sides rushed to each other joyfully under the sunset, emotions overflowing as if it were their first meeting. After dealing with the assassins and getting the princess to safety, Dekulin quickly said his goodbyes. "I'm heading back now." Charlotte asked hurriedly, "What, don't you need to rest for a bit?" Dekulin lightly brushed off his clothes and replied, "No need, the job is done. For the details, you can hear them from the swordsman." After saying that, Dekulin turned and walked away, leaving Charlotte and Princess Maho behind, watching him in silence. Charlotte narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. She had harbored many doubts before beginning this dangerous journey. At first, she had even thought Dekulin only intended to cause trouble, but he had truly risked his life to help her and the princess reach safety. He had taken all the danger upon himself and guided everyone to safety. Despite their past disagreements, she knew she had to offer her thanks. Charlotte quickly reached out her hand and said, "Dekulin." She wore a gentle smile filled with relief. "Thank you." But all she received in return was Dekulin's familiar indifference. He replied in a cold tone, "Fine. But looking at you, it seems you've just arrived and haven't even had a chance to wash up yet. I can't shake hands with someone whose hands are covered in blood like that." Hearing those words, Charlotte could only freeze in place. She gritted her teeth in anger, thinking to herself, "This damn guy really never changes." Dekulin walked slowly along the path covered in early morning sunlight, his figure gradually fading away in silence. Suddenly, Charlotte shouted his name again, which Dekulin couldn't help but find annoying. "What now?" She spoke up enthusiastically, "Travel safely. I will definitely repay the kindness you showed today one day." Princess Maho also waved happily. "Thank you so much, Professor Dekulin." Dekulin only gazed back silently with an expressionless face. He turned away without a word, merely giving a slight wave of his hand as a gesture of farewell. A system notification appeared. "Independent mission completed. You have been credited with 4 shop points and your mana has increased by 30. Time passed quickly until evening. At the minister's mansion, a familiar voice called out, "Minister, it's Charlotte." "All right, come in." Charlotte stepped inside slowly and performed her usual formal bow. Afterward, she sat down in the chair before him, Her mind at this moment was overflowing with worries. She wasn't sure what he intended to say. Was it possible that even the Duchy of Urin would not accept them? Or was there some other hidden plot? No, that couldn't be it. If they wanted to harm them, they would have acted the moment they met. Minister Jurin sat in the chair beside her and spoke. Charlotte, listen calmly to what I am about to say. Don't be too shocked. He spoke in a calm, solemn tone. The Grand Duke wants Maho to become his successor. The Grand Duke came from a family that helped found the nation and was completely independent, not subject to the royal family like ordinary dukes. Hearing those words, Charlotte was stunned for 5 seconds. She had no idea what she had just heard. Charlotte stammered in reply, yes, so you mean the princess will be the next Grand Duke. That's right, perhaps he had already made his decision before even receiving Maho's letter. It seems he doesn't have much trust in his own grandson. Jurin continued, regardless, this matter is absolutely secret. Besides him, only you and I know about this. Charlotte narrowed her eyes with concern. Was this really feasible? Just a short while ago, the princess had almost lost her life because of a succession struggle, a small, weak girl with nothing to her name. Yet now, she had been chosen as the successor the moment she arrived at the duchy. Everything was moving so fast she couldn't even process it. Suddenly, Charlotte realized something and asked hurriedly, Sir, besides myself, does anyone else know about this? Jurin looked down and replied slowly, What are you talking about? That's impossible. Even I only heard it from the Grand Duke a few minutes ago. Hearing that, Charlotte accepted it, but deep inside, she still harbored an inexplicable doubt. The words Destined had said to her before echoed in her head. I only want you and the princess to survive because it will benefit my family and my territory. I'm not protecting her, I'm just making an agreement that favors me. So don't think about it too much. If you feel guilty, it shouldn't be here. Once Princess Maho gains power, come back and repay the favor to the Uclan family. She is a very important ally. The more she thought about it, the more confused Charlotte became. What exactly did his words mean? He acted as if he knew this would happen beforehand. I am a man well versed in politics. In terms of intellect or understanding, I far surpass you, Destined had once said. At first, Charlotte thought they were just arrogant boasts, but could he have actually understood everything and calculated it carefully from the start? Her expression darkened as she whispered, truly a monster. But what Destined had done remained an undeniable fact. Charlotte broke into a slight smile of relief. She wondered if Destined had returned home safely. At the same time, at his mansion, Destined was lying stretched out on his warm bed. He sat up after a short sleep. I only slept for about 2 hours. He looked out the window. The sun had not yet fully risen. Destined put on his pajamas and thought about how his Iron Man trait allowed him to wipe away all exhaustion with just a short nap. No matter how grueling yesterday had been, his body was now completely recovered, which reluctantly forced Destined out of bed. First, I should retest my telekinetic control over objects. He thought to himself that people in the modern world would surely be envious of this Iron Man trait. Suddenly, Destined stopped, something rose up within him and he let out a weary sigh. He wished he had started training like this sooner. Waking up only to train and then train again. Never resting, never stopping, always searching for his own weaknesses to overcome them. This habit likely formed because Destined was always close to danger, but that alone wasn't enough to explain it. The disciplined habit, the will that never surrendered, the iron spirit. These things had helped him live a life without waste. Destined looked up at the ceiling and pondered, if only I had been like this before. He remembered when his girlfriend looked at him with bored eyes. What's wrong? Do you have something to say? No. It's nothing, I'm leaving. At that time, he hadn't realized just how pathetic he was, focusing only on useless things. If Kim Woojin had been like the current Destined, maybe she wouldn't have left me like that. Destined let out a sigh of lament. Wanting to sleep more was difficult, as having the Iron Man trait had become an inconvenience. For someone trapped in a game like him, 22 hours a day was truly far too long. The scene shifted to the docks. The students had returned to the capital. That was so fun, I'm sad it's over. Yeah, exactly. Next time I'm definitely bringing the whole family here. In a small alley, Ganesha was stealthily hiding from something, while the children with her peeked out excitedly. Oh, look at all the mages over there. I want to see too. They were the new recruits from the magic tower who had just returned from the canyon. Ria stood in the corner looking confused. But why are we hiding in here like this? Ganesha turned back with a forced laugh. Aha, it's just too crowded. We're just avoiding the rush for a bit. But Ria muttered suspiciously, very suspicious. Ganesha glanced toward the station gate. Damn it, why is Destined here right now? Even though there had been rumors lately that he had changed, appearing in public with the subject of her previous mission was clearly not a good idea. However, that face was so handsome she wanted to stare at it forever even while hiding like this. How can someone so beautiful exist in this world? While Ganesha was lost in thought, Ria calmly walked past. No matter how crowded it is, it's not as annoying as being squeezed in this alley. I'm going out. Ganesha hurriedly tried to stop her. No, don't. But her shout caught Destined's attention. He turned his head to look in her direction. Damn, he spotted us. Ria, standing nearby, was dazed as if she had just seen something strange. Ria's face turned to one of shock as she looked at the person before her. In that instant, images from the past flooded her mind, like an unexpected wave, crashing through every barrier of memory she had tried to bury for so long. Her eyes suddenly filled with tears. The 8 years they had spent together could never truly fade away. Why is that image coming back to me? He's clearly just a character in a game. So why do I miss him this much? On the other side, Dekilin was no exception. He looked at the girl before him and felt she looked exactly like Yura. A smile as radiant as the sun, the very thing that had helped him through so many hardships in the previous world. The two of them stood looking at each other in silence, neither saying a word, as if space itself had frozen in that fated moment. After a long while, Dekilin suddenly turned his head away. I'm having stray thoughts again while looking at a game character. Ria also turned her face away, telling herself to snap out of it. Good grief, he's just Dekilin. She stretched and walked away as if nothing had happened. Ganesha watched her with an evaluating gaze. Dekilin, to brush off the awkwardness, turned to remind his students, I will deduct points if you eat while walking and drop crumbs. Observing him, Ganesha thought to herself, he clearly saw us but didn't say anything. Has he really changed? The scene shifted to the city a few days later. A carriage was speeding along the road. Uriel sat inside, trembling with fear. Seeing this, Dekilin spoke up to remind her, calm down, Uriel, stop shaking like a dog caught in the rain. She turned and said, but we're on our way to meet the new emperor. It would be weirder not to be scared. Dekilin reassured her, all you need to do at the coronation is bow your head. We aren't having a private audience, so don't overreact. He handed her a folder of documents. Take this. Uriel was curious. What is this? Dekilin explained they were deductions he had compiled after analyzing various conditions, including the new emperor's temperament. Keep this in mind when managing the territory. In his heart he thought, 12 days ago, the former Emperor Krebame passed away. With the coronation of the new emperor, the progress of the main storyline events will accelerate. That is why I recorded the important events in advance. If Uriel follows them, the difficulty of future missions might decrease. After reading, Uriel was startled. Huh, are you a fortune teller or something? Dekilin only cautioned her, stop acting, I will check on it later. She could only give a wry smile. At the palace, a soldier led them. Members of the Ukline family, please come this way. The two stepped inside. Uriel looked around in awe. There are so many people here already. As they were walking, someone suddenly cut across their path, making Dekilin startle slightly. That person was Julie. She looked at him, gave a slight nod, and then continued walking. Dekilin also felt a bit awkward. In his heart he thought, is she still having trouble with that Veron fellow? Just then, the crowd behind them became noisy. The two turned around and found that the emperor's carriage had arrived. Everyone bowed their heads in unison. A pair of small feet stepped out from inside the carriage. The new emperor entered to begin the ceremony. She walked straight to the throne ahead. Before the throne, the crown was placed upon the head of the new emperor. Drums rolled as the cheers of the people welcomed the new sovereign. And thus, a new emperor was born. She was Emperor Sofian Yekatera August von Gibrin. After the lengthy inauguration ceremony, Sofian yawned in boredom, completely ignoring the fact that every eye was on her. Uriel whispered, she's actually yawning. Despite possessing peerless status and power, Sofian always felt bored. The reason lay in her character design within the game. She possessed the greatest natural talent. If she wanted to be a knight, she could become a guardian knight. If she followed the path of magic, she could become an archmage. She had incredible talent in every field. But precisely because of that, she was interested in nothing. Of course, there is an even bigger problem. Suddenly, Dekilin felt an immense pressure directed toward him. He broke into a sweat. What? Someone is staring intensely at me. He glanced around to find the source. And then he realized the red gaze was coming from the throne where Sofian sat. Uriel whispered softly, Her Majesty is observing the nobles. But Dekilin was still suspicious. I'm not sure she's looking at me. But why is that gaze directed toward me? Sofian held a chess piece in her hand and said boredly, what a dull ceremony. I was expecting an ambush or a bombing or something. Charon, standing beside her, was used to her personality and said nothing. He was Sofian's personal bodyguard. Sofian continued, but there is one person who has piqued my interest. There is one person who has piqued my interest. They say I should try this little thing out. Do you remember, you told me it caused an uproar with just a simple sentence? She smiled. I have seen the person who created that thing. I have seen the person who created it. She gave a thin smile. That is why I looked at him. This should be the first time he's met me, but it seems he already knows me very well. Charon replied, who doesn't know your majesty? She explained, no, he's different, I can't quite explain it, but clearly he was evaluating me. His gaze didn't waver even when he realized I was staring at him. She smiled, how interesting, it feels like meeting an old acquaintance. Understanding her meaning, Charon nodded. I understand, your majesty. Then she stood up, took a few steps forward, and turned to speak to Charon. Now that I am emperor, I should get to work. I should abolish those unwritten laws that have existed for so long. Yes, I'm talking about the emperor's class. The scene shifted back to the academy with a very peaceful setting. Dekilin and his assistant Alan were starting to prepare for the new semester. As they walked, Dekilin spoke, even though the new semester has started, the students are as foolish as ever. Alan gave a sheepish laugh. Haha, I think the newcomers will need a bit more time to get used to things. While they were on the move, they discovered a crowd gathering in one spot. Alan wondered, why are there so many people in front of the locked door? Dekylin replied calmly, I don't know. Afterward, the two of them stepped inside his office. There, Charon was already present along with the Imperial soldiers. He thought to himself, the Imperial crest of the palace. Why would members of the royal family come looking for me as well? Charon then took out an imperial decree and read it aloud. Dekylin von Grahen received this with reverence. Without a moment's hesitation, Dekylin and Alan knelt on one knee, respectfully receiving the order. Charon continued, the imperial family intends to grant the head of the Ukline family, who is also a senior professor of the Magic Tower, the honor of discussing magic with Her Majesty the Emperor. Professor Dekylin has been included in the list of candidates for the position of Her Majesty's magic instructor. Therefore, prove your capability by solving the problem presented by the court mage George. Dekylin was slightly surprised by this proposal. What, the Emperor chose me? There was a tradition in the Empire where the Emperor would learn about the world through outside professors for 1 year after the coronation. Knights, mages, and scholars selected through corresponding exams would take charge of the teaching. Charon continued, Professor Dekylin has been named a candidate for the position of Her Majesty's instructor. Therefore, prove your competence by solving the problem drafted by Court Mage George. He evaluated the situation in his mind. The Emperor chose me. I didn't think Dekylin would get this kind of development. This is truly interesting. Normally, I wouldn't care at all, but if an event like this falls into my lap, there's no reason for me to refuse. Quests involving the Imperial family always come with generous rewards. Furthermore, perhaps I can find out the reason why Sofian has her eye on me. Looking toward him, Charon said further, will you accept the challenge? If you feel your skills are insufficient, you may withdraw. Dekylin replied without a hint of hesitation, I accept the challenge. Then Charon handed over a sheet of paper with the exam problem written on it. Take it. That is all. After walking a few steps, he turned back to look at Dekylin, thinking to himself. Recalling the words George had once said, it was a problem that would make them rack their brains for at least 3 days, but candidates had to solve it to be qualified as instructors. Charon thought, this is the issue that Lord George declared to be very difficult. Let's see how long the rumored Dekylin takes to. Suddenly, a blinding light emanated from the paper, making Charon startle slightly. Dekylin continued to observe calmly. At that moment, a surge of mana rose from within the scroll and formed the image of George. He spoke up cheerfully, congratulations, mage. I am George, the court mage. I will evaluate your ability based on the time it took to resolve this issue. If you solved it within a day, it is already considered quite fast. The soldiers began whispering among themselves. Oh my god, he already solved it. Another soldier nodded in confirmation. That's right. Dekylin turned back and told the soldiers that was not an easy problem. I solved it because I have been researching ancient scripts recently. It was simply luck. From behind, Charon offered praise. Regardless, it was excellent. Dekylin explained in his mind, the runic script in the problem is a difficult type of character only found in ancient texts. But for me, it's different. I am the one who refined this runic font when I was a game designer. Even though it was a long time ago, with my memories and understanding, a question of this level is a trivial matter. Seeing that Dekylin had solved the problem, Charon stepped forward and presented an invitation. Dekylin, this is an invitation from the Imperial family. You are qualified to participate in the examination. Dekylin accepted the letter and replied, thank you, sir. Back at the Imperial Palace, after hearing the story from Charon, Sofian marveled. He solved it within 5 minutes. He nodded in confirmation. Yes, your majesty. Sofian continued, then there is nothing more to consider. We will choose Dekylin. Charon immediately intervened. I believe the Emperor is being too hasty. I think we should observe a bit more. What more is there to observe? The fact that he solved a problem George swore was difficult in 5 minutes is more than enough. She let out a helpless sigh, pondered for a few seconds, and then spoke again. Ah, you used to support the woman named Luina over Dekylin, didn't you? However, that mage took 4 full hours to solve the problem. 4 hours might have been excellent if no one had solved it in 5 minutes. But the result is already quite clear. I just thought of a very good idea. Charon, execute my orders immediately. Seeing his plan exposed, Charon could only stand there dazed. The scene shifted to the Fraheim Legion. Julie was currently training diligently on the field. The group watching were very worried. Isn't the captain pushing herself too hard? The blonde one added, you're right, her complexion doesn't look good at all. The dark-haired one continued, at least she can still hold a sword. I thought she was going to faint earlier. The only thing that could lift Captain Julie's spirits might be, as if realizing his point, the dark-haired one replied, news of finding Veron's body, right? But since it's a cliffside, the search will definitely be difficult. Then from outside, a soldier came running in frantically. Captain, he was saying something to Julie. After hearing those words, her eyes became completely wide with shock. A clear voice rang out, Julie, you have been granted the honor of speaking and sparring with Her Majesty. You have been selected for the list of candidate knight instructors to explain swordsmanship to Her Majesty. Pass the examination and prove your capability." The girl replied with great determination. After receiving the decision, she was currently moving toward a house on a snowy mountain peak. As soon as she opened the door and stepped inside, a voice called out, "Long time no see, Julie." She glanced inside. 3 people were already sitting there waiting. She also nodded in response. "Yes, long time no see, seniors," the blonde youth replied cheerfully. "I had a feeling you would be among the candidates. Sit down, make yourself at home." He began to chat animatedly. "I wonder what the test will be like. Gathering like this reminds me of doing group assignments back in school, doesn't it?" The short-haired girl was the Holy Star Knight Gwen. She replied, "I don't know about that, but I won't go easy on anyone, so be prepared." The large youth was the Force Knight Rafel, who also nodded in agreement. "Of course, we are all here for a single purpose." After a short conversation, the room returned to its original state of silence. Then the blonde youth turned his gaze toward the chair located in the center. "The examiner's chair must be over there. They're a bit late, aren't they?" Gwen added. "I heard Vice Captain Isaac, who was supposed to be the examiner, is resting due to an injury, so who will come to replace him?" Rafel shook his head. "Who knows?" Then the sound of the door opening caught the attention of all 4 people in the room. Looking toward the door, Julie's gaze was extremely focused. Then a pair of feet stepped inside calmly. As soon as she saw the person entering, Julie was startled. He slowly took off his hat and spoke. "Hello, I am Destined, the temporary examiner for the Knight Instructor Selection exam." Not just Julie, but everyone there was extremely surprised by his appearance. He walked past Julie's position with a few thoughts in his mind. Every eye in the room was fixed on Destined, a man universally known as a high-ranking mage and a nobleman notorious for his insufferable arrogance. The Force Knight, Rafel, unable to contain the fury boiling in his chest, bolted upright and roared, "You're the examiner? What the hell do you know about a knight's spirit that gives you the right to judge us? How dare you?" Despite the raw aggression, Destined didn't flinch. Instead, he stepped inside with a faint, leisurely smile, pulled off his gloves, and sat in the center chair with a poise that was genuinely unnerving. His eyes were as calm as a frozen lake as he glanced at the knight who had lost his cool and said, "True, I am a mage, not a knight. Therefore, I won't be judging you based on flashy swordplay, but rather on the professional standards mandated by the palace. It seems you're unhappy with me sitting here, but remember, I am the Emperor's official magic instructor, and my presence here is by his direct command. Do you intend to use that sword of yours to defy the royal will?" The room went dead silent, the weight of the Emperor's authority acting like an invisible noose tightening around the throats of anyone thinking of resisting. The knight faltered, his face flushed red with indignant frustration as he stammered, "Selected as the magic instructor? You?" At that moment, Julie's senior high-ranking knight narrowed his eyes at Destined and spoke with heavy sarcasm. "Well then, Mr. Examiner, will this test actually be fair? You wouldn't happen to show favoritism toward anyone due to personal ties, would you?" Whispers rippled through the room as everyone was well aware of the complicated and messy history between him and her. Julie remained silent, her hands clenched tightly under the table as she bowed her head, enduring the gossip. Destined nonchalantly closed the folder, his icy voice echoing through the space. "I am merely here to supervise and record. The final result still rests with His Majesty. The test begins tomorrow at dawn. For now, everyone should go rest. After all, you need proper sleep to stay healthy. Dismiss." As the group headed up the stairs, the chatter didn't stop. Talk all he wants, he still didn't dare claim it would be fair. Whatever, the final call is the Emperor's anyway. Destined narrowed his eyes and thought to himself that they were right. This test was unfair from the very beginning, but contrary to what they all expected. He wasn't there to help Julie, but to do everything in his power to disqualify her from the selection process. That night, the blizzard outside howled without end. Destined sat alone by an oil lamp, flipping through the pages of an ancient book, the flickering flames casting shifting shadows across his sharp features. He looked through the window where the night was being swallowed by the white of the snow, thinking that it was just like knights to want to spar the moment they met. Watching Julie's determined expression brought back images of the royal palace with its deep, endless corridors. The only reason he had accepted this ridiculous examiner position was because of Julie. A mage who knew nothing of swordsmanship judging knights, it was a farcical play. But she absolutely could not set foot in that palace. Right now, deep in that basement, there still existed the greatest variable that could end Destined's life. The abyss of Ferd in that ghostly mirror. At this point in the story, she absolutely must not encounter it. Until that mirror was shattered, he would never allow Julie to enter the imperial palace. Destined sat before the knights and solemnly announced the contents of the exam. The first challenge, observation skills and perseverance. There are many types of rare magical items in this snowy mountain region. I will give each of you a detailed description of the specific item you need to find. Immediately, he summoned 4 items and handed them to the 4 candidates. The sole requirement is to bring it back here perfectly intact. Even a bruised petal or a tiny scratch on a leaf will result in immediate disqualification. Furthermore, I will remain right here in this chair waiting for the results. Any objections? If you have any, speak now, because there won't be a second chance. The knights looked at one another as the air grew thick with tense silence. Dekilin coldly pulled out his pocket watch and declared, "Good. Since everyone agrees, you have exactly 24 hours. The competition begins now." In the midst of the blinding blizzard, Julie struggled forward. The snow was knee-deep, making every step feel as heavy as lead, and the wind shrieked through the gaps in her clothes, carrying a bone-chilling cold that felt capable of freezing the very blood in her veins. The item she had to find was an ice flower, a transparent blossom that grew on treacherous cliffs high in the snowy mountains. Because it only grew in such extreme conditions, picking it was no easy feat, but since 10 flowers bloomed and withered each day, it wasn't impossible. Julie encouraged herself, her eyes searching the sheer cliffs despite the stinging wind. But was Dekilin really only here on the Emperor's orders? After hours of battling the elements, Julie let out a soft cry of joy when she spotted a crystal-clear ice flower shimmering beneath a layer of snow. It was growing right at the peak of a towering rock formation. Holding her breath, she used all the finesse of a master swordsman to pluck it, and then ran as fast as she could back to the wooden cabin. However, when the flower was presented to him, Dekilin didn't even bother to touch it. He merely glanced at it and said coldly, "It's damaged." Julie froze, her heart sinking. What are you talking about? I stated clearly that you must find an item in perfect condition without any damage. Look here." Dekilin pointed to a single petal. On the edge of the third petal, there was a microscopic cut, less than a millimeter long. Julie gritted her teeth and looked closely at the flower. There was indeed a scratch almost invisible to the naked eye. Swallowing her bitterness, she thought she had been careless and should have checked more thoroughly before handing it over. She looked up and stared directly at Dekilin. "I'll go get another one." With those words, Julie quickly turned and vanished back into the wall of white snow. The second time, she found another flower on a cliff even higher than the first. Julie exerted every ounce of strength to climb it, struggling all the way. Found it, thank God. But the freezing gusts of snow nearly made her lose her footing and fall. Julie brought the flower back, but Dekilin maintained his icy demeanor. A tiny corner of a leaf was missing, sliced off by the wind-driven snow. Nearby, her senior was sitting leisurely, enjoying a hot meal, and remarked, "Another defective one." Julie's empty stomach began to protest loudly, and her head felt light from exhaustion and the plummeting temperature. Dekilin looked at her, his voice ringing with stern authority. "You are not permitted to touch the food until you either complete the mission or give up." "Well, will you quit?" Julie shouted back, her determination ablaze. "No, I'm going to find another flower." Julie threw herself into the biting wind once more as the blizzard grew more violent. Even though she was fighting the cold with the power of her armor, she couldn't take much more if she didn't find an ice flower soon. On her third attempt, Julie found the most flawless ice flower yet. Her eyes narrowed with resolve. It felt like this was her very last chance. She cradled it like a priceless treasure, using her own body to shield the flower from the wind and snow, allowing ice to form on her own shoulders. When she brought it back, she was certain she had finally succeeded. But Dekilin looked at it for a moment and still delivered his harsh verdict, still damaged. "No, that's impossible, it can't be." He held the flower out toward Julie and continued, "There is a tiny crack on the petal." Julie nearly collapsed onto the wooden floor, tears of frustrated indignation welling up. How could this be? Why, what had happened? There clearly wasn't a single scratch on the outside. Why did it keep getting damaged? Suddenly, her eyes looked up and caught onto something. Her gaze scanned the area and finally stopped at the campfire crackling in the middle of the room. A flash of insight struck her brain. Could it be? Julie didn't say a word. She stood up, her eyes burning with fire. "I request permission to try one last time." She turned and walked out again to find the flower, but this time, she didn't head toward the old cliffs. Dekilin watched her slender but sturdy back as she left, thinking to himself that it seemed she had finally realized the rule, though even if she had, it was useless. That palace was a place she was absolutely forbidden from entering. At the Knights' testing center, the atmosphere was thick with anxiety. The Knights were restless, their eyes never leaving the white mist of snow outside. A female knight whispered, "Will Julie really be able to pull through?" Julie's senior clenched his fist, his voice full of uncertainty. I don't know anymore." Right then, a call that drowned out the howling wind rang from behind. Julie appeared. She appeared, her breath coming in ragged gasps, cradling a shimmering flower in her hands. "Mr. Examiner, I have brought the ice flower." The knights were stunned and overjoyed. "She's here." Dekilin remained motionless inside the shelter. He spoke coldly, "Bring it in, Julie." But Julie didn't move. She stood rooted in the snow, her voice trembling but firm. "Please, step outside. This time, I promise this ice flower doesn't have a single scratch." In the dim light, Julie looked pathetic. Her clothes were filthy, a thick layer of ice coated her cloak, and her face was pale from the biting cold. In her heart, she mocked herself. How stupid she had been. Why had it taken her so long to realize that if you bring an ice flower into a warm place with a fireplace, it would melt and ruin instantly? That was the trap of this exam. Yet Dekilling didn't budge an inch, responding in an icy tone. I refuse. I remember making myself clear from the start. I will not take a single step outside until the exam is over. Rage flared in Julie's eyes as she gritted her teeth, thinking, Dekilling, you never wanted me to pass this exam from the beginning, did you? As if reading her mind, Dekilling nonchalantly added, before we started, I asked if you had any questions or objections. At that time, she had remained silent. Now her failure to properly observe the environmental conditions was entirely her own fault. It is my fault, Julie shouted. But I'm not giving up here. Dekilling showed a flicker of surprise at her sheer willpower. Immediately after, Julie placed the ice flower down on a block of ice at her feet. She began to channel her mana, and a powerful surge of energy erupted. Every eye inside was wide with shock, but a sudden look of intense pain washed over Julie's face. In an instant, a violent storm of energy enveloped the entire shelter. Frost began to crystallize on the walls, driving out the warmth from within. Dekilling observed the scene and evaluated it in his mind. Was she planning to use her mana to freeze the entire space? The heat had completely vanished. Once the temperature inside had dropped to freezing, Julie finally stepped in and held the flower out before Dekilling. Now it'll be fine, right? The room fell into a heavy silence. Dekilling looked at the flower for a long time and then slowly shook his head, his voice remaining as heartless as ever. The flower is still defective. You used mana to protect it, but that very surge of mana affected and altered its structure, causing it to fail. Julie went rigid, every last bit of her strength seemingly drained away. No, that can't be. She no longer had the breath to defend herself. Her vision blurred and her body collapsed onto the cold floor right in front of him. All her efforts had been in vain. She was disqualified. Julie was taken to a quiet room to recover. Outside, the knights whispered among themselves. How is Julie? She fainted from exhaustion. Her body temperature is far too low. She doesn't have the strength to leave here right now. Another knight spoke up in indignation. I've never seen such an unfair exam. It's truly cruel. This has put me in a terrible mood. Meanwhile, Dekilling stood in a dark corner, his eyes narrowed in deep thought. This was the first time he had seen Julie use mana so directly, but his eyes had seen something very strange. What was that I just saw with my magic eyes? A status window appeared before him. Abnormal status, mana damage. Dekilling was appalled. Mana damage? Did that mean her mana core was severely injured? An injury to the core was not common and certainly couldn't be caused by normal impacts. In the game's plot, he had never heard of Julie carrying such a serious wound while still becoming the greatest knight. What on earth had happened? Just then, Julie's senior walked up inside. The difficulty of that test was simply too high. Even I didn't realize the temperature trap of the ice flower. In reality, no one could have passed it. Dekilling looked at the man, thinking that since they were classmates and seniors, they might know something. He decided to ask directly, has Julie ever been seriously injured before? The knights turned to him with eyes full of rage and shock. The senior growled, hey, do you really not remember anything? This is all because of you. That escort mission in Merrick years ago, is it possible that the aftereffects are still haunting her to this day? Dekilling was stunned. The Merrick escort mission. This was a piece of lore from before the game started that he had never known. He turned to the man beside him and asked, Rafel, Julie sparred with you. Did you notice anything unusual? Rafel stammered, I wasn't sure. When we sparred, I noticed Julie always intentionally limited her mana usage. She's great with sword intent, but she never dared to push her mana to its limit. Perhaps she really is carrying an incurable injury. So you did all of this because Julie is hurt. Dekilling remained silent for a long time before giving an order. Everyone, return to your rooms. Once the disqualified candidate has left, we will begin the second test. A while later, as the sun was about to set, Julie woke up and stood outside the shelter. She looked lonely and defeated, a long sigh escaping her lips. Dekilling stepped out from behind her, his voice softening just a bit. This result is truly regrettable. Julie bowed her head, her voice choked with emotion. No, you're right. This was just a test, and I failed because of my own shortcomings. I should have checked everything the moment I received the prompt. Dekilling looked at her in silence. Julie, before you leave, may I ask one question? Do you want to ask about your duties as an examiner, or tell me about the promise I broke first? I want to hear it from your own mouth. Julie was stunned by the bizarre request. Dekilling thought to himself that the promise had been broken long ago, the very thing that made her hate him to his bones. Why was he holding her back to ask this? Perhaps he was just looking for an excuse to see her for a few more moments. Or perhaps he wanted to offer a justification for himself, for the Dekilling he had become. Julie was silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. It's been half a year, hasn't it? Where should I even begin? At that time, I received a letter from people in the Luna family. It was from the mother of the mage who committed suicide under your command. That letter recorded all the evil deeds you had committed. I asked you to explain if the things in that letter were true, but you burned that letter right then and there. For me, that was the final straw, the reason to break off our engagement. She looked at him with eyes full of pain. I said the engagement couldn't be broken. You said you'd do anything I asked, begging for my forgiveness. It was only then that you promised to clarify the truth and apologize. So why are you asking about that now? What does it even matter at this point? But Dekilling's response took Julie by surprise. It was my fault. At that time, it was entirely this Dekilling's fault. It's just that research is still being carried out. The research he started, I am still continuing to perfect it. Naturally, he will be credited as the co-author of this work. If there is any income, I will distribute it equally to everyone, and I will also help his family rise once again. On the day this research is published, I believe I will finally be able to send him my apology. I only hope I'll be worthy of being forgiven. Hearing this, Julie shouted in anger, "Why didn't you say that back then? If you had said it sooner, then maybe." Dekilling cut her off. "I'm sorry. It's just that the only justification I can offer is that perhaps the man I am today is no longer the Dekilling of the past." The atmosphere fell into an absolute dead silence. Julie stared at him in a daze, as if standing before a completely different person. Dekilling took a step closer, his voice low and resolute. "Julie, from this day forward, I will try my best not to love you anymore." What are you saying? Let us walk two separate paths. You will no longer have to carry any burdens because of me. I will strive to change my heart, and one day, it will become a reality. Having said his piece, he quickly turned to leave, but not without leaving a final word of advice. "You've worked hard. Go home and get some proper rest." Julie's heavy footsteps left deep prints in the long stretch of white snow. "I will try my best not to love you anymore." Julie smiled faintly, a bitter smile, but one filled with relief. She walked through the snow, wondering to herself, has he truly changed? Standing by the window, Dekilling watched Julie's small figure gradually fade into the white blizzard. 3 days of intense selection have passed, and now all final evaluations are finally complete. An official document was released, displaying the portraits of the 4 knights chosen to represent this era as training knights of the royal palace. In his quiet office, Dekilling sat reviewing the final list. His gaze drifted down to the section for the court mages. He saw his own name and portrait. As for the training mage, the result was already quite clear. But as he read further, Dekilling's eyes widened slightly in a rare moment of surprise. He stared at the paper for a long time, lost in deep thought. The next day, the scene shifts to the magnificent interior of the royal palace. The massive doors were pushed open as the first name was announced, Dekilling von Euclin. He stepped forward with absolute composure. Sitting upon the throne was Empress Safian. She looked completely indifferent, resting her head on her hand and letting out a long, tired yawn. Once Dekilling was in position, the herald continued calling the next name, Ruina von Schlote McQueen. Dekilling kept his gaze fixed straight ahead, but his mind focused on the woman who had just stepped in beside him. He never expected he would have to take on the role of training mage alongside Ruina. Both knelt before the Empress to show their formal respect. Ruina was someone Dekilling could absolutely never develop a liking for. Ever since the incidents on the floating island, it was considered a stroke of luck just not to cross paths with her. It seemed the coming days would be incredibly exhausting. Ruina adjusted her glasses, her sharp golden eyes glancing toward the cold protagonist. To her, seeing Dekilling here was a bitter reminder of the past between them. She had to face off against him here once again. Memories flowed back to several years ago during the professor promotion evaluation at the university. The hallways were filled with the whispers of the faculty. A group of professors surrounded Ruina, expressing their heartfelt support. "The head professor position naturally belongs to you, Ruina. Do your best." "I agree, you must work hard." If an arrogant and overbearing person like Professor Dekilling were to take power as head professor, just thinking about it is unbearable. Ruina accepted the praise with a humble smile. "Thank you all for supporting me." At that time, the competition for the head professor position was essentially just a duel between Dekilling and her. It was a well-matched battle, but for different reasons. Dekilling possessed incredible magical analysis skills, deep theoretical understanding, and overwhelming influence from his lineage. Conversely, Ruina led in overall research achievements. She believed that the fundamental difference in their personalities would give her the advantage. She had the respect and backing of the other professors, while Dekilling stood alone in his arrogance. She was fully confident that the head professor seat of the Mage Tower would be hers. However, all of that had caught Dekilling's eye, and naturally, that was never a good thing. A few days later, at the Ruina family estate, the peaceful atmosphere was shattered by chaotic footsteps. Staff and mages ran through the corridors in total turmoil. "Hurry up, there's an emergency." A bewildered Ruina stopped one of them. "What is going on? Why is everyone in such a rush?" The man looked at her, his face pale and drenched in sweat, stammering wordlessly to explain the emergency that had just struck. "The news reached Ruina like a nightmare. The head of the family has been seriously injured, milady." But the tragedy didn't stop there. A flurry of risk reports began pouring in, each more devastating than the last. Her older brother's business was on the brink of collapse as all partners abruptly terminated their contracts for no clear reason. Her younger sister met with a horrific accident. Even the ancestral lands were no longer safe as bandits began invading the territory. Finally, news arrived that even the lady of the house was in danger. For Ruina, the answer wasn't hard to find. In the darkness of her mind, one name emerged to overshadow all this destruction: Destined. She didn't want to submit to him at all. To her, Destined was the embodiment of evil, and she feared that if she bowed to him now, her family would never be able to rise again. She told herself, I must endure, my family can overcome these consecutive disasters. But the reality of the situation was far more brutal than imagined. Rain began to pour down on the estate. Inside, her father sat in the dim light, his body frail and his spirit broken. He looked at his daughter, knowing full well what the head professor position meant to her. Can you give it up, Ruina? Your career is important, but our family's survival must come first. Ruina had no other choice. By the time she looked back at everything they had lost, the entire clan stood on the edge of total collapse. They simply didn't have the power to resist Destined's hand of authority. Under the rainy night, Ruina sought out Destined's mansion. At the gate, the guards blocked her way. You are not permitted inside. Leave immediately. I have an urgent matter to discuss. Please let me see him just once. We told you to go home. She stood there, desperate and soaked to the bone. Ruina screamed, her voice breaking with anger. Destined, come out and face me. Destined was perfectly dry under an umbrella held by a subordinate. He looked down at her with completely empty eyes, devoid of any sympathy. Ruina, what kind of mess are you trying to make right in front of someone else's door? Ruina, trembling from both the cold and the humiliation, shouted, I will give up that position. I beg you to stop the attacks on my family right now. I will yield the position I've fought for all this time. A long, heavy silence passed, with only the sound of the pitter-patter of the rain. Destined tilted his head slightly, a faint, superior smile appearing on his lips. Exactly what is it I should stop? I have no idea what you're talking about. Ruina could only look at him in shock. What? Destined continued, his tone shifting to one of cold authority. Since you came here so suddenly, I was expecting an apology. It turns out I was mistaken. An apology? That's right, hasn't the McQueen family only managed to survive until now because of the long-term support from the Euclid family? And yet, someone with the status of a servant dares to act like a dog biting the hand that feeds it after surviving on my family's grace. Naturally, I should receive an apology. As Destined turned to walk away, Ruina remained frozen in the rain. The insult burned her. The absolute arrogance in his words, calling her family ungrateful dogs after he had blatantly destroyed them. All of that ignited a white-hot, blazing fury inside Ruina. Ruina realized how naive she had been to think that sacrificing her dreams and career would be enough to end the nightmare her family was enduring. Destined observed her with a cold, scrutinizing gaze as she trembled. Having no other choice, desperate to save what remained of her family, Ruina let her body collapse. Her knees hit the wet ground with a heavy thud. Bowing her head low in earnest, she whispered her words into the rain. I'm sorry. I'll do whatever you ask as long as you stop. The humiliation was absolute. Ruina felt its pain more than the cold water soaking through her clothes. She kept telling herself that no matter how much her pride was trampled, she had to endure this to protect her family. Destined looked down at the figure prostrate on the ground. Truly a pathetic and lowly creature. Without warning, Destined's shoe stepped hard on her in a painful manner. The force of the kick caused a groan of pain to escape her mouth. Destined stood there with contempt. You are nothing more than a miserable insect from a family with no roots and no depth of history. It's disgusting that someone of your status dares to crawl before me without knowing their place. Does even a dog want to sit on its master's head? Destined coldly issued his final dismissal. Get lost. If you truly want your family to recover and survive, never let me see your face again. Having said that, Destined turned and walked away, leaving a broken Ruina on the ground. Her knees were bruised and stained with black mud as she sat in the relentless, torrential rain. The memory of his brutality was etched into her very soul. Back in the present, both were kneeling in the grand hall of the royal palace. Ruina glanced at the protagonist, the memory of that day as vivid as if it had happened yesterday. She had never forgotten the weight of Destined's boot or the disdain in his voice. Her teeth clenched, her eyes filled with hatred. This time, I will never lose again. The humiliation I suffered that day, I will definitely pay it back many times over. The scene shifts to the next day at the Imperial University. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Could that be true? Yes, exactly. I heard that person suddenly disappeared without a trace. No, that part is clear, but I mean, was this really done by Professor Destined? As Destined walked through the corridor, he naturally overheard those whispers. Is there a problem? What is everyone so stirred up about? In the vast lecture hall, Destined von Grahen Euclid stood at the podium. His steady voice echoed among hundreds of students listening intently. In this world, there exist countless types of magical calamities: mana storms, fire rains, toxic dust mists, and many more. But if you are a true mage, do not view them as disasters. They are merely the pure combination of elements. He continued the lecture, but his mind was elsewhere. Ruina had disappeared, and because of that, everyone was staring at Destined. Being scrutinized like this was incredibly annoying, like thousands of needles piercing his skin. Facing the ignorance of the green recruits was almost a relief by comparison. Well, it's not worth paying attention to. That matter has absolutely nothing to do with me. The truth will soon be brought to light. Maintaining his calm expression, he continued the lesson. We need to look at the phenomena around us through the eyes of a mage. Only then can we grasp their true essence. The scene shifts to the next day in Destined's office. The door burst open suddenly and an assistant ran in frantically. Master, please come out and see. Someone from the Magic Security Bureau is here to see you. Waiting for him was a middle-aged woman with a cold aura, Deputy Director Lilia Primian of the Magic Security Bureau. Professor Destined, it's been a long time. He got straight to the point, his voice emotionless. What is so important that the Deputy Director had to come here in person? Lilia looked him straight in the eyes and replied, I am here for one reason only. Lady Ruina has gone missing. Destined raised an eyebrow. What does that have to do with me? Are you placing suspicion on me? Not necessarily. I am just gathering clues for the investigation. There is a high probability that Professor Destined was the last person to see her. Lady Ruina participated in the royal training on the same day as the professor, and since that moment, no one has seen her. Have you noticed anything unusual? Her gaze clearly implied Destined himself. He replied immediately in a freezing tone, No, I have nothing to say. Lilia was silent for a moment and then nodded. Is that so? I understand. She turned and left, leaving Destined standing alone in the empty hallway. Back in his private room, Destined closed the door and sighed softly. Indeed, the feeling of being suspected by others was not pleasant at all. Though he denied it outwardly, of course, if it were the old Destined, doing such a thing was entirely within his capabilities. Suddenly, he noticed a strange flow of mana gathering in front of him. A magic circle appeared, emitting a faint light. Inside the circle were hovering lines of text. Have you abandoned us, Master? We are still following all your orders. After Destined finished reading, his eyes narrowed slightly. Who left this? Content like this was definitely related to Destined's past. Or perhaps it was from some underground network. Receiving a message like this exactly when Ruina went missing felt ominous. Could it be that Ruina's kidnapper is? Suddenly, he felt a presence behind his back. A faint figure formed entirely of magical illusions appeared. Master. Destined spun around, his heart skipping a beat. A magical illusion. He understood everything. Her kidnappers were them. He demanded they lead the way. The scene shifts to a dark slum on the edge of the city. Destined followed the trail of light, heading deep into a damp alley where crooked houses crowded together. Thin children, sick elderly, all lived in extreme poverty. The illusionary shadow appeared again, its voice echoing. This magnificent empire always has two sides, light and dark, running parallel. If the capital Imperium under the Emperor's rule represents the light, then the Auckland region where we reside is the darkness. He stopped in front of an old iron door leading to a basement. We have arrived, Master. Please step inside. Having said that, the illusion vanished completely. Destined pushed the door and stepped down. The musty air, the smell of blood and mana blending together made him frown slightly. Inside, two mysterious people in black cloaks stood waiting. They knelt on one knee simultaneously. Welcome back, Master. Destined looked at them, his voice cold. Is it really these people? We are still executing your orders. So tell me, what did I order you to do? One of them nodded. Yes, Master. Your order years ago was that if Ruina set foot in that land, the command was absolutely not to let her live. Destined thought to himself, just as I predicted. It was all carried out by my shadow agent network. Fortunately, I do not see the death variable appearing on them. Although the way they behave and speak doesn't seem like absolute loyalty to Destined at all. Take me to Ruina immediately. They led him to a deeper room. In the middle of the room was Ruina, tied tightly to a chair, head covered with a cloth bag, unconscious. The man in the black cloak spoke. We have injected an anti-mana toxin into her body. She won't be able to use magic for the next few days. Destined stood silently watching the motionless Ruina, a series of questions swirling in his head. How should I arrange this? It was unexpected that his subordinates were bold enough to kidnap even Ruina. The villain's fate is rising strongly within Ruina. Right now she is unconscious, but she will surely deduce that Destined is the mastermind behind this. How to dispel this misunderstanding and eliminate the death variable? The man in black stepped forward and handed him a folder. Master, this is what we need to give you. Destined took it and carefully flipped through each page. After reading just a few lines, his eyes widened. He said nothing, only silently folded the papers and handed them back. Well done, thanks to this, I have found the key to the solution. Withdraw for now, I have a few words to say to Ruina in private. The two looked at each other in surprise but still bowed their heads words in obedience and left the room. Your subordinates take their leave. As the door closed, Dekulin became more serious than ever. If this isn't handled well, death is certain. After a while, Ruina slowly woke up. She startled, struggling frantically in her bonds. Dekulin reached out, using magic to gently remove the cloth bag from her head. Seeing his face, Ruina immediately screamed, "Dekulin, you think everything will go your way. I am now royal instructor. If I report this to the royal family, do you think you'll be safe?" Dekulin interrupted, his voice like ice. "Ruina, you had better consider your words carefully. You are currently bound by chains. You can't even use your magic." Ruina froze, her eyes filled with helplessness. She looked around the dark room and then at Dekulin. The cruel truth weighed heavily upon her. "Is it because of the grudges you've accumulated against me, or the struggle for the head professor position? You've already trampled my honor so pathetically. Are you still not satisfied? What is it all for?" Dekulin was silent for a long time, then spoke in a low voice. "That head professor seat, you can go ahead and sit in it." Ruina's eyes widened and she screamed in panic. "What the hell are you talking about? You kidnapped me. Why would you do that?" Dekulin did not reply immediately. In his head, there was only one single thought: I cannot change this past. This is the only method to wipe out the death variable this time. Before starting the dialogue with Ruina, Dekulin von Grahen-Euclin had received the report from his subordinates. It was a history of crimes, a ledger recording the brutal acts of the man whose body he now occupied. It was a long list of violence, extortion, and savage kidnappings carried out by nameless henchmen. Looking at those blood-red lines, he reached a chilling conclusion. No matter what he said, Ruina's deep-seated resentment could not be resolved with pleasant words. Her hatred was etched into these pages, a blood debt that cannot be erased by words alone. Now, starting his conversation with her, Dekulin looked at Ruina with calm and calculating eyes. He knew that disposing of her here was not a wise choice. Her role in the main quest was too important to lose. He had to find a way to keep Ruina alive, but under his strict control. "I remember telling you never to set foot in the capital again, so why did you come back? Ruina, did you think my warning was just a breeze in your ear?" Ruina muttered, "I remember your warning clearly, but since I have paid off all the debts to the Euclin family, your threat is no longer valid." Dekulin let out a scoffing laugh. "Paid off? Those are very irresponsible words." Ruina startled. What are you talking about? I clearly paid it all back, even the interest was paid fairly." Dekulin leaned close to her face and began to explain. "Fairly? Don't make me laugh, Ruina. There is something in this world called compound interest. The 100 million elni the Euclin clan lent the McQueen family 15 years ago. At 20% interest per year, that means you have to pay over 1.5 billion each year." He announced bluntly that because she hadn't paid in full, she had officially violated the agreement. "I will begin seizing your imperial residence starting tomorrow." Ruina screamed in protest. "What did you say? There's no such absurd rule. I will sue you before the royal family. You can't do this." Dekulin remained unfazed. In his heart he thought, of course this is a toxic clause. The clause Dekulin drafted was actually a sneaky way to add a cumulative feature. He deliberately wrote it so that the reader would be most easily confused. The interest on this contract is calculated monthly, but the accumulated amount is adjusted every quarter as the basis for the next calculation. Indeed, Dekulin's ruthless tactics in this matter had to be acknowledged, but even using this absurd reasoning, I still have to pressure Ruina. After all, the current situation forces me to play the villain. Seeing her despair reach its peak, he finally offered an escape. "However, there is a way. If you help me become chairman, I will wipe away all your debts." Dekulin continued, "And of course, the head professor seat will belong to you." Ruina bowed her head, her spirit temporarily crushed under the weight of an impossible choice. Dekulin reached into his inner pocket, pulled out a paper, and said, "Since I know you are someone who doesn't keep your word, we must first establish a contract." "Another one of your forced tricks." Ruina gnashed her teeth. She looked up as Dekulin tossed the document onto her lap. "Read it." Article 1. Absolute silence regarding what happened today. Article 2. Abide by the contents of this contract for 5 years. If the above are violated, the penalty will be the destruction of your magic core. Ruina's voice broke, a horrific scream echoing in the small room. "Dekulin, this is too much. Don't you think you're going too far?" But before leaving, he tossed back one last sentence. "If you accept, sign, and comply with that contract, I will return what your family lost, the McQueen family's secret magic." Ruina froze, the air seemingly sucked out of her lungs. The desire to reclaim her family's heritage overwhelmed everything else. The family treasure was forcibly seized when Dekulin trampled over the McQueen house. That was the root of Ruina's resentment, and also the thing she craved most. Dekulin placed his hand on the heavy wooden door latch. "Think it over carefully." He stepped out into the hallway. The door slammed shut with a heavy echo. The sound of the lock turning decisively left Ruina alone in the dark, struggling with her future. As Dekulin climbed the stone stairs leaving Ruina's cell, his mind was a mess of thoughts. "I've temporarily used the family relic to threaten and sway Ruina, but will it succeed? If this method still doesn't remove the death variable, then..." Suddenly, a blue notification flashed before his eyes. Result: successfully eliminated one death variable. Reward plus 2 shop currency points. A faint, satisfied smile appeared on Deculian's lips as he realized his gamble had been a complete success. He pushed a heavy door and entered another room where the two subordinates were waiting in silence. Upon entering, he swept a cold gaze over them. Well done. Deculian tossed out a quick compliment as he intended to leave, but a subordinate stepped forward, voice sharp and desperate. Wait, you're going to leave just like that? Deculian stopped, turning his head with an icy stare. Is there something else to say? The woman refused to back down, shouting, We didn't do your dirty work just for empty words. You must keep your promise. You clearly said when the job was done, you would pay us and let us go. Tension snapped when the older brother suddenly stepped forward and slapped her, causing her to fall to the floor. She looked up at her brother in shock and whispered, Brother, why? But the man ignored her, turning to Deculian to beg for forgiveness. Please forgive my sister's insolence. It will not happen again. Deculian looked at the siblings with complete indifference. It's fine. Continue. What did I promise you? The man confirmed the deal. We were promised freedom and a large sum of money in exchange for our service. Deculian observed the siblings carefully, so that was it. Though he stopped the younger one, the man also seemed very dissatisfied with Deculian. They were the ones specialized in cleaning up trash for the previous Deculian, and holding resentment made them a bit concerning. But the abilities of these two siblings seemed quite useful. He could feel the aura of a wealthy tycoon radiating out. As for the dirty work, if I simply don't order it anymore, that's it. I am capable enough to control them. He quickly made a decision. From today, I officially take you in, which naturally includes the promised compensation. Yes, you mean. Exactly what I said. From now on, I am your boss. They bowed deeply, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, master. I'm adding one final condition. Furthermore, every order I gave before today is cancelled. Understood, my lord. Then you may leave. Come to the mansion tomorrow to find me. After the two of them left, only Deculian's lone silhouette remained in the room. He let out an exhausted sigh. A series of sudden problems hitting at once made his mind a bit weary, but luckily everything seems to have been settled. The scene shifts to the Magic Tower dormitory. Ephraim and her friend were walking down the hallway, tired from the high cost of magic materials. Suddenly, Ephraim stopped at the sound of surprised voices. I think I see some magic circle. Really, let me see. Ephraim looked closer and started in terror as she realized where they were standing. It was exactly the spot where the mysterious, unidentified magic circle had appeared at the start of the semester. The circle that was supposed to have been erased. Before they could react, the air exploded in a violent burst of bright red light. The erased magic circle suddenly came back to life with horrific power. A massive column of dark energy surged straight up, covering part of the dormitory and swallowing everything in its path with a blinding light. Deculian von Grahen Euclin's car headed straight for the Magic Academy. He sat in the backseat with a calm face, his gaze directed at the new driver. Ren, is the driver's job going all right? Ren replied without hesitation, eyes still on the road. Of course, master. Deculian looked at Ren, thinking about the changes in the family. The siblings Ren and Ephraim now lived in the Euclid mansion, always following his orders without hesitation. He recalled how they used to do many bad deeds under the old Deculian's orders, but he had determined never to use them that way again. Deculian remembered the time the siblings completely mistrusted him, their faces always full of hostility. But now, since he treated them worthily, they had begun to consider him their true master. Even Jeff, who was the old driver, had found a new position, promoted to head of the administrative department. Finally my life is looking up. As the car stopped in front of the academy with a sharp squeal of brakes, Ren reported, We have arrived, master. Very well. Deculian stepped out of the car and stared intently at the academy. Immediately, he felt a terrifying surge of energy, enveloping the entire place. A system board appeared before his eyes. Main quest starts. Goal is clear. Completion reward. 2 shop currency units. Chaos enveloped the academy building. Panicked students screamed in terror while red walls sealed off every exit. What the hell is going on? Ephraim gnashed her teeth, frowning at the terrifying energy and the frustration of knowing this building mostly housed commoner students. Why did this barrier hit Sector 3? She turned to a cowering professor and barked, Professor, we need to charge inside now. What? Why? How dare you order me? This brat. You are a magic professor. Are you going to abandon the people inside? Professor Sire, aren't you an expert in the destruction school? The professor trembled, sweating, stammering for excuses. Lately, my health has been very weak. Then what about the headmaster? Today he went to the floating island again. There's no choice. Ephraim clicked her tongue in frustration, witnessing the cowardice of the adults. Seeing the helpless professors, she shoved her bag into her friend's hand. Julia, hold my bag for a moment. Her friend hurriedly asked, What are you going to do? I'm going in alone. You can't, it's too dangerous, but our friends are still trapped inside. Suddenly a cold, arrogant voice cut in, Stop. Sylvia appeared behind them and stared intently at the two. Ephraim glared at her with hatred. Her patience had reached its limit. If you're not helping, shut up and stop meddling. I don't have time to argue with you. She felt resentment toward the nobility, truly a bunch of useless people. Those professors and that group of nobles, they always look so haughty normally, but the moment trouble strikes, they only know how to hide like cowards. When only commoners are in danger, no one bothers to move. Efren prepared to charge into the barrier, but Sylvia stopped her again. I told you to stop. Efren screamed, hey, why do you keep liking to block my way? In a weary voice, Sylvia said, I am not interested in you enough to mock you. Don't be hasty, just watch carefully. Having said that, Sylvia swung her hand toward the barrier. A mana vortex exploded from her hand and rushed straight toward the barrier. The air shimmered with raw power, taking Efren completely by surprise. When Sylvia's magic collided with the strange red wall, her magic was immediately blocked and dispersed. Sylvia analyzed, demonic energy has been mixed into this barrier. Mana will be dispersed, so conventional methods won't work. She warned coldly, you are the one who needs to restrain yourself to avoid ruining the big picture. This is not a problem a novice can solve alone. Efren gnashed her teeth, clearly feeling her own helplessness before the increasingly strong magical pressure. Suddenly, the atmosphere changed. A heavy, authoritative footstep echoed through the hallway. What on earth is going on here? Everyone turned around and saw Destined approaching with his briefcase. The panicked students and staff immediately stepped aside, whispering in surprise and hope, Destined is here. Destined observed the chaos with a cold look. You are making far too much noise. He stared at the swirling red energy, but his understanding ability didn't work on this. It turned out to be barrier magic, but to apply his understanding ability, the foundational information was too scarce. Processing efficiency would surely be significantly reduced. Destined decided to change his approach. He reached out and used Rockelic's Euclid staff. This staff carried special power in exorcism and purification, perfectly suited for the current situation. He felt the faint demonic energy pulsing within the barrier and prepared to act. As the staff swung down, the barrier layer was punctured with a hole large enough for Destined to step through. Everyone held their breath. What is happening? People around began to collapse, clutching their throats as the demonic aura made them choke when the barrier opened. Destined did not care about the surrounding chaos. He headed straight into the center of danger, without hesitating for even a single second. Witnesses stood transfixed as they watched him enter the barrier, leaving everyone behind in the silent hallway. The teacher has entered inside the barrier. Inside the barrier, the world was submerged in heavy energy. Destined stepped out of a spatial rift and fell into the middle of the hall. He saw a group of students huddled in a corner, their faces pale as ghosts. When they recognized him, their fear immediately turned into a burst of hope. Professor Destined, we're saved. Oh, this is wonderful. Destined stepped closer and asked, is this everyone? The dormitory manager replied tremblingly. There are a few more people who seem to be trapped on the upper floor. I see. She continued to warn, going deep is very dangerous. Are you planning to go find them alone? It's dangerous. We have no idea what is lurking ahead. Destined remained calm. It's fine, I have my ways. He released his magic. The steel shards in the briefcase began to swirl around him. I will find everyone soon. All of you stay right here. He recalled his training process. Despite his busy schedule, he had never neglected his self-improvement. Thanks to that, he had unlocked many new skills. Beginner telekinesis, firepower control, liquid manipulation, and metal reinforcement reached 33%. During training, he had pushed his body to the limit, etching the concept of metal reinforcement into the essence of his telekinesis. He even shared a portion of this magic with his weapons to reduce the mental burden. Finally, the system had granted him a special reward thanks to his relentless training. Now was the time to use it. Thanks to the new skill, he quickly found the remaining people. It was the sensory ability of wood steel. When the deep understanding of pure elements Destined manipulated combined with his seasoned combat experience, this special perk was activated. Now, he possessed a second sensory organ capable of surpassing spatial trajectories. Very quickly, all the students were found by the protagonist, making them cry for joy. I'm alive, I thought something terrible was going to happen. Destined looked at them. Thanks to the new ability, he could find them easily. However, a new problem appeared. He himself was fine, but the other mages could not withstand an environment so thick with demonic energy. He saw students coughing violently, their lungs failing. The remaining time didn't allow Destined to slowly calculate and decode the barrier. He had to find another way. Suddenly, a realization flashed in his mind. Wait, a barrier matrix of this scale cannot operate itself purely by technique. There must be an activator nearby acting as the switch. Destined looked around thinking, most likely they are hiding right here. He used his object manipulation skill, probably right here. The moment the target was detected, steel shards whistled forward. What the hell is going on, Professor Destined? The debris flew close but didn't touch anyone. It was a perfect precision strike, a search spell aimed at dragging the rat out of its hole. And then a steel shard grazed through flaming red hair. Destined narrowed his eyes, the corner of his mouth curving into a dangerous predatory smile. found you. He took a step forward, raising his staff high and pointing it straight at the woman, his voice echoing through the hall. The one who activated this barrier was you, wasn't it? Dormitory manager. The woman froze. She stammered, trying to feign surprise like an innocent victim. What is Professor Deculin talking about? But Deculin didn't give her even a single chance. No need to try making excuses anymore. The dark origin etched deep in your body can no longer be hidden. He pointed straight at her hair where particles of ash were floating out. Acting anymore is just futile. Deculin declared, his voice full of contempt. State your name, mage from the field of ash. The entire hall erupted in gasps of terror. Students who once trusted their teacher now stood transfixed, watching the woman transform. Few understood what the field of ash was, but Deculin was different. It was one of the 4 pillars of the magic world. The land of dark mages and criminals beyond the law. A name that even orthodox mages feared to mention. The dormitory manager's mask shattered completely. Eyes that once held a look of responsibility now burned with cold, murderous intent. She scoffed, no longer hiding it. Impressive, I was found out so quickly, but since it's come to this. Dangerous magical energy billowed around her. Those who come out of the field of ash absolutely will not spare anyone who knows about it. I will kill all the witnesses. But before she could do anything, sharp steel shards rushed in relentlessly. They pierced through the air, lifting the students behind her and moving them to a safe position. Having settled the matter of protecting everyone, Deculin was ready for battle. She roared, lunging straight at Deculin with a massive roaring stream of fire. Let's see how long you can remain leisurely. Countless flames shot toward Deculin. The searing heat distorted the air, reflecting in his cold eyes. In that moment, it seemed the flames would swallow him. But when the fire vanished, Deculin still stood in place, his cloak only slightly disarrayed. He looked at the woman with a gaze of contemptuous pity. Did you really think your full power strike would scratch me with just a small, mediocre flame as weak as this? She screamed crazily, continuously firing magical rays. That was just a greeting. Take it, take this. She launched another magical attack. Every strike shattered against an invisible wall just inches from Deculin. He didn't even bother to raise his hand in defense. He just stood there calmly as if watching a mediocre play. It wasn't that she was making mistakes. All the magic she cast was completely useless. An attack carrying a horrific purple light rushed in, but like before, it vanished inexplicably. She whispered in terrified horror, he's decomposing all my magic. Though she launched all sorts of attacks with different attributes, none of them had any effect. This made her shout in frustration, damn it, how can such an absurd thing happen? Deculin looked at her as if looking at a pile of trash. But inwardly he thought, demonic aura is enveloping this entire area. It is precisely because of it that Deculin's mana source becomes infinite, and the quality of mana becomes purer than ever. The power of the Euclid family, the ancestral ability allowing him to purify demonic energy and convert it into his own mana, made all her efforts meaningless. How pitiful, mage of the field of ash. Feeling bored, Deculin raised his hand, his voice freezing. In this place, you can never be my opponent. Driven into a corner, the woman screamed pathetic curses. Deculin replied with words sharper than a blade. It is exactly for that reason that you are called the field of ash. Hearing that, her attitude immediately changed. What did you say? The protagonist continued with his insults. A parasite rejected by society. Your only talent is wallowing in the mud. With your filthy origin and base nature, don't even hope for a day of redemption. The woman laughed loudly, almost going mad. Ha ha, if you are so great, why didn't you break the barrier before the kids die? Or can you not even do that? Deculin gave a slight scoffing laugh, his eyes flashing with a dangerous glint. I will show you what a fatal mistake from a poor brain looks like. He raised his hand. Countless steel shards rose, swirling around him. They lunged through her and pinned themselves straight into the ground. You were foolish enough to set the barrier matrix on the physical building, rather than an abstract space. Deculin pointed toward the ceiling. Steel shards shot up, digging deep into the academy's foundation. That kind of barrier will vanish immediately if the structure of this building collapses. His eyes shone with terrifying brilliance as he declared, that only proves further that your intellect is pathetically lacking. The woman screamed in terror. Ha ha, are you crazy? You want to destroy the whole building just to break the barrier. Deculin whispered a single word, Allos. A deadly moment of silence enveloped her mind. He continued, don't think I didn't recognize your identity. Then all the steel shards embedded in the academy walls exploded simultaneously. Columns of fire and stone debris erupted violently. Deculin chose to smash the cage instead of unlocking it. She screamed, you madman, do you really want to seek your own death? Walls crumbled, the ceiling collapsed, and everything shook horrifically. Amidst the rain of falling stone debris, Deculin still stood there with a cold, detached face. You're just a clone anyway, right? You'll return to your main body after you die. She froze, horrified to realize he had seen through her entire existence. How could? Deculin did not respond, but only silently cast his magic. A sharp steel shard tore through the wind toward where the stunned mage stood. Her head was easily severed by it. Her body shattered like glass, leaving only an empty shell. While the building was shaking, about to collapse completely, Deculin's voice rang out with authority. Everyone, gather here. Panicked students rushed toward him. Cries and screams echoed in the swirling clouds of dust. Outside the barrier, Julia pulled Ephraim's hand, running for their lives, screaming in despair. Ephraim, we have to run fast. This building is about to collapse. And then the entire block of academy buildings collapsed completely in a massive explosion of stone dust. The barrier finally shattered under the destructive power of the building itself.